had given Claudio and Danica important new data points. Timestamps suggesting when a phone had been selected for targeting. So once the security lab forensic tool had constructed a detailed timeline of all the previous activity on those iPhone backups from India, Claudio and Danica knew where to focus their detective work. Most important, they had the handful of Pegasus-based process names found in Mati's phone and Omar's phone to help them identify other possible instances of zero-click infections. Claudio and Danica could now run a digital search for those processes in the datausage.sqlite log and the browser history log. We had reason to hope that the security lab's analysis of our Delhi-based iPhones would deliver the first little nuggets of gold from our leaked list. Claudio called Phineas and me the next day with a report. So nothing came out of MK's phone, was Claudio's lead. It just seems that it does not overlap at all with our records. But he didn't stop there, or even pause. The more interesting is Siddharth's old phone, I suppose, and Paranjoy also has some similar artifacts. Siddharth's phone really did give us the first useful bits of evidence that helped build the Pegasus project. So basically, what seems to have happened is Siddharth started getting selected around April 2018, and it seems like they probably didn't succeed at it until, ironically, he updated his phone, Claudio explained. And then the day after, it seems they succeeded. Claudio wanted us to understand that they had not uncovered any smoking gun evidence, but it still felt like a good start. Siddharth's logs had recorded the exact same process names of those introduced in the Pegasus-infected iPhones belonging to Mati and Omar. The first two unsuccessful targetings of Siddharth's phone appeared to have happened as a package, in the space of a minute. The third attempt delivered. On April 27, 2018, at 4:41 on a Friday morning, crashreporter.plist was created in the root domain. The infection took. We see a few process executions again that are suspicious, Claudio told us. And I mean very highly suspected to be NSO components. Then we see another process which uploaded more than 300 megabytes from Siddharth's phone. We saw that same process also on Mati's phone. Claudio explained that the exploit might have leveraged a vulnerability in iMessage or FaceTime, but he didn't have enough evidence to know for sure. Claudio, I had come to appreciate, was not one for speculating. Phineas and I were both anxious for more. So having Siddharth's phone in person, Phineas asked, how will that allow you to go further to maybe confirm this or get more information? Well, the hope is, having physical access, we can extract more data, Claudio explained. We will try to jailbreak the phone and get root access to it. Backups only give a limited amount of data. One question, I said. You said you didn't have a smoking gun, so are you able to prove with the detail you have already that the phone has been infected? But you're not able to link to NSO. Or is there still doubt that the phone has been infected? Well, I think what we have so far is probably strong enough to make the case that something happened. But we need to do some additional verification, Claudio cautioned. He told us we could try to contact a former or current engineer at Apple who might be able to confirm that they had been seeing the same thing. But he didn't hold out a lot of hope. When Phineas broached the idea of contacting Apple through corporate channels, Claudio waved him off. The company was so concerned with any publicity that might tarnish their reputation for security, he said, that they preferred obstruction to transparency. If you talk to Apple representatives, he told us, they're just going to shut you down almost immediately. There was no fast and tidy solution. The best bet for now was more forensics across a range of iPhones selected for targeting in different countries. If we find more of these patterns, that's also an additional element, Claudio told us. Like the fact that there are kind of recurring patterns across different cases. The fact that there are recurring process names and whatnot across different cases, it all sort of contributes to establishing a modus operandi. That's going to be additional confidence and additional consistency. So we will look out for more of these same patterns and see if they come back again. We didn't have to wait long for another set of results. The very next day, Claudio called to say that the security lab had found the same spyware-based processes that had infected Mati and Omar and Siddharth and Paranjoy in the backup files of an investigative reporter based in Budapest. I set up a remote video call with the reporter and his editor at Direct36, a website in Hungary that had been a Forbidden Stories partner in our very first collaborative investigation, the Daphne Project. The Hungarian journalists were not surprised by my request. Frederick Obermeyer had contacted Direct36 earlier in March because one of the verified phone numbers in our list belonged to Szabolcs Panyi, a reporter who covered issues related to Hungarian national security and foreign affairs. My editor, András Pétu, casually told me that, Frederick Obermeyer asked for your phone number, and I was quite happy that such a famous journalist wants to talk to me. And then András was also telling me to leave our phones in the office and just take a walk around the block where we work. Then he told me that we've been approached by Frederick and Bastian Obermeyer, and they say that there is a story that they cannot talk about, but they are pretty sure that we'd be interested in cooperating on. Szabolcs had not been much fazed when András told him that Frederick had reason to believe he had been targeted by a powerful cyber surveillance weapon, and that he wanted Szabolcs to submit his phone to forensic analysis before he could tell the two men from Direct36 anymore. We managed to get on the Zoom call as soon as Claudio and Danica had completed their analysis. When I got on the line with Szabolcs and András and Frederick, and started to explain the preliminary results of the forensics, I could see Szabolcs grow increasingly uneasy. Basically, what we found was that there was what looked like potential traces of infection in Szabolcs's phone, I told the group. What I'm really asking you right now, because of the security of the project, and because of the risks we are taking, is really to keep that information for you, and not to release it before we know more about what kind of targeting we're speaking of. There are other people concerned, and if we release that before, they will be in danger. I hope you understand, and I hope you can join us on this project in the coming weeks. András was the first to speak. Well, this is, of course, I wouldn't say very surprising, given the sensitivity of the stories Szabolcs has been working on the last few years, he said. But it's a lot to digest. In terms of joining the project, of course we are interested. I could see there at the bottom left of my monitor that Szabolcs seemed to be having a difficult time absorbing the news that he had been personally targeted with this incredibly invasive spyware. He sat quietly, letting others do the talking for the first 3 or 4 minutes after the revelation. I only later learned the depths of what he was feeling. Szabolcs had been born into a repressive communist dictatorship in Hungary in 1986, but had come of age in a relatively democratic society that seemed to honor freedom of expression and personal privacy. That had been the world he knew. It's not that he took these protections for granted, but neither did he fully appreciate the grim fatalism older members of his family couldn't seem to shake. These are exactly the methods that my parents experienced when they were living in socialist Hungary, he later told me. The methods that were used against me in the surveillance? This was really reminiscent of the communist times. It was like being in a time machine, going back to my early youth, experiencing something that was going on in the 1980s. Chapter 11. Lacking due respect to the king. Laurent. Our excitement over the initial forensic successes was tempered by news out of the Kingdom of Morocco that same week in March 2021. The judge in Casablanca had just concluded his preliminary investigation and signed off on formal charges in the case of Omar Radi. The investigating judge had essentially rubber-stamped the prosecution's flimsy allegations while vitiating evidence and witness testimony crucial to the defense. He had even charged the key defense witness as an accomplice in one of the alleged crimes. Omar, who had been jailed for 8 months while the Moroccan judge weighed evidence, was now facing trial on 2 separate counts: undermining the security of the state and rape. If convicted, he can be in prison for another 5 years or even 10. This was the latest in a series of sharp blows to the 34-year-old journalist, who had made it a point of personal pride to expose powerful interests in Morocco who jealously hoarded the kingdom's treasure, its political power, its security forces, and its legal system. Omar was not happy unless he was doing risky investigations and working on topics that disturbed those who hold power, one of his friends explained. He was passionate about understanding and disclosing ongoing processes of theft and robbery of impoverished people in their territories, their lands, water, and sand. Omar was a trained economist, an experienced investigator, and a clear and fluid writer. He was also fluent in French, English, and Arabic. He could have taken up residence in London or Amsterdam or Paris and done his editorializing against the predations of the Moroccan state at a safe remove. But Omar had done his work at home, in broad daylight, for all to see. "It makes sense for me to stay in Morocco," Omar explained to a colleague who asked why he didn't live in exile. "Other people have done this, but for me, it's not really an option. There are struggles to be made in Morocco, and I want to be part of it. Struggles for freedom of expression, but also for freedom of organizing and the freedom of people." That stubborn insistence to remain home, to speak truth to power in the seat of national government, and to advocate for Moroccans who had no voice, had put him in very real peril. He was facing another round of public shaming and the likelihood of real time in prison. The development in the Omar case that week in March was also a blow to the Pegasus project. Morocco was one of the key lines of inquiry that Sandrine and I had settled on with our first circle of partners. The data on the leaked list suggested that the NSO client in Morocco had been the most active user of Pegasus outside of Mexico. There appeared to be thousands of people selected for targeting by somebody in Morocco. Among the targets selected were officials from foreign governments, including at least a dozen in the Macron administration in France, as well as political dissidents, human rights defenders, and scores of working journalists within Morocco and without. The journalists could have been our perfect wedge into the story there, but we were already wary of including a media partner from inside the country. The danger of exposure was just too high, for us and for any journalist working in Casablanca or Rabat. Reporters and editors in Morocco were even more wary of us than we were of them. Omar's upcoming criminal trial, along with the recent imprisonment of Mati Monjib and a handful of other journalists, was an uncomfortably tight turn of the screw by the Moroccan security services, meant to send a message. In the lead-up to Omar's arrest, his family, friends, and colleagues had all been subject to various forms of intimidation and unwanted publicity. Every journalist in the country, and there aren't that many left, is scared of being targeted next, one Moroccan reporter said. The news about Omar, I have to admit, also rattled a lot of folks at Forbidden Stories and the security lab. We had recent and pertinent history with him. Omar Rabi, or Omar Rabi's iPhone, had been crucial to helping the security lab build its forensic tool. Well before the Pegasus project began in earnest, because of Omar's friendship and professional relationship with Mati Monjib, Claudio and Danica had asked if they could have a look inside his mobile device. The evidence of Pegasus infection inside Omar's phone was strong enough that the security lab had decided to release the findings. Forbidden Stories, along with a number of our media partners, had been granted the inside story by Omar himself. We timed our publications to coincide with the release of the security lab's report on June 22, 2020. The publication had an immediate effect, but not the one we anticipated. Omar Rabi's personal story turned out to be an almost pure distillation of Claudio Guarnieri's warning that any technology bestowed as a tool of liberation could also be turned into a tool of repression. The transformation in Morocco unfolded over a decade, and Omar was at the center of it from beginning to end. He experienced the euphoria of initial discovery, the grinding effort of making new technology work on behalf of freedom, equality, and dignity. and the awful blowback when the state turned that technology against him. Omar's first glimmers of the power of social media came as early as 2008, when he and his friends discovered they could prank the always watchful Moroccan gendarmerie. Omar was a 22-year-old business reporter at a local radio station with a growing reputation as an activist agitating for democratic reform. He and his closest compatriots knew they were being watched and used it to their advantage. We send each other a text message like, "Protest in front of the police headquarters at 6 p.m., he told us. The proposed demonstration was a hoax, but the feint caused the local police to expend a lot of unnecessary time and energy. It was a loop of about 8 people who sent this SMS to each other, and at 6 p.m. when the time came, we were just milling around, smoking a cigarette next to the police headquarters, and there were police vans filling the whole place." The real potential of this new technology became clear a few years later, when the self-immolation of a street vendor, Mohamed Bouazizi, sparked democracy protests in Tunisia. Social media apps fed an unprecedented wildfire of demonstrations across the Arab world. Laptops and cell phones were the preferred weaponry of the movement. People found that they could communicate and organize in relative secrecy on Facebook and Twitter. They leveraged this new reality to inform and encourage protesters who were demanding a more democratic society and governance that answered to the needs of the entire citizenry. Freedom of expression was no longer the dream of some unforeseeable future in the Arab street. It was actually happening. The listening circle of anti-regime bloggers and of vloggers grew wider and wider. Nobody in power appeared to know how to wriggle this genie back in the bottle. In the face of the unrelenting protests, and with the world now watching, the Tunisian president ceded power in January 2011 after a quarter-century in office. A month later, with men, women, and children occupying Cairo's Tahrir Square and refusing to cede ground, the seemingly inviolable regime of Egyptian President Hosni Mubarak crumbled. 9 days later, the February 20 movement was birthed in Morocco. Omar was in his glory, in spite of the dangers presented by the police and security officers who carried their batons into the protests and used them to crack heads. The movement in Morocco, Omar explained, was a rally for all those left outside the public space who wished to reclaim that space, democratize it, and transform it into a genuine avenue of debate. He kept busy organizing protests, reporting them to the wider world, and spurring fellow movement leaders with what others described as his contagious optimism. Omar occasionally exhibited the rhetorical excess that comes with youth and ideological ardor. "The only dictators that won't fall are the ones who are already dead," he once exclaimed to a group of protesters and journalists who had gathered to rehash the day's events. But underlying the February 20 movement was a very sophisticated awareness of political imperatives and political limitations. Omar and his fellow leaders weren't calling for the head of King Mohammed VI. They were calling on him to lead the way to reform, to give up some of his nearly absolute power. They were asking for a parliament that answered to the people and not the king, for a judiciary independent of the king. They asked for an end to the system of economic privilege that funneled public wealth to the top and encouraged corruption among government officials. They wanted a constitution that enshrined as a matter of law freedom of association, freedom of expression, and, closest to Omar's heart, freedom of the press. King Mohammed VI sounded willing to meet them halfway. The Moroccan sovereign was a clever man with a keen appreciation for public relations. He had always kept one eye on his standing at home and another on his standing in the Western world, and had worked hard to cultivate an image of monarchical liberality from the day he took the throne. Back in the first year of his reign, in 2000, he had handled a reporter visiting from Time magazine with remarkable deftness. The front door of the palace opens, and out comes King Mohammed VI with a feline bounce in his step, was the almost breathless lead in Time. The correspondent fairly gushed over the new leader of Morocco. His English proved to be impeccable and only slightly accented. The king, noted the reporter, was the same regular guy he had been when he was merely the crown prince. The 36-year-old Mark strapped on his Nikes and went for a jog. He drove himself to the office, even stopped at red lights like everybody else. He smoked Marlboros, he raced jet skis, he plunged like a pop star into crowds of adoring Moroccans. This sovereign intended to meet the people and see how they live, the new king explained. When I wave at people, I try not to greet the crowd, but to greet people individually, to make eye contact. King Mohammed VI, Time reported, had even begun to make amends for the cruelty his father, King Hassan II, had visited upon subjects who crossed him. While Hassan II held sway, dissidents were likely to end up in prison or dead. Mohammed VI, or M6 as he came to be called, had made a public display of releasing some of these accused heretics. Mohammed VI is modern, said one of the pardoned men. He does not have an authoritarian disposition. The magazine ran its 1,700-word profile under the headline, "The King of Cool. Mohammed VI is the Beatles of Arabian royalty." No surprise, 11 years later, M6 handled the uprisings of the Arab Spring with publicity in mind. The men and ministers who served him, the king suggested, were perhaps to blame for the regrettable state of affairs that existed between the monarch and his people. On March 9, 2011, less than 3 weeks after protests began, the king went on television to tell his subjects he was appointing a committee to draft constitutional reforms that answered to the concerns of the protesters. He began to release political dissidents who had been imprisoned in his own reign. The demonstrations didn't subside, but the beatings by the kingdom's police forces did. By the time the Moroccan people ratified the proposed constitutional reforms in July, Mohammed VI was being hailed by some for his move toward democratization. There were critics inside Morocco who pointed out that the king's power wasn't much clipped by the updated constitution. The sovereign still chose the prime minister, and he still ruled of the highest court in Morocco, and he still appointed most of the judges. But the reforms did look good on paper, especially from afar. M6 was lauded for his accommodation and his relatively bloodless handling of the crisis. U.S. Secretary of State Hillary Clinton called the king's reforms a model for the Arab world, as did French Foreign Minister Alain Juppé. The Kingdom of Morocco continued to enjoy the financial beneficence of the West. In 2013, the EU topped off its annual grant of $250 million in cash assistance with an additional $40 million to help the kingdom with its democratic transition. That same year, President Barack Obama praised Morocco for its newfound commitment to human rights. The U.S. continued to gift the kingdom more than $100 million a year to help stimulate the Moroccan economy. Those years immediately following the February 20 movement turned into the salad days for Omar Radi. He became a key blogger for Momkafench, roughly translated, no concession, a citizen journalist site that debunked state-financed and state-run media. He helped to launch the French version of the website specializing in investigative reporting, lacom.com. He contributed to foreign media outlets like Orient XXI, the BBC, and Al Jazeera English. He was also a founding member of Le Desk, a news site that specialized in long-format investigative reporting, multimedia presentations, and data journalism. The palace, meanwhile, was becoming even more committed to blunting the impact of any press unfriendly to the state or the sovereign. The Moroccan government shelled out good money to media companies as a neat little quid pro quo. Being a parrot for the kingdom was a much more secure and lucrative business proposition than trying to challenge the government line or report the truth. It also promised juicy scoops from sources inside the security services. There was a certain amount of harassment that went along with the work of independent journalism in Morocco, and a certain amount of financial hardship, which Omar Radi felt personally. Along with those of other well-known members of Momkafench, his computer was infected by hacking team's remote control system spyware as early as 2012. His computer was so effed up, he remembers, he had to stop using it. The startup media companies that employed him in Morocco were occasionally censored, or run out of business, or drained of advertising revenue by the command of the state. From time to time, Omar was forced to accept financial help from his parents. But a young man who had watched his father and mother get up at 5 o'clock every morning to drive to their high school teaching jobs in Casablanca, a waterfront city they could not yet afford to live in, had little fear of hardship and hard work. From 2012 to 2016, Omar Radi was able to do some really exceptional journalism, specializing in investigations that laid bare the workings of the Makhzen, the powerful state-sponsored cabal that controlled the distribution of Morocco's wealth and natural resources. His first big story was a 5-part expose of Morocco's sand and gravel industry, which provided raw materials needed in construction. The quarries were one of the few revenue-generating enterprises in Morocco, but the opportunity to invest in these lucrative businesses was a privilege held tight by the palace. The kingdom granted cuts of the earnings to the chosen. The profits Omar found and reported rarely redounded to the advantage of the citizenry. The money often ended up in banks in Luxembourg and the British Virgin Islands, beyond the reach of the tax collector in Morocco. Omar's second big investigative piece became known as the Affair of the Servants of the State. Omar got access to Morocco's public land register, cold sales contracts, tax exemptions, and deeds, and found that the state was selling off some of the most expensive acreage in the capital city of Rabat to friends of the monarchy and loyal bureaucrats who had served the state well. Omar named names, and he named prices. These investigations drew some attention to the young reporter and his first professional accolades, and not much real pushback from the authorities. But there were folks in the Moroccan security services who marked Omar Razi a man, as they would sometimes say of wayward subjects, lacking due respect to the king. Omar would always say he meant no disrespect to the king, and that he never saw his relationship to the sovereign as one of personal antagonism. He was just out to tell the truth about his native country in hopes of making it better. Some of your colleagues find your journalism too investigative and too radical, one friend later said to Omar. But I remember when we used to laugh, saying that as long as we disturb them, those who really hold power, then it means we are on the right track. On paper, again, things were still getting better for independent-minded journalists in Morocco as late as 2016. According to the new legal code adopted that year, a reporter can no longer be sent to prison just for writing something that offended the state or the sovereign. But in Omar's experience, the kingdom was starting to lean in on extra-legal tactics when challenged. Omar had contracted with Le Monde to investigate a fascinating bit of inter-royalty gifting in the Middle Atlas city of Ifran. The Kingdom of Morocco had apparently handed over a huge swath of publicly owned land to the Emir of Qatar, so he could build himself a private mountaintop palace. Construction had already begun by the time Omar got on the story. The land was being deforested, the locals sent packing. Omar was trying to find out how this property deal had been done. Had the dispossessed townsfolk signed off on this? Were they compensated? Omar could tell he was being followed by government minders in the moment he got to the region, and he noticed how quickly the local leaders and activists cooled on the idea of talking to him. My conversations with the people, with the activists on the spot, etc., were well monitored, he says. Omar reported back to Le Monde that the story didn't seem doable, that the kingdom was going to keep putting sticks in my wheels. The editors in Paris weren't willing to give up, and Omar might have pushed ahead until a sovereign-friendly website jumped on the story. Not the story of the Qataris' new palace, but the story of Omar's investigation. My telephone conversations especially ended up on a news site called Le 360, which was also close to the government and which told of my intentions in the article, Omar says. I ended up abandoning the idea of doing that investigation because the threat was direct and clear not to get close to this kind of subject. The next year, while reporting on the land dispossession in the Rif region of Morocco, Omar was arrested and held for 48 hours. The Rif was a dangerous place to be in 2017, but also where the best stories were. The people of the region were a forgotten population, poor and poorly educated. But they were proud and showed little willingness to be docile subjects of any king. Not of Muhammad V, or his son Hassan II, or his son Muhammad VI. The ill will was often reciprocated. Hassan II called them dirty, ignorant beggars. After the killing of a local fish vendor in the Rif in 2016, police looked on when he was crushed by a garbage compactor as he attempted to retrieve $10,000 worth of his confiscated swordfish. The region erupted in violent demonstrations that recalled the Arab Spring 5 years earlier. King Muhammad VI quickly turned the region into a police state, pouring cops into the main cities. one for every 2 citizens in some places. The police used batons, truncheons, and firearms with impunity, and even, some suspected, with relish. People were jailed by the hundreds over the next few years. Leaders of the protest movement were sentenced to 20-year prison terms. When those sentences were upheld on appeal, Omar's sense of injustice got the better of him. Let us all remember appeals judge Lassin Tolfi, the enforcer against our brothers, he tweeted in April 2019. In many regimes, small-time henchmen like him come back begging later, claiming they were only carrying out orders. No forgetting or forgiveness with such undignified officials. Omar was arrested for sending that message, interrogated by the National Brigade of Judicial Police, BNPJ, for 5 hours and released. 8 months later, without warning, Omar was arrested again for the same offense. He was held without bail and in solitary confinement for a week, and finally charged with insulting a magistrate. In March 2020, he was convicted and sentenced to 4 months in prison, suspended. One of the Moroccan government's well-subsidized media sites called it light. Sandrine and Cecile first interviewed Omar Aradi 3 months later, in June 2020, as the security lab was finalizing its report, concluding that Omar had likely been a victim of Pegasus cyber surveillance spyware. Omar was in remarkably good spirits. He said he was looking forward to seeing how the Moroccan authorities answered the charge. The contagious optimism that his February 20 movement compatriots had seen a decade earlier was hard to miss. Omar was quick to smile, and quick with a joke. Even by remote hookup, you could see the twinkle in his eyes. Omar seemed amused and slightly bewildered that the Kingdom of Morocco had chosen this moment to give him, 12 years after he had first applied, his official press credentials. He told us he was appealing his 4-month prison sentence, but was not entirely hopeful. Given the way they are behaving toward me through the press right now, I think they are a little angry with me, he said. I guess we'll see. Meanwhile, he couldn't wait to tell us about an ambitious new investigation he was working on, which involved the transfer of millions of acres of land in the course of King Mohammed's 20-year rule. Omar told us that in one case, it appeared the kingdom had bought land from rural Moroccans for as little as 2.5 euros per square meter, and then sold it to real estate developers for about 1,500 euros per square meter. His enthusiasm for this new investigation into land dispossession seemed unbounded, probably because it was a culmination of a dozen years of work and study on his part. This operation aims to take out the land that is considered as dormant capital, according to the official language. That is, land used for producing food and so on, and to inject it into the market, he told us. Millions of dispossessed families who have only agricultural skills ended up on the outskirts of urban centers because they have nowhere else to go. The state drives them out so that, afterward, the state can give this land to the private sector to build golf courses, luxury houses, condominiums, that kind of thing. It's hard to see public utility there. This is about the impoverishment of the population, which suffers both the greed of the private sector under the protection of the authorities, the justice system, the police, and the Ministry of Interior, who are ganging up against the population that has already for decades been the victim of the lack of literacy policy, public schools, health, and general impoverishment due to the general conditions of the country's economic policies. The investigation was neither fast, nor easy, nor cheap, but Omar was back at a desk and had just received additional funding in the form of a grant from an international foundation specializing in journalism, economic justice, and human rights. Omar was determined to keep at this investigation because he had come to see it as a crime in progress. The Moroccan state lacks financial resources at the moment, he said. Land is a financial resource that can easily be taken away from people and is of great value. I think that the phenomenon of land appropriation will multiply in the coming years. There was one catch to his plan to complete the project, he admitted. He suspected the government had caught wind of it. Something pretty shocking happened at the beginning of this year, he said. I finished investigating with a village, and I did some interviews with the members of the village, the people there, the inhabitants, the peasants. And then I received calls from all the members of the village 2 days later saying, Please don't talk about us. Don't quote us. I was threatened by the police. You're going to get us in trouble if you ever publish an article. When Cecile and Sandrine got down to the discussion about his being surveilled by somebody in Morocco using Pegasus, he was philosophical. Cyber surveillance had been a fact of life for journalists in Casablanca and Rabat. We are in a police state, where one of the tools for controlling the public space is to have people under surveillance, Omar explained. And among those people under surveillance, there are people like me, like political activists, like journalists, who are disturbing, who must be systematically monitored. Omar figured he'd been watched since the Arab Spring. Moroccans were already using the Eagle cyber surveillance system from the French company Pegasus back in 2011, and later RCS from Hacking Team, and Finn Fisher from the Gamma Group, and now Pegasus from NSO. He was surprised to hear from the security lab about the clever new zero-click technology NSO had developed to launch a spyware attack. The NSO virus is much more advanced, Omar said. They're cutting edge. They know everything. Hats off to them. In the previous few days, Omar had begun to sense new activity in the campaign against him. It appeared to him that the Moroccan security services were feeding material about him to their paid media mouthpieces, that whoever had gained access to the contents of his cell phone was using that information as a weapon against him. Government-friendly media outlets were beginning to publish details of Omar's personal life that he took pains to keep private. He called the tactic barbozere, a French slang term that refers to shady spy tactics. That is to say, Omar explained, telling exactly what time I was drinking alcohol, or with whom I live, who comes to my house, etc. In a barbozere press article, they are letting you know you are being watched. Omar had good reason to be concerned about this new development. Barbozere in Morocco had taken a dark turn in the previous few years, one that had put the practitioners of independent journalism on edge. The king's prosecutors had used a series of salacious criminal charges to decimate the staff at Akhbar al-Yom, a newspaper that refused to toe the government line. The paper's founder and editor-in-chief, Taoufik Bashrin, had been arrested in 2018, a few days after he wrote an opinion piece criticizing the king's chosen prime minister for neglecting critical infrastructure in rural Morocco. The public prosecutor of Casablanca charged Bashrin with multiple counts of sexual assault. One of Bashrin's purported victims, also an employee of Akhbar al-Yom, refused to corroborate the allegations. I testified that he was innocent, she said. The prosecutor did not like that, and somehow convinced the judge that I was suffering from Stockholm Syndrome. She fled to Tunisia, with a 6-month sentence for perjury and defamation hanging over her head. Bashrin was convicted and sentenced to 15 years in prison. The editor-in-chief who replaced Bashrin, Soleiman Rossoni, was also charged with sexual assault and jailed. Rossoni's niece, Hajar, a reporter at Akhbar al-Yom, was arrested with her fiancé while leaving her gynecologist's office. The king's prosecutors charged the couple with engaging in premarital sex and terminating a pregnancy, both criminal acts in Morocco. The trial required the 28-year-old Rossoni to submit to an unwanted and unnecessary gynecological examination. It was an inhuman experience. Imagine a doctor forcibly inserting instruments into your vagina without your consent, Hajar told reporters from the French publications Mediapart and L'Humanité. I was raped by the Moroccan state. On top of that, Omar told us, they falsified documents because, in the end, the expert said there was no abortion. Hajar, her fiancé, and the doctor who was falsely accused of performing an abortion were all convicted and sentenced to prison. When the king issued a royal decree of clemency 6 weeks later, so the couple could begin a family in accordance with religious precepts and the law, Hajar fled to Sudan with her fiancé. She felt compelled to write letters of apology to the gynecologist and his staff, who were also convicted of crimes. The newspaper she and her uncle had worked for was on life support by June 2020. That's how they operate, Omar told us. It's breaking people's image, digging up things about them, and making them public. There are no ethics, no morals. We're going to expose sexual orientation. We're going to take paparazzi pictures of someone with his mistress, or a woman with her lover. and we're going to publish it to say, look, she's cheating on her boyfriend, or he's cheating on his girl, etc. Which is none of their business. When Sandrine and Cecile had a second talk with Omar the following week, just 5 days before publication, he was becoming suspicious that Moroccan government authorities were softening the ground for a personal attack to discredit him. The regime-friendly gossip site had just a few days earlier published details about Omar's roommate, his girlfriend, and even specific details of the money going into and out of his personal bank accounts. The sort of information someone with access to Omar's iPhone could mine. More worrisome, a popular gossip site called Chalf TV had accused Omar of acting as a spy for a foreign government, called him a cannabis smoker, and asserted he had a reputation among his young activist friends as a rapist. On June 22, 2020, Forbidden Stories posted the story of the Pegasus attack on Omar Ravi, along with our partners from Le Monde, The Guardian, Süddeutsche Zeitung, and The Washington Post. We were unable to include a comment from the Moroccan government, which refused to answer our queries or even deign to acknowledge receipt. Omar may have been disappointed there was no official response, but he sent us a message of thanks that day. "Makes a lot of noise here," he said. "It is awesome." 2 days later, Omar was summoned to the BNPJ offices in Casablanca, where the prosecutors were already busy. Somebody there had alerted Chalf TV, so its cameras could be on hand to record Omar's perp walk, and the King's prosecutor had readied a press release about the reason for the summons. "It's official," Omar wrote to us that afternoon after suffering through a 6-hour interrogation. "They were accusing me of working with foreign intelligence agencies. They are pushing the ridiculousness very far." Our key partners did follow-up stories on the arrest with statements from Omar and the Moroccan authorities. The Washington Post was able to tag to the end of its report a not-so-veiled official threat from the Moroccan embassy in D.C. "Due to the short notice," a spokeswoman wrote, "we are unable to comment other than to underline that we reserve the right to pursue legal action in case any unverified or false information is published on this particular case." Omar retained his sense of humor. "We'll either see each other again in a few hours," he had told a friend on his way into his interrogation, "or maybe in 5 years. And his defiance. "I'm not afraid of anything," he said for publication. "I'm going with my head held high." Omar was summoned for another interrogation the following week. Investigators grilled him about the grant he had received from the South African Foundation to help fund his land appropriation investigation, and then leaked to one of their preferred Moroccan media outlets the identity of Omar's make-believe handler from MI6 in London. 3 days later, Omar and a friend were arrested for confronting and taking video of a Chalf TV cameraman who'd been following him around, recording him and a friend, and taunting them. After the ensuing quarrel, the police arrested Omar and his friend and held them in jail overnight. The prosecutor's office added to Omar's docket new charges of public drunkenness and capturing images without consent. He sounded weary and maybe a little afraid 2 days later, on July 8, when he sent Sandrine an audio file to catch us up on the latest harassment. "I'm sorry it's going to make you more work," he said. The tone of his voice was so different from usual. It was the first time I ever heard him sound despairing. "I don't know. Anyway, what I wanted to tell you is that 3 summonses in 2 weeks is too much. It's too much. The authorities in Morocco have a grudge against me, and they are using all their tools, the police, the media, and the justice system." Omar said he was beginning to believe that NSO was in on it too. If Morocco branded Omar a spy, NSO and Moroccan officials could both say that Pegasus was being used legitimately to protect national security. They kept telling Omar, as we had from the start, that we would help keep his story alive and in the news so at least the prosecutors in Morocco understood they were being watched. "You can count on us," we told him. But we were helpless, and the mood around the office was tense. Omar went dark in the middle of July. Sometime between his 5th interrogation and his 7th, he simply stopped responding to our messages. On July 29, 2020, we read the news that Omar had been picked up and remanded to pretrial detention. The investigation had taken on a new dimension. He was now facing charges of accepting money from foreign intelligence services, undermining state security, and rape. The alleged victim of sexual assault, a freelance employee at La Desk, went public a few days later. Her story of the assault was detailed and compelling. Omar's family and supporters made a point to say that nobody in the Rabi camp wanted to silence the alleged victim, but that Omar deserved a fair trial, with all the evidence on the table. 9 months later, with the Pegasus project beginning to get some traction in Mexico, India, and Hungary, Omar remained unreachable. He was still in jail and headed for trial, but with little hope of being able to mount a real defense. He had occasional visits from his friends and his parents, but we had heard that some of the old twinkle had gone out of Omar's eyes. Each of us had forbidden stories in the security lab was feeling varying degrees of guilt for having shined the light a bit too brightly on Omar Radi, but having invited the full force of the Moroccan state down on his head. One of our staffers at Forbidden Story was so shaken that she spoke about leaving the field of journalism. Sandrine and I tried to explain to her, as we tried to explain to ourselves, that the job of a reporter is not to advocate or to push for a certain outcome. A journalist's job is to tell the truth and let the chips fall where they may. But this was cold comfort where Omar was concerned for all of us. He had bravely and openly shared his story with us, and when the walls started to close in on him, there was not a lot we could do. The case of Omar was an important lesson to understand, Claudia would say. Things can go wrong, even for the people we tried to help. Chapter 12. Fragile, rare, and necessary. Laurel. I found myself already flagging in early April, maybe even a little tired of the chase. Some days it was hard to believe that this investigation would truly pan out, and I don't think I was alone. After more than 6 months on Pegasus, 4 months full-time, the entire Forbidden Stories team was beginning to be grounded down. Sandrine and our reporters were fielding queries from partners, or coordinating with Claudio and Danica, or working new sources across multiple time zones. A day in the office might begin with a series of calls from India before first light, and end late at night with calls from Washington, D.C., or Mexico City. On some days, our room was felt like a sealed tank, a hothouse bubble where nothing was allowed to leak in or out. Security protocols were at the front of everybody's mind because nobody wanted to be the person who made the mistake that tipped NSO or one of its clients and compromised the investigation. The line between prudence and paranoia was pretty thin. At home some evenings, when my teenage son would ask me what I was working on, I had to deflect. Something sensitive, so I can't tell you too much, I'd explain, watching his face fall. I kept thinking about the day at a school fair a few years earlier, when the father of one of his friends confided to me that he worked in the field of telephone interception. Better to be careful than to risk a small aside to a fellow parent in a playground that might expose the project. I felt obliged to be slightly more open with my wife, but not much more. If I had to explain my upcoming travel plans or some strange new safety precaution I wanted her to consider, I would shut down both of our cell phones and put them in the refrigerator or the microwave while we talked. It felt like I was living in a movie scene, Aurelia told me later. I was prepared for this kind of situation because I remembered the stories Bastian and his wife Suzanne told us about the Panama Papers investigation. I was afraid of burglaries. I also remember the intensity of our talks, where I had to understand quite quickly what you were talking about because it was not going to last long. Meanwhile, roadblocks were presenting themselves at nearly every turn. I had been anxious for months to find a way to alert Khadija Ismailova in Azerbaijan that she was facing a new danger. I was sorely tempted to warn my friend that her cell phone may have been infected with this incredibly invasive spyware, and I was also keen to do the forensics analysis on her device. That NSO had licensed Pegasus to the Azeri government would be an important scoop, and evidence was likely sitting in Khadijah's phone. But when we reached out to Paul Radu, her colleague and editor at the Organized Crime and Corruption Reporting Project, which had published some of her most recent work, he asked us to stand down for the time being. Khadijah and Paul, a Romanian living in Bucharest, had just wriggled free of 2 years of harassment in the form of a libel suit brought by an Azeri businessman. Some really powerful figures still had Khadija under thumb in Azerbaijan. She had been released from prison but remained in Baku, trapped by a court-imposed travel ban and closely watched by the Azeri security services. This is very, very sensitive, especially for her, Paul told us. She's still basically on probation. We agreed that we should wait to do the forensics until the travel ban was lifted and she could get safely out of the country. But that could be months away, and maybe too late for the Pegasus project. Then we found out the phone that Siddhartha Varadarajan had promised to send to the security lab in Berlin for further forensics had not arrived, and probably wouldn't get there anytime soon. There was a ban on shipping electronics to both Paris and Berlin. COVID travel restrictions made it impossible to send somebody to Delhi to retrieve the infected device, so that was another cul-de-sac we had to negotiate. The situation in Morocco was just one more vexing difficulty. The security lab had developed evidence showing that the iPhones of Mati Monjib and Omar Ravi had likely both been attacked by Pegasus from within Morocco. But we needed to identify other victims and get more evidence for our new report. There were thousands of names and numbers to choose from in the data out of Morocco. Reporters, editors, heads of state, diplomats, human rights attorneys, even officials inside the palace in Rabat. But none presented as an ideal candidate. There was no secure way to contact journalists still in the kingdom. We knew the French government would never turn over official cell phones for inspection by an outside digital lab. The prospect of having allowed a successful spyware attack on some French minister's iPhone, let alone President Macron's, was a public embarrassment that French security services were not going to invite. Neither would governments in Belgium or Algeria, who also had officials on the list of selected targets. Dialing up numbers belonging to apparatchiks within the Moroccan Magzen was also a non-starter. Surely the fastest way to blow our cover. Even our best bet was still a long shot, and kind of risky. But on the first Tuesday of April 2021, Sandrine and I decided we had no choice. I sent a text message to the head of investigations at a well-known media site whose pair's office was just a 5-minute walk from ours. Fabrice, hey, how you doing? We have very, very important information about Mediapart. It's ultra-confidential. It's quite urgent. Are you by chance at your office? Even if it's only 10 minutes. Not available at all, Fabrice Audify answered. Can you tell me more here? I had known and respected Fabrice's work for more than a dozen years. The two of us had been among the leaders of a fight against a proposed French law to criminalize the publication of corporate documents that threatened strategic interests of any private company. He was also a member of Forbidden Story's first informal advisory committee. Among other things, I knew he and the rest of the team at Mediapart had the highest of journalistic standards and real backbone. I had read the stories 2 years earlier about a team of prosecutors and police officers showing up at the Mediapart offices to search the newsroom for files pertaining to a recent story they had published. The site's 68-year-old co-founder and president, Edwy Plenel, had told the lawmen to get the hell out until they had a warrant, and maybe don't bother to come back even if they did get one. I said it before, and I'll say it again. I want to tell our sources they are safe, Plenel told anyone who asked. We know how to protect them. Beyond professional respect, I also counted Fabrice a friend. I trusted him, but I did not trust his technology. Impossible to tell you here, I texted back to him. This is very important, Fabrice. I can be at Mediapart at 6 p.m., he answered. Can you just tell me if it's serious? Yes, it's quite serious, but I cannot tell you on this line. Okay, you're freaking me out now. Is it about me personally? Not directly about you, I texted, but about Edwy. I can come to Mediapart with my editor, Sandrine. Okay, let's say 6:30 to be safe. I can do 6 if it's better for you. That was great by me. At that point, it felt like every half hour made a difference. We knew of at least 2 people from Mediapart who had been selected for possible cyber surveillance by an NSO client in Morocco. Edwy Plenel and a reporter named Elineg Brodo. This was no surprise. Mediapart had been tracking King Mohammed VI. his only on-paper reforms, and his chief aides for more than a decade. The site had given space to protesters who claimed their Moroccan farming village had been befouled by government-regulated silver mines. In a country like ours, everything is for sale. That's how Mediapart quoted one concerned local back in 2014. The mine is surrounded by mountains of waste. Heavy metals are used for treating the silver. The amount of irrigated land has fallen dangerously. The winds blow all sorts of toxic substances in the direction of farmland. A considerable quantity of polluted water also seeps into the aquifers because there is no strict control of this dangerous waste. Mediapart also reported on the regime's brutal police state tactics that strangled the Rif protest movement in 2016 and 2017, while pointing out the French government's apparently willful ignorance. It is not up to me to pronounce judgment on a subject relating to internal politics here, President Macron had said on a visit to Rabat. With help from partners like Ledesk, the site made sure its readers were kept abreast of the king's vicious and expanding crackdown on independent journalists in Morocco. We are witnessing a repression that mercilessly targets dissident voices, journalists, but also any citizen. Omar Radi had told a reporter representing Mediapart in January 2020, after being charged with impugning a Moroccan judge. In terms of freedom of expression, we have never been so repressed. The regime rules by fear. The site had recently posted a long interview with former Akhbar al-Yom reporter Hajar Rassouni, now living in Sudan, after her brief stay in a Moroccan prison on invented charges of terminating a pregnancy. "I came here because I'm afraid of the revenge of the Moroccan state," she said. "There is no freedom of the press in Morocco. There is only one voice, that of power, and most of the critical voices are in prison, defamed by newspapers linked to the authorities or targets of judicial harassment. Independent newspapers are facing financial strangulation." Mati Munjib surveyed a field littered with Moroccan journalists smeared with charges of espionage, financial fraud, sexual assault, and abortion, and offered this assessment to Mediapart. Sticking a bad reputation on opponents is a way of isolating them, of scaring everyone else, of reducing everyone to silence. Defamation is a poison. It is very cynical. Reputation is glass. Once it's broken, you can't put it back together. Mediapart had also run a long and unflattering profile of King Mohammed VI, co-authored by the editor of Ledesk in July 2019, on the 20th anniversary of the sovereign's ascension to the throne. "Little rejoicing" was the headline. His declared ambition was to champion the country's poor, to be closer to his people. That ambition has failed miserably, was the top-line assessment. The body of the story was a bulwark of fact in support of that assessment. Rashida El Azouzi of Mediapart and Ali Amar, editor and co-founder of Ledesk, ran the numbers on poverty, suicide, unemployment, economic and political inequality, and general discontent. They noted slow economic growth and a dearth of jobs, even for the young and well-educated. More than 600 engineers annually leave the country in the context of the scourge that we today call the brain drain. 300 medical doctors had just resigned to protest poor working conditions and poor pay, and 70% of Moroccan adults under 30 wanted to leave the country. Half the country wanted radical political change, the authors noted. The writers also made bold to reveal a nickname given to the king, his Majet ski, as well as his recent purchase of an $88 million yacht and the unconfirmed dissolution of his marriage. The king and his court were apparently not amused. By the time that article appeared in July 2019, according to the leaked data, journalists at Mediapart were among the thousands of Pegasus targets selected from inside Morocco. We ended up running into Fabrice on the street on our way to Mediapart that cool April evening, so we took him up to our offices and told him what little we could. We were working on a story about cyber surveillance, and Edwy might be among the victims. Fabrice was frustrated that we wouldn't tell him what sources we had to back this, or who might be spying on his boss, or why. But he did agree to go back to Mediapart and ask if Edwy would meet with us the next day. We got a text message a few hours later. Edwy had agreed. He suggested 3 o'clock. I made a plea for noon, and Edwy grudgingly consented. Sandrine and I were both a bit apprehensive when we arrived at Mediapart the next day. Edwy was an iconic figure among journalists in Paris, with a career marked by erudition and energy. He had been a reporter, a newspaper editor, the author of numerous books, and the editor of others. He didn't exactly court controversy, but he didn't shy from it either. He had started his long career in journalism as a reporter on a Trotskyite newspaper in the mid-1970s, and never disavowed his youthful politics. His investigations for Le Monde into the François Mitterrand administration's intelligence services in the 1980s were so thorough and so damning that the Mitterrand government retaliated by illegally wiretapping him and falsely claiming he was a CIA plant. He had spent a quarter-century at Le Monde, most of it at the top of the masthead. Planet's shrewd editorial stewardship of Le Monde drove circulation up to the highest point in its 50-year history until it finally overtook Le Figaro as the most popular daily newspaper in France. Planel had left his longtime home in journalism after a fight over control of the newspaper's content and went on to start Mediapart. Now a dozen years into that venture, Planel had proved his point that a subscription-based online news service could be profitable, and that it was necessary. He rejected the standard ad-based revenue model because he believed that the sensational, gossip-driven, celebrity clickbait stories that model encouraged were certain to drown out the information that actually mattered in a functioning society. Newspapers are not a commodity like others. They are crucial for democratic vitality, he would say. We are selling very particular goods that are useful to democracy and public debate. Fragile, rare, and necessary goods. Mediapart lives by the motto, only our readers can buy us. We weren't entirely sure what to expect when Fabrice ushered us into Mediapart to see Edwy Planel at noon on Wednesday, April 7, 2021. He was nearing 70, but still trim and athletic, with a shock of dark hair and a dark, neatly sculpted mustache. When he smiled, his lips puckered under his mustache, and his eyes squinched. He looked like a puckish and unthreatening uncle, surely the most amusing le raconteur at any party. But when he set his jaw in consternation, he was an intimidating figure. Fabrice and Edwy invited us into a conference room, and neither man appeared much amused when we asked them to turn off their phones and leave them in another room. But they honored our request. Edwy sat down across from us, his jaw set in a hard line and his arms folded defensively across his chest. Sandrine and I explained again, as Fabrice had already told him, that we were working on a story about cyber surveillance and we believed his phone had been compromised by spyware. He pressed us for more details. "But what do you know?" he asked. "A few years ago, somebody came in here and said I was on a list of people not paying taxes. Didn't make it true." We explained again what we could, that his name was on a list of selected targets. We still couldn't say who had targeted him. "Forbidden stories," he said. "Who are you? Who's funding you?" Part of this felt like hemming and hawing. Part of it felt a bit angry. Fabrice jumped to our rescue. "Laurent's a good friend," he told Edwy. He also vouched for me as a solid journalist. The boss kept pushing for details, making a point to use the formal you when addressing Sandrine and me, like he wanted to make it clear that we were not friends. Who was this spying on me? He wanted to know. Maybe NSO? "I can't tell you any more yet," I said. "After we run the forensics on your phone, we will have more to share." "Look," he said, "you cannot come here and give me only that kind of information and expect me to give you my phone. I need more." Fabrice jumped in again. "I can understand this is a bit embarrassing for us to know just 10%, he said. "But you really can trust Laura and Sandrine?" "If there is a big issue with Mediapart, we should warn people now," Edwy said. He told Fabrice they probably needed to talk to their chief technology officer about safety. Not surprising. Mediapart hacked would not be a good headline. I explained that based on what we knew, the problem was not confined to his publication. There were a number of victims at many different media companies. I suspect we have a veteran reporter's inherent curiosity to thank, along with Fabrice's willingness to vouch for us. But near the end of the half-hour meeting, Edwy Plenel agreed to submit his phone to forensic analysis. Edwy walked his iPhone into our offices at Forbidden Stories the next day. The media part editor stuck around to watch as Cecile made the backup of the phone and uploaded it to the security lab in Berlin. Claudio texted us to say he had received the file, and he texted back only a few minutes later with preliminary results. The timestamps in the data lined up perfectly with exact and identifiable moments when Pegasus system processes were written into Edwy's iPhone operating system. The process names matched ones that Claudio and Danica found in Mati Monjid's phone and in Omar Radi's. They found traces, I told Edwy. He didn't seem particularly surprised or particularly worried. He was no longer out in the field doing investigative reporting. They won't find anything, he said. He suggested his life wasn't as exciting as it once was. Cecile gave him what details she could. There was a lot more to be analyzed, but his phone had indeed been infected, and she could give him the specific dates. But the Kingdom of Morocco was almost certainly the perpetrator. No surprise, as far as Edwy was concerned. He had been in the kingdom's crosshairs since about 1990, he told us, back when he edited a biography of King Mohammed VI's father, King Hassan II. A man Charles de Gaulle had described as unnecessarily cruel. Edwy had encouraged his friend, Gilles Perrault, to write that book, and even suggested the title, Our Friend the King. The book revealed that Hassan II had not only settled many of his critics into secret prisons, some for a decade or more just for distributing leaflets, but had also subjected those prisoners to deprivation and physical torture. Morocco's Minister of the Interior tried, without success, to bribe the publisher to cancel the book, according to Perrault, and the lawyers across Paris, working on behalf of the king, made tidy sums suing outlets that printed or aired interviews with the author. Our Friend the King remains banned in Morocco to this day, but not forgotten. Edwy went back through his calendars to see what was happening in July 2019 when the Pegasus attacks on his iPhone began. The blink seemed obvious. He had returned from a conference in Morocco where he had spoken up in support of the democratic movements in the Rif that Mohammed VI had crushed just days before the initial infection attempt. So, Edwy mused. Now I understand why. There were a couple of other journalists at Mediapart who were also on our list, we explained to Fabrice, and he agreed to ask one of them if she would allow Claudio and Danica to do a forensic analysis of her iPhone. Leneg Bredeau, according to the data, had been targeted around the same time as Edwy Plenel. She, too, had some history with Morocco, having been a thorn in the side of the King Mohammed VI and one of his trusted lieutenants for nearly a decade. She had written a critical story about Morocco's chief of domestic intelligence back in 2015, for instance, just as he was about to receive the highest honor bestowed by the French government, the Légion d'honneur. This award, Bredeau's reporting suggested, was likely a sop to Abdelatif Hamouchi, who had professed himself deeply and officially wounded when French authorities tried to pick him up in Paris to question him about his complicity in the alleged torture of a Moroccan citizen. Bredeau quoted experts who pointed out that France had also given the kingdom a green light to bury any charges against Hamouchi. In the face of Moroccan demands, France has completely caved in, said the honorary president of the International Federation for Human Rights. France is acting in a way that gives priority to its interests over its values. They've just agreed to give impunity to potential major criminals or even torturers. Leneg was nervous but willing to let the security lab run the forensics on her phone, and Claudio and Danica found evidence of a successful zero-click infection. The analysis of Leneg's cell phone helped clarify one little bit of the picture by further confirming a pattern our technical partners at the security lab had observed. NSO had apparently identified a vulnerability in iMessage, and its clients in Morocco had launched multiple attacks exploiting the weakness. Informing Leneg that she had been targeted with spyware was more difficult than I expected. Sandrine and I explained to her that forensic evidence suggested that she had been under cyber surveillance by somebody in Morocco as early as July 2019, and that she was still being targeted as late as July 2020. The security lab couldn't say for sure when it had stopped or if it had stopped. Leneg was silent for a beat. We were all masked because of COVID, so I was having a hard time gauging her reaction. She started to tell us she was afraid she'd been targeted as a way to get to her husband, who was Algerian, a country then in the middle of an intensifying diplomatic feud with Morocco. She didn't have to say it, but it was clear she was afraid she had put her husband in danger, maybe even their children. I could see Leneg's eyes begin to get moist, and I could feel myself begin to fill up with emotion. "Do you want a glass of water?" was all I could think of to say. She regained her composure pretty quickly and started to focus on details in the forensic analysis. Claudio's written report showed that Pegasus had extracted more than 220 megabytes of data from Leneg's iPhone in a single month in 2020. She wanted to know what exactly the Moroccans had stolen from her, but Claudio couldn't say for sure. The forensic tool didn't turn up that kind of detail. She also wanted to know how she could protect herself and her family going forward, but we explained there was no absolute fix. She could disable her iMessage, where the backdoor in the iOS software was pried open for the cyber assault, and maybe FaceTime, another suspected path of attack. She could also upgrade to a new iPhone and change a number, but that was no guarantee she could evade the end users of this cyber weapon if they wanted to target her again. None of us could be certain of what precisely had provoked the cyber spy on Leneg. She mentioned her reporting on Halmouchi, now the head of Morocco's domestic intelligence and the national police, and the man most likely to be in charge of the kingdom's cyber surveillance program. She also told us she was in contact with a group of journalists reporting the latest developments in the Omar Radi criminal case. She couldn't recall writing about Omar recently, but she had had text message exchanges with sources and with other reporters who were working the story. There were still many questions we needed to answer about Pegasus, NSO, and Morocco, but the media part forensics were a big step forward for us just in terms of confidence in the project. 2 phones in our data, 2 positive results, a 100% success rate. We had evidence of actual infections tied to the timestamps in the data on both phones. The digital fingerprints matched those that the security lab had found in other phones targeted by Moroccan end users, which meant we were on the right track. Edwy Plenel ended up being both appreciative and magnanimous, even after we explained that we did not yet feel comfortable revealing to Fabrice or Edwy details of our larger investigation. We never even mentioned NSO and Pegasus. We did reassure them that immediate part was not the main focus of our investigation, that there were many more victims at many different news outlets. But they didn't press us on the size or the scope of the leak. Edwy and Fabrice told us their team at Mediapart would be doing its own follow-up reporting, that they gave us their word that their site would hold off until Forbidden Stories and our partners broke our story. Edwy just wanted a heads up on timing so it didn't look like they were caught unawares. The security lab found traces of Pegasus infections in the iPhone logs of 2 more Moroccan targets in April, one a human rights lawyer living in France, the other a reporter at Le Monde. Another Moroccan target helped Claudio and Danica identify what looked like a previously unknown attack vector. NSO's hackers had apparently found a way to open a backdoor in Apple Photos. The phone of a French human rights lawyer was compromised, and the BH process was executed seconds after network traffic for the iOS Photos app, com.apple.mobile slideshow, was recorded for the first time, Claudio and Danica reported. Again, after a successful exploitation, Craft reporting was disabled by writing a com.apple.crashreporter.pvlist file to the device. That attack had happened in October 2019. Leneg Bordeaux's backup logs showed a May 2020 attack with an almost exact same pattern. The 2 compromised devices also showed a connection with a Pegasus-created iCloud account, Bogard Lisa 803 at gmail.com. These new findings meant Claudio and Danica had additional markers to feed into their forensic tool. I can't say any of us at Forbidden Stories or the security lab expected these kind of results. The positivity rate on iPhones on the list tied to Moroccan end users was particularly surprising. We all felt like the NSO and Morocco axis of the investigation was on solid footing now, but it was already starting to seem too little too late for way too many journalists in the Rabat and Casablanca. The beleaguered Bassarin Raswani newspaper Akhbar al-Yom that folded a few weeks earlier. Denied COVID relief funds, the paper was unable to dig out of a financial hole dug for them by outside parties. Under Hassan II, journalists disappeared. The author of Our Friend the King explained in a new interview published in France. Under M6, it was the newspapers. People who advertise in independent newspapers or newspapers critical of Mohammed VI get phone calls. His Majesty is very sad to see that you advertise in this newspaper. The message is obviously received 5 times out of 5. The advertising stops, and the newspaper stops as well. More urgent was the ongoing persecution of recent Akhbar al-Yom editor-in-chief Soleimani Rassouni and Omar Radi. Rassouni had been held in a Moroccan prison for 10 months and Omar for 8, much of it in solitary confinement. The men had each been given a few meager opportunities to present testimony and evidence to investigating judges, but neither defendant had been given a formal trial or anything that approached due process. The Moroccan state, having learned its lesson well in the previous decade, had successfully debased the 2 men just by making its loud public charges of sexual deviancy and espionage. The trials, if they did happen, would be more of the same. With the Arab Spring and the rise of social networks, young opponents acquired legitimacy and credibility, Mati Monjib explained, designating them as traitors, thieves, rapists as the best way to silence them. Criminal trials for both Soleimani and Omar had been scheduled to begin that April, then postponed without explanation. Multiple legal efforts to gain their release while the cases were pending failed. Petitions from human rights groups, international journalism organizations, and leading Moroccan personalities in the arts, culture, and academia were tossed aside without consideration. On the day we had confirmed the targeting of Edwy Plenel's phone, April 8, 2021, 48-year-old Soleimani Rassouni went on a hunger strike. Soleimani's wife announced that her husband was facing freedom, justice, or death. Omar Radi, whose Crohn's disease and asthma had worsened during his long prison stay, began his own hunger strike the next day. For me, the meaning was clear. Every half hour counted, now more than ever. Chapter 13. Some things that you have missed before. Sandrine. Darkness was falling on Budapest on a brisk evening in the 3rd week of April, when Szabolcs walked through the gaudy lobby of a downtown hotel, on his way to a meeting with a pair of his heroes. The renowned investigative reporters, Bastian Obermeier and Frederick Obermeier, had just arrived in town from their home base in Munich for a secret conference with Szabolcs and his editor at Direkt 36, András Petu. The Süddeutsche Zeitung journalists were waiting upstairs in a rented room, with a computer full of fastidiously secured and encrypted data, ready to read Szabolcs and András into the Pegasus project. The hotel itself was a little deflating, Szabolcs remembers. A disgusting interior, like a cheap ripoff of a Trump hotel, with lots of fake golden decoration and everything, he says. I was really nervous, and excited at the same time that finally will be revealed some big secret. There were a few maddening hoops for Szabolcs and András to jump through even after they arrived at the appointed room. The 2 journalists first had to power down their cell phones and other devices and store them in another room, where the electronics would remain throughout the meeting. They also had to take a rapid test to screen for possible COVID infection, and then cool their heels inside the bathroom until the results came in. So, Szabolcs and András waited out the last 15 minutes, still in the dark as to the details of the Pegasus project and their place in it. These were the final, frustrating moments of an already long and disquieting wait for Szabolcs. A month had passed since I had first told Szabolcs, by remote hookup, that the security lab's forensic analysis found evidence that his iPhone had been successfully infected with spyware. I had not been able to give him many details at the time. No mention of NSO or Pegasus. I still remember Szabolcs's immediate reaction. His first instinct had been to reach out to warn his sources. Szabolcs had hundreds of sources, many of them inside Hungary's intelligence, political, and business communities. And his work had touched a lot of sensitive nerves in and around Budapest the previous few years. Just days before we alerted him of the spyware infection, Szabolcs had dropped a 9,000-word story detailing the growth of the Hungarian government's diplomatic and financial entanglements with China over the course of Prime Minister Viktor Orbán's 11-year run in office. Szabolcs's report in Direct 36 headlined, "How Orbán's Eastern Opening Brought Chinese Spy Games to Hungary," represented months of investigation with reams of documents and data to back it, and some 60 interviews with official and unofficial sources, most of them unnamed for their protection. The report had embarrassed Orbán's ruling Fidesz party. The takeaway of the story was that China had gamed Orbán and Fidesz with unkept promises of major financing and favorable loans to Hungary's cash-strapped government. Little had come of Orbán's China-friendly Eastern opening policy, besides an opening for China to fill Hungary with thousands of proselytizers and citizen spies, and to get a foothold in the EU for profit-seeking. "They do everything for money," an unnamed Hungarian diplomat, formerly stationed in Beijing, explained to Szabolcs. Szabolcs analyzed the one big Hungary-China collaboration of the past decade, a €1.9 billion reconstruction of a railway line between Belgrade and Budapest, and found it to be a sinkhole of cash with a puny return for Hungarians. A Chinese-Hungarian consortium won the construction contract, with 2 Chinese state railway builders joining forces with a company of Lőrinc Mészáros, Viktor Orbán's childhood friend and Hungary's richest businessman, Szabolcs wrote. As a former senior foreign ministry official put it, this also shows that the Eastern Opening eventually turned out to be just a ninja smokescreen designed to conceal Hungarian graft and corruption. Hungary's national economy hardly benefited from the pro-China turn in foreign policy. Only business circles close to the government profited from it. The day we informed him of the spyware attacks on his iPhone, Szabolcs was finishing up the reporting on a follow-up story detailing a more recent Eastern Opening boondoggle. Also, as he would write, based on the model of the Budapest-Belgrade railway investment. He hoped to publish in early April. The 35-year-old investigative reporter was aware these stories would likely have uncomfortable personal consequences, but he had grown accustomed to being the target of angry recrimination from key players in Fidesz. The Prime Minister's chief international spokesman had already identified Szabolcs as an enemy of the state, publicly accusing him of Orbánophobia and Hungarophobia. Fidesz apologists in the media occasionally spewed the lie that Szabolcs was a foreign spy, likely CIA. Szabolcs Pányi had operated his entire journalistic career inside the tightening noose of Orbán's soft, authoritarian rule. The Prime Minister had showed himself a sly tactician since taking office in 2010. He had used electoral reforms to deliver Fidesz a supermajority in the Hungarian parliament, and then used those friendly lawmakers to rewrite the constitution. The bloodless legislative coup sabotaged democratic institutions, undermined the rule of law, and accrued power to Orbán himself. He has disguised his dismemberment of democracy through a package of laws written in impenetrable legalese that only a handful of experts can hope to decipher, says one observer. The Prime Minister and his Fidesz minions were also working to suppress media critical of the government. Reporters who tried to get at the truth of the ruling party's corruption and malfeasance didn't routinely get jailed or physically harmed, or smeared with salacious criminal charges like they did in Morocco, but they were watched. These things have been going on for 4 years now, Szabolcs told us, in 2021. There was one occasion when I was meeting a source, but in another town. And when I was going to meet him, there was physical surveillance on me. Meaning these, Classic, short-haired, muscular guys in brown leather jackets, just standing there, and then walking behind me. And after my meeting with this source, when I was traveling back to Budapest on a train, I was sitting in an empty train cabin, and a similar guy just arrived. And he was standing there throughout the whole train ride, more than an hour. Just standing there in the cabin door, not moving. He didn't have any luggage. This is, as we call it, demonstrative surveillance. They want you to know that they are following you. It's slightly threatening, but it's more about sending a signal that we're watching you. We know what you're doing. We know who you're meeting. And this physical surveillance did have an effect on the story that I was working on, because I couldn't use the information that I obtained because obviously the meeting was compromised, and I didn't want that source to get into trouble. Cebulch never considered himself technically proficient, but he had always been careful. He used the latest iPhone because of Apple's reputation for security, and he steered clear of any electronic devices manufactured in China, which almost certainly had backdoors in their operating software. He used encrypted messaging services like Signal and Wicker. He used VPNs. When an operative in Hungarian intelligence warned Cebulch that a competing agency might be using digital means to spy on him, it just didn't seem cause for panic. Cebulch had never found Orban's security services particularly competent or energetic. But when I informed him that somebody was using his own iPhone to surreptitiously spy on him, that he was carrying around their weapon for them, it felt like a quantum leap in capability and intent. It had shaken him. Unlike the demonstrative surveillance, this had been done in stealth, with no signal and no way to know just what the security services were after, or what they had learned. I was really afraid that my sources could be jeopardized, and they could get into trouble, he says. So that's why I was really freaking out. Cebulch felt obliged to tell some of the sources he used in his China reporting that their communications might have been intercepted. But his editor at Direct 36 cautioned against it. Come on, don't do that, Andras counseled. We don't have enough information right now. And this story, the cyber surveillance story, is just too sensitive. Claudio had managed to talk him down a bit also. The cyber surveillance had happened over a specific period of time, from April to December 2019, Claudio had assured him. There was no evidence of recent infection, or, as Cebulch called it, infestation. So Cebulch kept the unsettling information to himself, took all the extra security precautions Claudio recommended, and convinced the security lab to do a new forensic analysis on his phone every few weeks, just to be sure. Finally, a month later, in that splashy, gilded hotel in Budapest, Cebulch was about to get the lowdown on what exactly had happened inside his iPhone, and how it connected to a much larger story of cyber surveillance. Again, sorry to not be able to reveal everything, because most of it will be revealed, the whole extent of our project, in our meeting in Paris in May. Frederick Obermeyer said to Cebulch and Andras by way of introduction. So we would focus on what we know so far from Hungary. We know that several hundred numbers from Hungary were targeted. We have reason to believe they were targeted by a state actor from Hungary. Part of Direct 36's role, Frederick and Bastian explained, would be to help identify people in our data who might be willing to let us run forensics on their cell phones. Hungarians who could also be trusted to keep mum while we completed the investigation. Frederick and Bastian ran through a few of the selected Hungarian targets already identified by name. One of Orban's key ministers, now retired for instance. He's not even an outspoken critic, Andras noted. And a member of one of the most important opposition parties in Hungary. Are you going to tell him? Andras asked of the opposition politician. We would rather try to first speak with him, Frederick said. If we have a super good feeling, and if you also agreed that one can kind of trust him, but we would first of all leave the decision to you." "I'm skeptical," Bastian said, worried the former minister might not be willing to remain silent until our story broke, because he is very outspoken. "I don't know him well," Andrash said. "I spoke with him only a couple of times. But here's the danger. He likes talking, and when you talk to him, he tells you everything." "Okay," Frederick added. "So that's a no-go." That's when Frederick opened up his laptop and unveiled to Sabolch and Andrash the real gem in our possession. He took out an unassuming-looking memory stick, plugged it into a USB port, and accessed our list with the protocols Claudio and Danica had tailored for the Pegasus project. The file was encrypted, and Frederick typed in the 3 long and complicated passwords. Voila, there it was, finally, for Sabolch and Andrash to see. Hundreds of selected cell phone numbers categorized under the heading of Hungary. Some identified by name, and some not. Frederick and Bastian were going to send backups of Sabolch's and Andrash's separate contact files to the security lab in Berlin later that night, to see if Claudio and Danica could match other names to the still unidentified Hungarian cell numbers on the list. Frederick scrolled down through the list as Sabolch and Andrash looked for names they recognized. "Oh, she's a former ambassador to China, and now she's an advisor to Orban, foreign policy advisor," Sabolch said, pointing out one familiar name. "I have her number." "Ooh, okay," Andrash said. "He's in finance, investment banker." "I think it's really interesting to see how many people are not there for criminal reasons, but for purely political reasons," Bastian told them. "For me, from Germany, that's a big scandal." "This will be one in Hungary, I bet," Sabolch added. Sabolch found himself experiencing a déjà vu moment, reliving the strange sensations that had washed over him when he had first learned he'd been targeted by cyber surveillance weapons. "I was very excited that I was presented with this database, and there was this possibility to work from it, but it was also really unnerving," he said later. "I remember especially the name of this guy who worked in Viktor Orban's own government. He's a retired, old, very respected, very kind economist, respected throughout the political spectrum. And to see his name among the victims of surveillance, that was the biggest shock because there's basically no wrongdoing that he could have been involved in. And then seeing the names of very shady people in the same list, Hungarian mobsters who were occupying all the police bulletins, and on the evening news back in the 90s, mobsters involved in organized crime and violence. Some Arabic characters there, and Russian names, which, we suspect of being legitimate targets of either counterintelligence or counterterrorism investigations. And then finally seeing my name among terrorism suspects or suspected drug dealers. That's shocking. That there's someone operating the system to whom it just doesn't matter if they surveil a serious criminal or young investigative journalists like myself. Before they broke up the meeting for the night, Frederick and Bastian presented Sabolch with much more detailed information from the forensic analysis Claudio and Danica had completed on his phone. "They basically created a timeline of what they saw on your phone," Frederick explained. "The timestamps of the cyber attacks in 2019 were identified down to the day, the hour, the minute." Sabolch had his calendar out, matching the timeline. He remembered he had been investigating the growing Trump-Orban relationship, which involved a lot of talk of weapons sales. "That day I was meeting with an arms dealer," he said, pointing to one of the lines in the chronology from the security lab. "That one?" Frederick asked. "In Hungary?" "Yes, that story had a U.S. angle and a Russian angle." "And Hungarian?" said Frederick. "Hungarian as well," Sabolch explained. "And also some Israeli angle. The guy I was meeting noticed that there was also someone sitting next to us from a certain embassy. who was known to work for the intelligence agency of that foreign country. "Oh, wow," Frederick said. And Bastian pressed Sabolch. "Can you tell us?" It was the United States. Sabolch wanted some clarity on one last thing concerning forensics. Claudia had told him that whoever had infected his iPhone had only exfiltrated between 50 and 100 megabytes of data. "I assumed those were not pictures or videos, but rather texts," Sabolch said. But neither Frederick nor Bastian could say for sure. "We have to fear for the worst," Frederick explained. "My assumption is chat logs," Sabolch said, almost pleading now. "The assumption is that everything that you saw on your cell phone was accessed, and everything that you spoke and wrote," Frederick said. "Even a signal message that is, in theory, encrypted could be read using this technology. Because when you are typing it, then basically it would be intercepted there. So it would not be intercepted on the way, when it's already encrypted, but while you type it in. But it cannot access the encrypted messages I am receiving and reading," Sabolch asked. "Just what I'm typing." "They can basically access everything that you see," Frederick told him. "If you're receiving a signal message that was encrypted on the way, as soon as you read it, and you can see it here, on your phone, then they can access it." "Okay," Sabolch said, smiling through obvious pain. "This is the huge danger," Frederick told him. "Because we all, as journalists, were feeling kind of secure, even after the whole Snowden NSA revelations. That as soon as we used technology like Signal, that our communications were kind of secure. This is a huge threat for all of us, and our sources." When Frederick and Bastian showed up at the DDECT 36 office for a second meeting the next day, Claudio and Danica had already matched more than a dozen numbers from Sabolch's contact list with numbers in our data. Sabolch took one of the matching numbers and typed it into his phone. "Well," he sighed, "that seems to be our colleague working here." "At the paper?" Bastian asked. "We don't have a name for this number." Sabolch identified the number as belonging to Andras Szabo, who was at work in the next room. "So, a second colleague from DDECT 36, Bastian said. "That's annoying." Sabolch called Andras Szabo into the conference room to get his permission for the forensics. Then the team uploaded a backup of Andras's iPhone to the security lab, and the preliminary results came back an hour or so later. Frederick presented the findings to Sabolch, Andras Petu, and Andras Szabo. This represented fully half of the DDECT 36 editorial staff. It looks like he was compromised on June 13th, 2019, and again on September 24th, same year, 2019, Frederick told them. "Me?" Andras Szabo said, looking stunned. "Yes, you." "Wow. I think it would be good to go through your calendar and your memories, basically," Frederick suggested. "I have a problem," Andras Szabo explained. "Last year, the Hungarian police invited me as a witness in a case, and before these police came to pick me up, I deleted a lot of stuff from my calendar." Sabolch was already scanning the DDECT 36 archives to identify the stories his colleague had published back in the relevant months of 2019. Just before the initial cyber attack, Andras had published an investigation into Orban's Minister of Communications. The Fidesz official and his wife had both been gifted luxury cars by a company with ties to Russia. Then he did a story on an opposition poll suspected of financial fraud. Then one on the construction contract for a Hungarian nuclear power plant project that had been given to the Russian corporation, Rosatom. Andras explained he had important anonymous sources on the nuclear plant story. "So it could be somebody trying to find out who your sources are," Frederick posited. Or maybe your sources tipped the government. Maybe, Andras said. He didn't know what to think. But a few things were clear to the Direct 36 team. This was going to be a big story, and there was a lot of work to be done. I think it would be good if you could go through your notes again and think about which sources could be in danger, Frederick suggested. Just those 2 days? Andras asked. As far as we understand the system now, those were the days the infections took place, Frederick told them. But that doesn't mean it's only those days. It could be that someone was listening and reading afterward. Andras Petu, ever the editor, reminded Sabolch and Andras Sabo that they needed to keep all this information between the three of them. For now, he said, it was best if they told none of their co-workers. Don't even put it in your computer that this meeting took place, Frederick cautioned. Don't speak to anyone about it. The confirmation of infection on Andras Sabo's iPhone marked the end of a very productive month at the security lab in Berlin, including the recent confirmation of an iPhone belonging to a reporter in Mexico. Claudia and Danica had found traces of Pegasus left behind on 10 different cell phones in that brief time, across at least 4 separate countries. The success rate was, in Claudio's experience, off the charts. Even the handful of iPhones that came back clean had been useful in helping Amnesty International's 2-man cybersecurity team catalog the millions of legitimate process names in iOS or in apps installed from the Apple Store. There's no documentation for any of it, Claudio told us. It's not like Apple publishes the details. So there's been a process of understanding and getting more familiar with the iPhone operating system as well. The sudden rush of forensic analyses had swelled the security lab's list of legitimate iOS process names, but it had also swelled the list of illegitimate Pegasus-generated process names. Glaringly apparent was the fact that somebody at NSO was cleverly naming the malicious Pegasus processes to help camouflage the attacks. Adding or subtracting or moving a letter here, changing a digit there. Apple's legitimate CK keyrole D, for instance, became NSO's malicious CK keyrole FD. FS events D became events FSSD. NE helper became NE help RD. Com center root helper became comms center root helper. XPC role account D became role account D. The more we look at phones, Danica reported, the more we gather indicators. We kind of have to build a database of indicators. The increase in that database was crucial. By feeding this growing list of malicious process names into its brain, the Security Lab forensic tool was learning how to win, as one of our partners later opined, the world's most complicated game of spot the difference. Claudio and Danica were clearly gaining confidence in their evolving forensic tool late in April, and with good reason. They had just found traces of a Pegasus attack on Indian journalist M.K. Venu's iPhone, which seemed to be clean when they first analyzed it back in March. But it turned out that at least one Pegasus-generated process name that Claudio and Danica had discovered in Lineg Bredu's iPhone, OTPGREFD, was also sitting in the backup of MK's iPhone, stored on a drive at the security lab. Once you feel like you unlock something new you didn't know before, you'd go back and look at previous evidence, Claudio told us. Perhaps you find some things that you have missed before, or interpreted differently. Patterns and similarities that connected Pegasus end users were beginning to emerge. Multiple malicious NSO-produced spyware processes Claudio and Danica had discovered were operating on multiple infected iPhones, whether the NSO client was in India, Morocco, Mexico, Hungary, or any of the countries in our list. The recent forensics had also revealed some signature differences among NSO customers, making it possible to track and confirm exactly where specific digital attacks had originated. Each NSO licensee, it appeared from evidence in the cell phones, was using its own particular set of fabricated iCloud accounts to assist in launching attacks. Claudio and Danica had found multiple instances of iPhones being surreptitiously contacted at a key early stage of the Pegasus exploit by NSO-generated iCloud accounts with specific email addresses. Records of these iCloud or iMessage contacts, all of them using fake names, were then logged in a file deep in the phone. The victims of NSO's Moroccan clients might have been contacted by fakes such as burgers.079@gmail.com or Naomi Worf 772@gmail.com or Bogard Lisa 803@gmail.com or Lena Keller@gmail.com. The victims of Indian clients by lee.85.holland@gmail.com or beckerfred@gmail.com or taylorjade0303@gmail.com. MK Venu's phone and two others from India had been contacted by herbrude2@gmail.com. Hungarian targets Szabolcs Panyi and András Szabo had both been secretly contacted by the make-believe Jessica Davies 1345@outlook.com and her make-believe sister Emma Davies 8266@gmail.com. The deep and widening forensic analysis was also affording Claudio and Danica fresh insight into the capabilities of the engineers and coders who were designing and building the Pegasus system. The genius of the technical team at NSO headquarters north of Tel Aviv was not apparent in the malware Pegasus licensees were using to spy on an iPhone and its owner. Kind of shitty, Claudio calls it, when pressed. The really sophisticated part of Pegasus isn't actually the Pegasus malware itself, Danica says, but the exploit, the actual way of injecting the spyware on the phone, is quite complicated, and it is something that changes all the time. The sophisticated weaponry that NSO's Pegasus system was deploying to inject its quite ordinary spyware was engineered to exploit vulnerabilities in, say, the Apple software and apps running on an iPhone. The security lab had already detected exploits engineered to attack through iMessage and Apple Photos. These weapons are known in the cybersecurity field as zero-day exploits, because that's exactly how much time a tech company like Apple or Google or Microsoft has known about the issue, and that's exactly how much time they have to fix the problem before an attack. 0 days. None. It's already too late. If an exploit can evade enough security protections and technical mitigations, it can eventually jailbreak the device and write whatever malicious code it desires into the iPhone. But as Claudio and Danica explained to us, a single exploit is rarely enough to break down modern cyber defenses and get access to the device. Researchers often need a chain of 3 or more exploits to do the trick, which means these sorts of weapons require a lot of man-hours and money to develop, and they all start with a really skilled hacker or cyber researcher discovering a weakness in Apple's software and making sure it's kept a secret until they can sell it to the highest bidder. Claudio and Danica understood enough about the 0 days market to know that a single, reliable exploit chain might go for $1 million or more. They had also seen and heard enough to believe that NSO was likely expending considerable cash on in-house research to develop its own proprietary 0-day weapons. The scale of NSO's business operations, with paying customers in dozens of countries, almost demanded it. It's completely worth it for NSO if they have to spend $5 million a year on an exploit room for iPhone, Claudio told us. If they can sell Pegasus to 50 different customers and they all pay millions. Claudio was convinced by what he was seeing that the researchers, coders, and engineers at NSO were engaged in a constant game of hide-and-seek with one of the most, reputedly, security-conscious tech companies on the planet, Apple. Apple patches when they know about it, Claudio says. But Apple can only fight what they know is out there. If they don't know about it, they can't patch. Apple's model is to fix what they can fix, but then create as much friction as possible. Remember, when you say, "I want one iMessage exploit," it's never one exploit, he explained. When an iPhone gets compromised with an iMessage exploit, they are using maybe 3, 4, 5 different exploits packaged in one. There's so many things that NSO technicians have to compromise with an iPhone that make it a lot more complicated. They need to compromise a number of different security measures that Apple put into place purposely to add layers of complications before you can successfully get complete ownership of the device. The difficulty with compromising an iPhone is that you have to have a functioning exploit for all of these different security layers, and all of it be reliable and working at once. They have to subvert all these other components of the operating system. One of them might get patched in the night, and they need to find something else to replace that one. So it's just not that straightforward. It's a pretty complex process. Laurent and I still had some serious concerns. Omar Radi and Khadija Ismailova right at the top. But the Pegasus project had moved well down the tracks on both the forensic analysis and the journalism in the month of April. We had identified important new partners, confirmed a number of infections, settled on key storylines. We were already beginning to plan a meeting for a much wider circle of partners to help us pursue those stories. On top of that, I felt like we were also beginning to get a handle on just what drove the rise and growth of NSO, as well as the spectacular overreach that followed. The world's most famous and infamous cyber surveillance company, from its founders down to its overworked researchers, had clearly come to understand the power and possibilities of vulnerability. You could say they built their entire business model on vulnerability. They did it in a country that had learned how to live with fear and how to conquer it. Chapter 14. The First Don't. When CEO Tim Cook and his gurus were deciding where to situate Apple Inc.'s largest R&D facility outside the United States, they have few limits. The company's annual net profits were around $40 billion a year and climbing, as was the global market share of its mobile phone. Cook and Company had the planet to choose from, and they picked a mid-sized suburb pinched between sea and desert, 7,500 miles from their headquarters in Cupertino, California, in a country with less than 9 million inhabitants, and a gross domestic product in the vicinity of Norway's and Nigeria's. Apple erected a gleaming 21st century glass box of an eco-friendly building in that faraway spot and reserved 180,000 square feet of office space for 700 of its employees, with room to grow. The talk in that building and beyond was that this new facility would be the launchpad for future versions of Apple's signature product, the iPhone. If anybody at Apple had an inkling that a few dozen NSO cyber researchers right around the corner from the new digs were spending their days and nights hunting for weaknesses to exploit in the iPhone operating software, they didn't show it. NSO was barely known at the time and not really on Apple's threat radar, so the relatively small spyware company's presence certainly didn't shake the conviction that the business district of Herzliya, just north of Tel Aviv, was the place to be. Apple is in Israel, Tim Cook said on his visit to inaugurate the new R&D center in February 2015, because the engineering talent here is incredible. Talent in Herzliya was hard to miss. An air of ambition and confidence permeated the restaurants and bars, catering to the thousands of cybersecurity specialists and coders and software engineers working at dozens of neighborhood tech firms. The talk at table was often loud and learned and argumentative, whether debating the merits of the latest dating app or the latest job listings, must possess a deep knowledge of radical Islam, or the latest elections. This cohort was among the brightest 1% in Israel. The government had the test scores to prove it, working in the most lucrative and most glamorous field in the country. These young men and women were quite literally the chosen people, identified as school children as possessors of uncommon intelligence, then encouraged to pursue math, physics, and computer science, and to prepare for their extraordinary personal destinies. The way Europeans seek talent and cultivate skills on the soccer pitch, and Americans seek talent and cultivate skills on the basketball court, Israelis spend their time and energy creating the magicians of cyber. The best of the best, known as Russ Gadol, or big brains, are filtered at age 17 or 18 and slotted into the Israeli Army's cyber intelligence units, where they can do their mandatory military service at a reasonable bodily remove from the dangers of combat. When the IDF, the Israeli Defense Forces, really wants to get someone, they might send officers to speak to this young person's parents, convincing them it's best for their son or daughter to go and study, and this will give them the best start for their life, says one of the Rosh Gadol. That's like the common thing around here. Every Jewish mother wants their son to be a tech engineer these days, not a doctor. Doctor is second place. The IDF demands a longer term of service for its cyber warriors, but offers in return a combination of training, coursework, real-world experience, and affirmation. Anything is possible, was the message members of this elite unit got from their commanders. You can open any door if you just put your mind to it. The 1,000 or so Rosh Gadol who finish their service and enter the private sector each year walk away with instant connection to high-paying, high-tech jobs. They often follow their ex-team leaders into new startup tech companies, lured in part by the very real possibility that they are in on the next big thing. Evidence abounded by 2015. There was plenty of talk in Herzliya and other high-tech hotbeds in Israel about startling new deals for companies led by former IDF cyber specialists. An Israeli tech startup reportedly sold it to Oracle for $50 million, another to Apple for $300 million, another to Cisco for $500 million. Microsoft bought a data privacy firm for a rumored $320 million. Facebook paid $150 million for a mobile analytics company. PayPal, $60 million, for a company that sees hacks coming before they happen. Even if the real purchase prices were half the rumor figure, they were still pretty good. Anything is possible. You can open any door if you just put your mind to it. The Israeli cyber specialists were the pride of a nation, a tiny country in the Middle East. Then Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu often boasted, had made itself the equal of Russia, China, the United Kingdom, and the United States in high tech. Israel receives roughly 1/5 the world's global private investment in cybersecurity, Netanyahu said in 2017. And given that we are 1/10 of 1% of the world's population, it means we're punching about 200 times above our weight. Not 2 times, not 10 times, and not even 100 times. 200 times above our weight, which means there's something here that defies numerical size. How does a tiny nation carved from a desert become, within 70 years of its founding, one of the world's 5 cyber technology superpowers? Ask that question of anybody who got their cyber training in the Israeli military, from foot soldier to top commander, and they will tell you it all boils down to 2 things: vulnerability and need. The State of Israel was founded to secure for the Jewish people something they had been denied in modern history: a place of their own, where they could live by their own lights and thrive, beyond threat of the next pogrom or the next Holocaust. This has been one hell of a struggle, maddeningly enduring and often bloody, because Israel is an island surrounded by countries that don't really want it there. Governments in the neighborhood reigned from the cold and unfriendly to the hostile, to the irrational and hateful. A few have attempted to destroy the Jewish safe haven by force of arms. The continuing existence of Israel has depended on constant watchfulness, on identifying and shoring up their own points of weakness at any given moment, on the ability to anticipate where the next strike might happen. The attack could be armored batteries rolling into Israeli territory, or lone suicide bombers intent on murdering a few dozen private citizens in bars, restaurants, or bus stops. If the Israelis are not good, says a former technical director in the French intelligence services, they suffer. The Israelis understood this from the beginning, back when Prime Minister David Ben-Gurion was constructing the new country's defense doctrine in the late 1940s. Military intelligence, the ability to predict new threats and supply early warning. was a crucial pillar in Ben-Gurion's doctrine. This is the reason we need early warning, says Ehud Schnorrison, a former commander in the IDF's elite intelligence unit. If we had tried to fund an army as big as our neighbors, we would have collapsed economically during the first 2 or 3 years. And I don't know how we could have survived. If you look at the Americans, intelligence is not as important, as you can see from the period from Pearl Harbor to Hiroshima. Americans are big enough that they can take a huge blow at the beginning of World War II, and they can, kick your ass after 3 or 4 years. We don't have 3 or 4 years. We have 48 hours. This is the way we live. Intelligence is very important. That imperative was hardened and purified into something like steel after the Yom Kippur War in 1973, when Egypt and Syria launched a synchronized two-offensive blitz that the IDF did not see coming. By the time Israel's under-resourced 7th Armored Brigade halted the Syrian tanks at Evans on the Golan Heights, and reinforcements helped push them back to the edge of Damascus and saved the state of Israel, according to Defense Minister Moshe Dayan, the IDF had determined they would never again suffer that kind of intelligence failure. Over the next 5 decades, Israel fed the best of its brainpower into its elite military intelligence service, known as Unit 8200, to make sure there would be no repeat disaster. The top-secret unit, its members were not allowed to speak its name or tell their closest family about their assignment, evolved with technology from analog to digital, from landline to cell phone, and always one step ahead. Innovation mattered above all in Unit 8200, and innovation could come from anywhere in the ranks. The Rosh Gadol who landed in 8200 weren't selected merely for their phenomenal test scores in math and physics. The scores were just the first filter. The potential intelligence ops were also screened for a certain suppleness of mind, a distrust of the common wisdom, and a willingness to challenge superiors. Debate was encouraged in 8200. Ideas trumped rank. You're put into small teams where you study, brainstorm, train, analyze, solve problems from early in the morning to very late at night. An 8200 veteran told a reporter from Forbes in 2016. It's not a passive approach to information. The cyber intelligence specialists in 8200 worked long and hard, sometimes full 24 to 48-hour shifts during special operations. The young techs might spend their days and nights listening in on suspected terrorist cells, disabling an enemy's early warning system before an Israeli airstrike, helping to engineer the Stuxnet malware that crippled Iran's nuclear program, or providing eyes and ears, by remote, for a secret combat mission. A young cyber soldier could find herself on the phone with a curious cabinet minister, or an Israeli general, or a commander, whose troops were, at that very moment, in a life-and-death firefight. It's a hyper-stressed, hyper-worked technical environment where you have to make real choices, says one veteran of 8200. Always under the gun to make decisions in time to be meaningful to somebody. Nobody tells you exactly what to do. They tell you, this is the problem, go figure it out, with a crazy deadline. So you're inventing, being entrepreneurial, and only understanding what you are doing after the fact. But you have to do it, because you don't have any other choice to meet the mission you were given. I was 19, another ex-8200 soldier told the reporter from Forbes. All my friends in the States are doing their undergraduate work. You're doing that. By far, it was the period in my life where I had the most responsibility and the most impact to other people. You're also part of this secret thing, says another former member of Unit 8200. Sometimes you know about special operations or special abilities that nobody knows about outside, and you feel you're special and a part of this special ring. Maybe the Prime Minister of Israel and the Defense Minister and a few others know, but not a lot of others. So it's pretty big. In the few years after Apple set up its new R&D facility in the promised to land and peopled it with the highly trained Rosh Gadol from Unit 8200, the Israeli cybersecurity industry boomed. The data was all there in the charts that Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu liked to flash on the big screen every year during his speeches at CyberTech and Cyber Week in Tel Aviv. The number of cybersecurity firms in Israel had grown from 171 in 2013 to 420 in 2017. Private investments had sextupled in those same 4 years to more than $800 million. Team 8, a seed fund started by a former commander of 8200, was nearing the $100 million mark after new investments from Microsoft, Qualcomm, and Citi. The personal investment fund of Google executive chairman Eric Schmidt had been one of the first to kick money into that fund. So, Tim Cook and Apple were in the flood tide. Amazon, Google, and Microsoft had operations in Israel along with NEC and IBM and Cisco. We have special programs for a comfortable landing for companies that are coming here, Netanyahu explained. Netanyahu had become the chief proselytizer for the new industry, which gave him plenty chances to take credit as its chief visionary. The prime minister had taken a good look over the horizon and seen approaching danger. Israel had the stats on that too, from 20,000 cyber attacks per week to almost 700,000 in just 3 years, which meant, as Netanyahu said, there is a tremendous business opportunity in the never-ending quest for security. His pitches to international audiences of government defense experts, cybersecurity specialists, and salivating private investors also gave Netanyahu plenty of chances to take credit as the lead architect of his country's biggest growth sector. The Netanyahu government had invested vast sums of money in our military intelligence, which goes to the army, the Mossad, Shin Bet, to other arms as well. The then prime minister told one cyber gathering in Tel Aviv. So we create an enormous number of knowledge workers, people who can deal with the internet, can deal with the ramifications of this revolution, both as workers and as entrepreneurs. And this is what we did in Israel. We took the sunk costs and created a business environment. The Netanyahu government was executing a list of do's and don'ts to create this environment, consistent with its long drive to convert Israel's controlled economy, not quite socialist, but semi-socialist, into an oasis of free market capitalism. Because markets know better than politicians, Netanyahu would say, even prime ministers. The do's included tax breaks for cybersecurity entrepreneurs and their financial backers, and public investment. The Netanyahu government built a national security laboratory next to a major university campus. Beersheba used to be known for camels and palm trees from the days of Abraham, Netanyahu says. Beersheba means 7 wells. Now there are wells of human creativity and cyber creativity. Everybody works together there in a small place. Government, academia, the private sector. The best young minds we have. Netanyahu's list of don'ts was much smaller. Only one, really. The first don't, he told the attendees of the Cyber Tech conference in Tel Aviv in January 2017, is don't overregulate. That one and only don't was a crucial driver of the constantly upward growth curve enjoyed by Israel's cyber industry. But NSO Group belonged to a small and sensitive subset of that industry, representing only about 5% of that sector, according to an estimate by the chief of Israel's National Cyber Directorate back in 2017, that needed close regulation. Most companies in Israel were marketing strictly defensive technologies that protected governments and businesses against cyber attack. NSO's signature technology, the Pegasus system, was engineered to invade and then take over a mobile phone in order to surveil the owner. This was a military-grade offensive weapon. Anybody who had seen stories about the terror attacks at Charlie Hebdo, or the Bataclan Theater in Paris, or a holiday party in San Bernardino, California, or a nightclub in Orlando, Florida, or the synagogue in Copenhagen cannot doubt the necessity or the value of cyber surveillance weapons like Pegasus. There were 7,000 people killed in more than 1,400 separate ISIS-led terror attacks around the world in 2016 alone. In Germany, Belgium, Turkey, Kazakhstan, Indonesia, Bangladesh, Pakistan, and Saudi Arabia, just to name a few. Disrupting terror attacks before they happened was the great hope at that moment, and tools like Pegasus were much sought. As a purveyor of these coveted offensive cyber weapons, NSO did have to operate within a regulatory regimen overseen by Israel's Ministry of Defense. The MOD required 2 separate licenses spelled out in the country's Defense Export Control Act. NSO and any other Israeli company selling these military-grade cyber weapons needed official permission just to talk to potential clients, and official permission to provide the technology to an end user. The MOD restricted sales to government entities like law enforcement and national security agencies and, in theory, restricted the countries to which Pegasus could be exported. The restrictions had a lot of give in the joints in 2017. Pegasus and the like was a fairly new technology, so the government minders hadn't really caught on to the potential for abuse. Then, too, cyber surveillance enjoyed the don't overregulate ethic that protected the rest of the cybersecurity industry in Israel. The Netanyahu government, according to the head of its National Cyber Directorate, was there to clear the way for the private sector to do its thing. The only hard and fast rule written into the Defense Export Control Act was that these cyber surveillance systems cannot be sold to a country that was under an official United Nations Security Council arms embargo. This took North Korea, Lebanon, Libya, and a handful of African countries off the table. But the Israeli MOD had discretion to permit sales of the Pegasus system to any other foreign government, and the Prime Minister's office had the power to override any MOD denial. The bulk of NSO's MOD licenses at the time involved law enforcement clients in Europe, which, as one French national security professional explained to us, was gaining the reputation as the soft underbelly for potential terrorists. European law enforcement really needed this tool, and they were a relatively uncontroversial client base. These cops were almost always bound to seek court-approved warrants to use the spyware on an individual. The bulk of the company's revenue, however, came from big spending countries with dicey human rights records, most notably the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. The Israeli defense chieftains trusted NSO with sales to regimes like Saudi Arabia or the UAE or Morocco because they trusted NSO executives to abide by the one unwritten but inviolable rule. They kept their mouths shut about the identities of their end users. There was talk among the 8200 alums that the company might be walking dangerously close to the ethical line. Many preferred to steer clear. A few even made it plain to recruiters at other companies that they didn't care to use their skills on anything but defense, true cybersecurity, and they wouldn't work for any company trafficking in spyware. But with Unit 8200 disgorging 1,000 or so hyper-trained cyber brains every year, Shalev Julio and Omri Lavi didn't have much trouble filling their growing ranks with capable young men and women. Shalev did have to work a little harder than most because he was an outsider among the Rosh Gadol, who don't have a lot of trust for outsiders to begin with. He's like a very nice person, but he gives me a feeling of a car salesman, says one cybersecurity engineer Shalev tried to recruit. Always has a big smile and talking and trying to sell you. He's a very friendly person, but every time I check a little bit deeper about something he said, nothing adds up. What Shalev and Omri did have going for them in corporate recruitment, even as outsiders, was that the stated values of NSO were not so different from Unit 8200's. We're saving lives here. The work itself was challenging too, like the chance to go head-to-head with Apple's engineers, reputed to be the best and the best resourced in the cybersecurity business, and the chance to get the better of them. NSO became very good about 2017 and 2018, says a former commander of 8200, because the deals they had with the Gulf infused tons of money into the company, and because of working with the Europeans and against real targets, I think it matured to their technology. If you were a young Rosh Gadol just entering the job market, the pay was a serious draw. And NSO hire right out of the Army might see his salary jump from $2,500 a month to $25,000 overnight. Back in 2017, that was certainly enough to make it possible to ignore the sideways glances of the 8200 alums who stuck to the defense side of cyber, or to dismiss Moses' talk around Herzliya. They have the third tier of talent that we have in Israel, an executive at a successful startup in Tel Aviv would say. These are the guys that don't have the right sense of smell. We have a saying in Hebrew that money always has a smell, and they don't smell the stinky smells of where that money came from. Whatever the talk among the world of 8200, Shalev and Omri and the rest of NSO must have taken heart in the support they got from the Israeli officialdom, like when Citizen Lab produced a series of reports toward the end of 2017 about the abuses of Pegasus technology in Mexico. Researchers in Toronto had documented Pegasus spyware attacks against about 20 people there, including reporters, human rights lawyers, opposition politicians, and even the outspoken parents of one of the student teachers taken off the bus and murdered by a drug cartel in Ayotzinapa. When Shalev and Omri refused to speak to any specific charges, but suggested instead a nefarious anti-Semitic plot afoot within Citizen Lab, Israeli government apparatchiks joined the chorus-singing cabal and conspiracy. I can tell you that's for sure that we see the fingerprints and footprints of anti-Israel and even anti-Semitic elements at Citizen Lab, says one of Netanyahu's key advisors from the time, without adducing a whit of evidence. The Citizen Lab reports did prompt a legal petition in Israel to forbid the sales of Pegasus to governments that regularly violated human rights, but the petition was waved away. The Supreme Court in Israel refused to interfere with MOD decision-making, or to air the suit in public, or to even release the full text of the judgment to the public. The judges agreed with the Netanyahu government that the details of the cyber weapons license needed to be kept under seal. Our economy, as it happens, rests not a little on that export, Supreme Court President Justice Esther Hayut had once said. The protection afforded by this government-wrought cloak of secrecy had swelled Shalev's confidence to something approaching impunity by 2018. The sense of invincibility was hard to miss in the aftermath of the violent assassination of Saudi journalist Jamal Khashoggi, who was a contributing columnist for the Washington Post. News of the shocking murder of this occasional critic of the Saudi royal family made headlines around the world in October 2018. Khashoggi had been lured to the Saudi consulate in Istanbul, Turkey, where a team of 15 men killed him, sawed him into bits, and disposed of the body. The CIA's official assessment was that the operation was authorized by Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman. The kill team, according to the CIA report, included 7 members of the Rapid Intervention Force, MBS's personal protective detail. The RIF exists to defend the Crown Prince, answers only to him, and had directly participated in earlier dissident suppression operations in the kingdom and abroad at the Crown Prince's direction. We judge that members of the RIF would not have participated in the operation against Khashoggi without Mohammed bin Salman's approval. The NSO spyware was also implicated in the Saudis' latest dissident suppression operation. Pegasus had reportedly been used by the kingdom to track Khashoggi and a number of people in his circle. One of them had filed his own lawsuit against NSO in Tel Aviv. Shalev, who was then in the middle of a deal with another private equity firm to restructure the company and pump some more cash into its operation, one only publicity campaign to defend NSO and its hundreds of dedicated employees. This campaign culminated in a one-on-one interview with Leslie Stahl of 60 Minutes in March 2019. It's been reported that you yourself went to Riyadh in Saudi Arabia. You yourself sold Pegasus to the Saudis for $55 million. Stahl told Shalev near the top of the broadcast interview. Shalev just grinned. Don't believe newspapers, he said. Is that a denial? Stahl pressed. Shalev remained silent, still grinning. No, Stahl said. Shalev more than held his own after that, though, crediting Pegasus with saving tens of thousands of lives. He claimed that he knew of only 3 real cases of misuse in the 8 years of NSO's existence. Out of thousands of cases of saving lives, 3 was a misuse. And those people, or those organizations that misuse the system, they're no longer a customer, and they will never be a customer again. On the question of the alleged cyber surveillance of Jamal Khashoggi and his close friends and relatives, Shalev was direct and unequivocal. The Khashoggi murder is horrible, really horrible, he said. And therefore, when I first heard their accusations that our technology had been used on Jamal Khashoggi or on his relatives, I started an immediate check about it. And I can tell you very clearly, we had nothing to do with this horrible murder. I can tell you that we've checked, and we have a lot of ways to check. And I can guarantee you, our technology was not used on Jamal Khashoggi or his relatives. Chapter 15. New Techniques. Sundrine. Claudio Guarnieri had developed uncommon mental and physical dexterity in a decade of tracking cyber surveillance weapons like Pegasus. Just this moment, on the floor of Le Mans' barely lit auditorium, at the end of a long day in early May 2021, Claudio was putting both to good use. The head of Amnesty International's security lab was sitting in a low-slung armchair, his legs akimbo, with his right ankle resting on his left knee to form his own working table. He was typing furiously on a laptop that rested on that makeshift table, while occasionally glancing at the screen of an Android phone, which was connected to the laptop by a short wire and rested precariously on the arch of his right shoe. Claudio was also mindful of the Pulitzer Prize-winning reporter seated just a few feet away and nudging closer, trying to make out the characters dancing across the screen of his laptop. Dana Priest, of The Washington Post, had lots of questions. "Okay, what does that mean?" she asked, pointing at his screen. "Just 1 second," Claudio said, patiently, and continued typing in silence for about half a minute. "All right," he finally said, picking up the cell phone to read something on the screen. "I think I found something." "Oh, good," Dana said, and then watched as Claudio fell silent again, and went back to punching keys on his laptop, and glancing over at the phone on his shoe, and punching more keys. This went on for 3 excruciating minutes, while Dana cooled her jets. She really wanted the secrets inside that cell phone unlocked, like right now, because there was a very real chance that device held evidence of Pegasus spyware used against one of Jamal Khashoggi's relatives around the time of his assassination. For Dana and everybody else from The Washington Post, especially after Shalev Julio's repeated denials, implicating Pegasus in Khashoggi's murder was, as Dana called it, the golden get. Each of our growing number of reporting partners understood the potential explosiveness of this story. If we could nail it down, it would likely be the marquee story of the day one rollout of the Pegasus Project publication. But Dana was especially invested. She had met Jamal Khashoggi on a trip to Bahrain in 2013, and always remembered him as soft-spoken and cautious. He was clear-eyed about the shortcomings of the Saudi regime at the time, but also one of its most dependable defenders, as he had been for decades. Jamal had even worked as a media advisor for the Saudi ambassador in Washington and London. But when newly anointed Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman began purging Saudis he found threatening to his personal rule, by arrest and later by execution, Jamal believed he had to choose a side. I spent 6 months silent, reflecting on the state of my country and the stark choices before me. He wrote in his debut column in the Washington Post's Global Opinion section in September 2017. "It was painful to me several years ago when several friends were arrested. I said nothing. I didn't want to lose my job or my freedom. I worried about my family. I have made a different choice now. I have left my home, my family, and my job, and I am raising my voice. To do otherwise would betray those who languish in prison. I can speak when so many cannot. I want you to know that Saudi Arabia has not always been as it is now. We Saudis deserve better." Khashoggi warned again and again that the new Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, known as MBS, was a volatile and retrograde force in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Replacing old tactics of intolerance with new ways of repression is not the answer, he wrote of MBS in April 2018. Jamal Khashoggi's willingness to raise his voice cost him. Just over a year after he published the first of his 14 global opinion columns, he was dead, brutally assassinated by the Crown Prince's chosen hit team in a foreign country. It was such an outrageous crime, Dana says. I don't remember ever having a case of a journalist who was so clearly killed by a government, without that government even trying to hide it. It broke every norm of humanity of civilized nations and of international law. And it was all just right there in our face. There were serious allegations, and even scattered bits of evidence, that Jamal or people around him had been targeted by Pegasus, which was then used to track him just before his murder, and to track his family and friends just after his death. But nothing solid enough to penetrate NSO's wall of denial. New possibilities, however, were beginning to emerge from the data that Amnesty International, Forbidden Stories, and our early partners had access to. We had identified cell phone numbers in the data belonging to Jamal's fiancée, Hatice Cengiz, and her attorney, to Jamal's son Abdullah, to Jamal's emergency contact in Istanbul, Yasin Aktay, who also happened to be a close friend of Turkish President Recep Tayyip Erdogan, even to the prosecutor in Istanbul, who was overseeing the investigation into Jamal's murder. All of those selections had taken place in the immediate aftermath of the assassination. But we hadn't yet approached any of these people about allowing the security lab to do the forensics on their cell phones. The cell phone resting on Claudio's foot that evening in May 2021 was of a higher order. The number of this cell phone had also been in the data, and its owner identified less than a month earlier by a different reporter at the Post, who had the number in her contact file. The phone belonged to Hanan Elater, an Egyptian-born stewardess living in the Washington suburb of Alexandria, Virginia, who had quietly wed Jamal in a religious ceremony 4 months before his death. Neither Hanan, the wife, nor Hatice, the fiancée, seemed to have been aware of the other. Hanan had known Jamal for almost a decade, but they had grown close in 2016, while he was living under quasi-house arrest in Saudi Arabia and often depressed. After Jamal fled to Washington in 2017, Hanan says, she called him every morning at 7 to buck him up. Jamal had promised his terrified ex-wife in Riyadh that he would quietly disappear into the U.S. and refrain from speaking ill of the Saudi regime until things changed, until it was safe. But Hanan encouraged him to accept the offer from the Washington Post, she told us, and to use his column to call attention to what was happening in his home country. The relationship turned romantic in March 2018, Hanan says, and the couple were married that June. Hanan was hesitant to help when Dana first approached her. She had lost her job with Emirates Airline and was living in hiding, afraid she and her family were being watched by the security services of Saudi Arabia and the UAE. But Dana, with the backing of Hanan's attorney, convinced her to help us. Hanan allowed Dana to do a backup of the 2 Android phones she was using in the months before Jamal's murder, which Dana uploaded to Claudio and Danica's forensic platform. Some of the lines of code looked interesting on the screens in Berlin, but Claudio had been unable to make any definite findings because, as he had already learned from long experience, Android backups offered so little data to work with. Claudio asked Dana to bring the phones with her to our all-hands-on-deck meeting in Paris in the second week of May 2021. Hanan relented, entrusting Dana with the phones and all the necessary passwords. So there sat one of those cell phones in Paris, perched face up on Claudio's shoe, while he typed away at his laptop for those 3 long minutes. Okay, so this is one, Claudio finally said to Dana, showing her an SMS message on Hanan's phone. This is one message. Is that coming to her? Dana asked. Yeah. Dana pointed out that the message was made to look like it was sent by Hanan's sister. who was inviting Hanan to download a new photo from PhotoBucket. Yeah, so this is a tactic we've seen many times, Claudio explained. They send a message pretty generic like that, and they include a link. Dana was writing down the domain name of the link sent to Hanan. https://myfiles.photo/svikhje. This is definitely a message that would have likely triggered the exploitation of the browser, Claudio said. So would the person have to click on that link? Dana asked. Yeah, they would have to click on that. And it would open the browser on the phone. And then by opening the browser, they would have attempted to trigger the exploit. Dana asked if Claudio had a date for the exploit, and he read the timestamp of the message right off the phone. April 15th, 2018. This, I think, appears also in the browser history, Claudio explained, pointing to the malicious domain name. This basically means that she probably clicked on the link at the time. Wait, sorry. What shows you that she probably clicked on it? Could be because it appeared also in the cell phone's project history, Claudio explained. Okay. And there's another one, Claudio said, while scrolling through the phone's SMS messages. This is a bit older. So just to point this out, Dana said, still processing the first date she'd heard. April 15th, 2018. This is before the murder. The revelation that evening was like so many in the middle stages of the Pegasus project. A major leap ahead, and still a bit short of the mark. We could say without caveat that an end user of Pegasus had attempted to infect a mobile phone belonging to someone in Khashoggi's most intimate circle, his wife. But Android phones simply don't retain enough digital information. There was no data usage log to record any of the malicious process executions, for instance, to quickly or easily provide evidence of a successful infection, or to allow us to say with certainty which Pegasus end user had made the attacks. Claudio trudged off that night with Hanan's 2 cell phones tucked in his backpack, promising to take a closer look back at his hotel that night. I'm going to do some more digging, he said. The one-on-one digital forensic session with Dana marked the end of 2 long and difficult days for Claudio, and for Laurent and me, and everybody else on the Pegasus project. We were in the middle of a 3.5-day conference Laurent and I had convened to reveal our investigation to a wider set of journalists, and to settle on a plan going forward. We had made enormous progress in that short stretch, but still had a lot of unanswered questions, and a lot of nervous new partners deciding how to handle the big, hot cyber surveillance potato we had just dropped in their laps. The first circle of partners, Le Monde, Die Zeit, Süddeutsche Zeitung, and The Washington Post, had all sent reporters and editors, some of them new to the team. The newer partners, all of whom had joined the project when they agreed to allow the security lab to run the forensics on employee phones, also sent reporters. This included The Wire from India, Direct 36 from Hungary, Aristegui Noticias and Proceso from Mexico, and the Organized Crime and Corruption Reporting Project, OCCRP, which specialized in Eastern Europe, the Caucasus, and Central Asia. The least settled journalists in Paris were from the media organizations who were learning the details of the Pegasus project for the first time. Folks who knew nothing of the specifics of the leak, and nothing of our reporting to date. The Belgian daily Le Soir, and the Belgian weekly investigative magazine, Canuck. The Beirut-based media site, Daraj, and The Guardian, headquartered in London. The Guardian, with an editorial staff of more than 600 and a daily average readership approaching 1 million, offered the Pegasus project an opportunity for remarkable reach and a solid team of reporters and editors. We had been eager to inform The Guardian about the data leak and get them on board, because we knew exactly what their team would bring to the Pegasus project. The newspaper had enormous resources, and Stephanie Kirchgassner and a few of The Guardian's other journalists had been doing very good reporting on cyber intelligence for many years. The Guardian had also been a trusted partner of Forbidden Stories going back to our very first project. Not including the London-based media outlet in the first circle of the Pegasus project had been a really tough call. But Laurent and I were so afraid for the security of our source that we made the difficult choice to keep the circle smaller than we had wanted. And as soon as we reached out to Paul Lewis, The Guardian's investigative editor, in late April, he began gathering a small team to join us for the meeting in Paris. Part of the allure, Paul later admitted, was the chance to get out of London, where he had been stuck during the year-long COVID pandemic. Not that our city was great fun at that point. President Emmanuel Macron had just extended France's third COVID lockdown, which meant all bars, restaurants, museums, and theaters remained closed. Streets were eerily quiet during the day, and ghostly after 7 p.m., the hour of the officially enforced curfew. All of the partners and potential partners who first gathered on the afternoon of May 11, 2021, had submitted negative results from their recently completed PCR tests. An editor from The Wire who was scheduled to attend was unable to leave India because he tested positive. The initial sessions of the 3.5-day conference, Tuesday afternoon and Wednesday morning, were loose free-for-alls at our office in the Bastille district. We had set up workstations where each of the new partners could get on a secure laptop and take a look at the reporting, fact-checking, and forensics done to this point. This was their first look at the secure platform we had set up to communicate with all the partners, where they could post their most recent reporting for all to see, and where the security lab could share the results of its forensic analyses. Claudio and the Forbidden Stories team were there to walk the newly initiated through the steps for entering the platform, then show them how to navigate through various folders, how to update files, and how to do it all in secrecy. Passwords. Lots of them. Paul Lewis remembers of his first session. Various secure protocols. A lot of them. But then, finally, we were in. And I remember looking at that stream of phone numbers with different country codes all over the world. Tens of thousands of phone numbers. Data of this kind had not been leaked before, certainly pertaining to NSO technology used by governments around the world. Not on this scale. Paul was all focus and intensity in those first sessions. Later, I'd realize that's just Paul, one of his colleagues would say. The Guardian's lead investigative editor seemed goggle-eyed as he noted people in the data that we had already identified. The sitting presidents of France and Mexico, the Prime Minister of Pakistan, the former Prime Minister of Belgium, Emirati princesses, the inner circle of the Dalai Lama. The list of identified selections included opposition politicians in the supposedly democratic nations of India, Mexico, and Hungary, human rights activists, and lawyers from around the world, journalists by the hundreds, some of them now in prison or assassinated. This could be a game changer, Paul saw immediately, a chance to reveal the growing dangers of NSO and the rest of the for-profit cyber surveillance industry run amok. What really felt overwhelming, Guardian reporter Stephanie Kirchgassner later said, was how could we possibly do justice to this treasure trove of information? As excited as I was from the first moment, there's also a real sense of responsibility. Paul found himself running the mechanics of this investigation over and over in his head. Verification, fact-checking, confirming targeting or infection through forensics, selecting the most exemplary stories, and then scrambling reporters to dig into them. Collaboration was the best way forward, he understood. The only way forward. No single news organization, not Forbidden Stories on its own, not the Washington Post or the Guardian or Le Monde or Süddeutsche Zeitung or Die Zeit. None of us could have done this on our own, he would say. The only way it was going to work is if we all worked together. The scale of the data Paul had seen that first afternoon did little to shake his conviction that this investigation would require months. The best time for publication by his reckoning was October 2021. Timing wasn't the only hurdle for Paul. He and a number of other new partners were anxious to hear more about the digital forensics we had been conducting. Claudio Guarnietti had his work cut out for him in session 3 of the meeting, when he was scheduled to present to the partners old and new, and all professionally skeptical, the security lab's methodology and its findings to date. Claudio's boss, Dana Ingleton, led off the discussion of forensics in the auditorium at Le Monde. This was the first moment representatives of all the Pegasus project partners had gathered in one room, at the same time, to listen to presentations and ask questions as a group. As any gathering of journalists, the lectures and prepared speeches quickly gave way to questions. Paul Lewis had a big one, which he asked before Dana could hand off the program to Claudio. "You said you don't know who will peer review, but can you just explain a bit more about what that means? Is it the report that's peer-reviewed, or is it the actual forensics that you're offering to another party to do their own analysis on? How do you envisage that?" Dana said she'd let Claudio answer the technical aspects of the question, but she wanted to explain one thing. The layman's term is that the peer review of the report will be a peer review of the forensics, right? She said. The problem, and I don't think it's a bad problem, it's a great problem. It's that a lot of this is really new techniques. If everybody knew how to do these forensics, we wouldn't be in the position we're in. This has been a lot of figuring it out as we go. So there isn't necessarily one person that could look at it and be like, "That's exactly right according to the textbook." Claudio and Danica, she wanted it understood, were writing a whole new textbook, much of it from scratch. I wondered if maybe Claudio was chafing a bit already. He understood the necessity for peer review, but it was like his abilities were being called into question before he had had a chance to say a word. He also understood that Citizen Lab, while unspoken, was at the center of this peer review discussion. Citizen Lab was probably the best known and best recorded cyber surveillance weapons tracker in the world at that point, particularly concerning NSO and its Pegasus system. But Laurent and I, as well as the entire team at Amnesty International Security Lab, were a bit reluctant to involve researchers from Citizen Lab in the project this early, when secrecy was crucial. We managed to table the discussion of peer review for later, and move on to Claudio's formal talk. The agenda we had distributed allotted a little more than an hour for Claudio to walk all the partners through the data we had been given access to, the forensic methodology that he and Danica had put in place, and the results they had achieved so far. 2 hours later, Claudio still had the stage. His formal presentation was interrupted by questions from the audience, but the longer he talked, the less those questions felt like challenges, and the more they felt like genuine curiosity. The more Claudio talked, the more inquisitive these journalists became. Claudio's presentation, stop and go as it became, was detailed and masterful. He explained exactly how the Security Lab's forensic tool had been evolving in the last couple of years, and exactly how the tool was learning to find previously unseen evidence of Pegasus attacks and infections. He was also frank about the limitations. He and Danica, for example, were unlikely to ever find a copy of the spyware on an infected phone. The malware is not actually stored on the phone, Claudio said in answer to one question. So if you reboot the phone, or your battery runs out, the infection cleans up. But the Pegasus end users don't care, because they were just going to re-attack you again at the next opportunity. And that's just pretty automatic. They could decide on Tuesday, we'll just get all the SMS messages, and then we'll get them again on Thursday. It's as opportunistic as it gets, because there is no condition that stops them from being successful. As long as they have the exploit working, they can exploit you like 5 times a day, and just upload whatever they want in that particular moment. He also offered the journalists in the room a brief history lesson, walking them through the various stages of the evolving and improving Pegasus technology. From the crude social engineering and SMS-based one-click exploits, to the multiple reconstitutions of the Pegasus internet infrastructure, to the deviously tweaked process execution names that mimicked legitimate iOS process names, and finally, to NSO's mastery of zero-click, zero-day exploits that took advantage of vulnerabilities its researchers had discovered in iMessage and Apple Photos. Even if Apple found a breach and patched it, Claudio explained, NSO was often capable of finding a new vulnerability and engineering a new exploit. Craig Timberg, who covered tech and tech companies for the Post, stopped Claudio for clarification. He seemed a bit surprised that the world's most security-conscious tech company hadn't blocked Pegasus. If iMessage is the main attack vector at this point, is there something about the way Apple has engineered iMessage that makes it particularly vulnerable? He asked. Is there something that they should be doing to make it harder, to make it less likely? Claudio paused for just a bit, as I had seen him do hundreds of times before, and mulled. He meant to be precise in what he said. So it's not necessarily something that Apple has done wrong with iMessage, he explained. The reason why it is so popular is the same reason why SMS messages with links were very popular at one time. And then NSO abandoned that because they got caught too often. But the reason essentially is that they know that that iMessage application will be on every iPhone. So it's a very juicy target from an exploitation perspective, because once you have one exploit, you can exploit all of them. Near the end of his presentation, Claudio told the group that time might be running out on the security lab's investigation, because Pegasus attacks were becoming more sophisticated and more difficult to detect. He suspected that NSO engineers might even be aware that the security lab, or somebody else, was now stalking Pegasus. The Watchers were watching the Watchers, watching the Watchers. They definitely have taken notice of people doing forensics, I suppose, Claudio explained. If the phone is compromised, they can see that someone is doing a backup, for example, or they might be able to. So it's becoming more difficult to do the forensics exactly for that reason. And when I say it's becoming, I mean as of the last 4 weeks. They are evidently taking steps, so it's becoming harder is the first issue. The second issue is the more we do it, the more they will pay notice. And to me, that's why it's critical that we move as fast as we can. There's nothing we can do to be invisible in this process, from a technical point of view. Nearly 2 hours in, Paul Lewis raised his hand. Can I ask 3 just really quick questions? He said. But first of all, I want to say thank you because it's a really impressive body of work. The entire audience burst into applause. The group was plainly dazzled by what they had heard. The question of peer review kept coming up in other sessions, and one of those exchanges elicited from Claudio maybe the most telling statement of the entire conference. To be frank, it was kind of surprising. Not what Claudio said, but that he said it aloud. I had been working closely with Claudio for 8 or 9 months by then, and he had always been careful not to overstate the results of the forensic analyses that he and Danica had been conducting. He was almost allergic to overhype, especially in front of a group of journalists. So he delivered this mini soliloquy in his inimitable manner. He didn't raise the volume of his voice or change the tone, or even move forward in his auditorium seat. I wanted to spend a couple of words, I guess, to contextualize what I believe is the value of the forensic evidence we have got so far. He told the full contingent of partners. The leads that the data is giving us are extraordinary, because the amount of success we're having with the forensics is, to me, unprecedented. And let me tell you that I've been working on the surveillance industry for a decade. I have probably checked hundreds of computers and phones in these years. And if I had a 0.5% success before this, it would have been good. And now I think we're close to 80%. So to me, that's a sign that this is pretty strong. This was the boldest assertion I had ever heard Claudio make about his confidence in the data and in the forensics. At that point, he even allowed himself a quick chuckle, as if he might have surprised himself. "We have all of the documentation that is needed," he continued. "The technical findings are ready to be aggregated and going to be made available as soon as necessary. And we'll make that available to whoever the group decides needs to vet the work." The other sessions included presentations by the first circle of partners about the work they had already done and the stories they were already pursuing. We covered Mexico, Hungary, Morocco, India, Azerbaijan, among others. The presentation on Saudi Arabia was the longest because the Khashoggi case was central to this project. "This would be a big deal, you know, because NSO has managed to kind of wiggle out of their responsibility in this," said one presenter. There were discussions about how to divide up the reporting in different countries, who might have ins at NSO, and what kind of response we could expect from the company in the lead-up to publication. We took time to discuss some basic ground rules: never mention NSO to a source, verify every phone number in the data, with double or triple sourcing before publishing a name, and ask permission from the victims and the selected targets before publishing their names, at least for people who were not public figures. We also took some time to discuss the proper order of the stories, which would likely roll out over 4 or 5 days, the need to have some understandings about what we would not be able to assert, and the question of how much editorial leeway the partners would have in shaping their own packages. Everybody agreed that the great opportunity of this investigation was that we could reveal the shocking scale of the weaponization of cyber surveillance tools. But scale also had its drawbacks, as was evident from the discussions we had about timing. The group had basically agreed to our suggestions about leading with the stories of human rights activists and journalists, and holding the big names for later days. We also agreed on optimal timing for when to approach government officials, politicians, celebrities, spokespeople at Apple, and other tech companies, and especially officials from NSO and their client countries. The only truly difficult issue was the publication date. Laurent and I were pushing for the middle of July, which was only about 8 weeks away. The Guardian had come to Paris hoping to persuade us to push our deadline back to the fall. After almost 3 days of meetings, it was apparent that the Guardian was not alone. Craig Timberg of the Washington Post had trouble seeing how we were going to pack all this work into 2 months. He counted at least 8 stories he thought the Post would want to tackle, and time to do maybe 3 of them well. He said, "We are going to enter a world of trade-offs of time versus depth and quality." I thought we were already close to having solid publishable stories in Mexico, India, Morocco, and Hungary. With a little luck, we could nail down the Khashoggi story. The more we prolonged this investigation, the greater the chance of burning our source. Just based on the stories in the work, mid-October is much more reasonable. I heard Laurent tell one of our new partners. But this is based on the risk assessment for the source. Bastian Obermeier of Süddeutsche Zeitung stepped up and defended our choice of July. He reminded everybody that we probably had enough leads in the data to report for 6 years and not exhaust the stories. And the initial publication was hardly the end of the investigation. Once we throw a stone in the water, there will be the chance that the story develops, that more sources will come up to us and say, "Listen, I've got more," Bastian said. "We're not throwing a small stone in the water. We have this big chunk." In the end, it was Paul Lewis who really summarized the meetings and the near future for the entire collaboration, with his own proposed trade-offs. He wanted a measure of editorial flexibility for each of the partners, and something even more crucial. The whole project obviously rests on the data, the interpretation of the data, and the forensics, he told the group. The work that Claudio and AI have done has been phenomenal. It's really fantastic. I'm in awe. But it is just one organization, and we need to be 100% sure. So for me, the peer review is really key here. And I think it's in all of our interests. I think it's in your interest, AI's interest, for us to be completely 100% sure on this. And I think if we can fix those two things, if we can be collectively comfortable with the peer review, and if we can all have more flexibility as news organizations, I think late July is possible for us. Chapter 16. A very important line of research. The row. The lawyer waved us off, and Sandrine and I asked him to place his cell phone and his laptop outside his office for our first closed-door meeting. "Look, we all know we're under surveillance," he said. "I know they can hack me." He wasn't specific about who exactly could do this hacking, but he had been specializing in press freedom and media issues for years, with many high-profile claims, including our partner, Vimond. Of course, he had adversaries who would try to run cyber surveillance on him. That's why he was careful about what went into and came out of his mobile phone. So what was the big deal? The Pegasus project partners had all agreed on a hard date for publication, less than 2 months away, and we really needed to put our legal team in place. Our lead attorney had to know everything, but we didn't feel comfortable talking about the most sensitive issues we were facing with electronics in the room. Sandrine and I insisted again. Cell phones and laptops outside the meeting. He did agree, but it was apparent he was just humoring us. This slightly blasé stance of his did not last long into our discussion. We explained to him that we were investigating NSO and its spyware system. We explained the capabilities of Pegasus, the zero-click exploits, for instance, and how an end user could activate the microphone and camera of a compromised phone by remote to capture live conversations. Veteran though he was plainly shocked by what he was hearing. He didn't ask a lot of questions while we walked him through what we had uncovered up to that day, May 21, 2021. The leaked list of 50,000 mobile phone numbers selected as potential targets by Pegasus end users around the world. Verified identities by the hundreds of those selected numbers, from journalists to human rights defenders, to opposition politicians, to private citizens who happened to be in contact with the targets. Many attorneys. We outlined the Security Lab's digital forensics, and how Claudio and Danica had been able to isolate traces of attack or infection on most of the selected phones we had analyzed. Somewhere north of 80% for iPhones. This, we felt, was a very strong indication that the list was solid. Jamal Khashoggi's widow was in the data, and we now had evidence of Pegasus attacks before his murder. Emmanuel Macron was on the list, along with more than a dozen officials in his administration, all selected by the NSO client in Morocco. The story was going to spread across Europe, Asia, the Middle East, and the Americas, with some serious geopolitical fallout, we told him. We expected that Forbidden Stories and its 16 reporting partners would draw serious fire, possibly even lawsuits. We needed his legal advice on our approaches to various victims, I explained, as well as our approach to NSO and the Pegasus system end users. We also wanted help in framing the stories, in vetting the language of the specific allegations we would be making, and in advising just how far we could go with the evidence we collected. Coordination with the legal departments from the various partners to make sure we had consistency would be critical. Above all, we needed his counsel on how best to ensure we kept our promise to protect the source. Like the best of attorneys, he was already thinking ahead. The immediate post-publication time was sure to be the most intense, he warned, and the potential for lawsuits was not likely to be the biggest problem we faced. Source protection worried him most. The appearance of President Macron and all those French government officials was a big red flag. The Macron administration would almost certainly make the claim that national security trumps the protection of a journalist's source. The French secret services could make the argument that their agents abroad were in danger. They could even demand that we reveal the entire list, he said. French security officials might even show up at forbidden stores of the thwart to take possession of the computer drive that contained the data. The good news, he told him, was that we didn't have any such drive. Forbidden Stories and Amnesty International alone, and none of our other partners could access the original raw data. That was good, he agreed. Deep security services can try, he said, but let's make sure that in case the police come to search your offices, they won't find anything problematic. The countdown to publication was ticking for the first time since we had started the investigation. The Pegasus project felt real now, but it also felt like something that could grow beyond our control. The partners were adding more reporters to the project and beginning to scramble them into the field all over the world. The chances of a mistake that unmasked the investigation increased by the day. I could see it weigh on Sandrine. Among her many jobs on the project was to keep everybody within our strict security protocol. There had been a disturbing breach even before our Paris meeting broke up. One of the newer partners had called an opposition politician in his country for a background interview about being a potential target of Pegasus spyware. The rule Sandrine had laid down for all the partners was that nobody approaches opposition politicians, who have notoriously loose lips, until the very end of the investigation. And then only when we had discussed it together and cleared it. "What the fuck?" Sandrine said in private when she heard of the call. She was a tad more diplomatic, but not much less forceful when she confronted the journalist who made the mistake. "Maybe you missed part of the explanation," she told him, "but it cannot happen again." The Pegasus project was shuttering up to full throttle, and the pressure was rising on all the partners. I felt especially sympathetic for the reporters and editors at Le Monde, who would be in the same national security soup as Forbidden Stories. They were investigating multiple stories about Morocco, many of which were sure to have serious geopolitical consequences. Le Monde reporters Martin Untersinger and Damien Leloup, the two tech specialists at the newspaper, had been working with the list of phone numbers we had supplied them for more than 4 months, identifying selected targets and hunting patterns. New surprises hove up from the data every week. NSO's client Morocco had not only selected Macron and most of his key ministers, but also officials from other European and African countries, a former U.S. ambassador, and even members of King Mohammed VI's inner circle and his close family. Damien had just downed the king's father-in-law on the data. The breadth and reach of these selections, more than 5,000 in all, suggested a manic activity in the Moroccan intelligence services, accompanied by an extreme lack of discipline. Martin and Damien were spending a lot of time trying to discern motive, which seemed to center on Morocco's concerns in its own near neighborhood. Macron's phone had been selected around the time he was traveling in Africa. His main advisor on African issues was selected by the Moroccan client at the same time. The decades-long battle over the independence of Western Sahara, which King Mohammed VI meant to rule, as a matter of Moroccan pride, seemed a strong candidate for motive. But Damien was having a hard time reckoning the path of the client's mania. "We've thought of several explanations," Damien told the partners. "None of them is extremely convincing. Help would have to wait. The risk of asking precise questions of the French government this far out from publication was too great. The Le Monde reporters even had to be careful in double and triple checking the identity of French officials on the list. The newspaper didn't yet have enough hard confirmation, for instance, to go to print with the fact that it was unquestionably Macron's mobile phone in the data. Approaching French government officials about doing forensics on their phones was a non-starter. Obviously, Damien had explained to the group, "We have not gone to the Élysée Palace and asked for the phone of Macron." They did have reinforcements on this ungainly investigation into Morocco. A reporter from our new partner, Daraj, was reaching out to Hajar Raswani, the journalist who had fled Rabat for Sudan after being convicted and briefly imprisoned for having premarital sex with her fiancé. Hajar's mobile phone had now been verified, so we had a shot at forensics. Le Soir was doing its own reporting on Morocco because a recent Belgian prime minister was also in the data. A Radio France reporter was on the case too, and within a week of our big meeting in Paris, she had already contacted Joseph Braham, a Paris-based attorney who represented jailed and exiled dissidents in Western Sahara, and convinced him to hand over his phone to Claudio and Danica. On May 21, 2021, the same day we were meeting with our lawyer, Braham's phone turned up traces of a Pegasus infection. He pronounced himself willing to go on record. There was no possible justification for a foreign state to listen to a French lawyer, Braham said. There's no justification on a legal, ethical, or moral basis. Things are progressing really quickly. Sandrine was able to report in the first project-wide update 4 days later on May 25. Holger Stark from Die Zeit was planning a trip to Israel to meet with a source, a former employee of NSO who was willing to speak off the record about the company. He also was trying to get an interview with somebody official at NSO. His colleague, Kai Benman, was on his way to Istanbul to meet with Turkish officials who might be able to shed some light on the Khashoggi killing and its aftermath. Dana Priest had also booked a trip to Istanbul, where she hoped to meet with Khashoggi's fiancé and facilitate the forensics on her phone. Solbut Spami was home in Budapest, investigating the state of relations, warming between Hungarian President Viktor Orban and Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu right around the time NSO licensed Pegasus to Hungarian authorities. The Guardian's Stephanie Kirksgesner posted notes from her long off-the-record interview with a source who had deep knowledge of NSO. Stephanie's Guardian colleague, Michael Safi, was investigating India's possible targeting of people within the Dalai Lama's inner circle. First Macron, now the Dalai Lama. One of Sandrine's friends would joke with her. Who's next? Jesus? Christoph Clerics of Canuck had joined Zuduce Zeitung in its reporting on targets selected by Rwanda. Among the people he wanted to see was Karine Kanimba, who had been denouncing the Rwandan government in the lead-up to her father's upcoming trial on charges of terrorism, kidnapping, and murder. Karine's father, Paul Rusesabagina, was the Hotel Rwanda hero who saved more than 1,200 Hutus and Tutsis from murder during the genocide of 1994. His critical stance against the Rwandan ruling party in the intervening years had landed him in 2020 in a Kigali jail, where he had allegedly been tortured and now faced a certain conviction. The Rwandan president was loudly and publicly exclaiming Rusesabagina's guilt in the run-up to the trial. Miranda Petrusik of OCCRP had already verified a slew of the phone numbers in the data selected by Pegasus system operators in Azerbaijan, including 15 journalists, 28 civil rights activists and attorneys, and 50 leaders from the Azeri opposition party, even the Deputy Minister of Defense. The best news from OCCRP was that Khadija Ismailova might be released from house arrest in Baku later that week. Miranda and a few of Khadija's other colleagues from OCCRP planned to meet Khadija in person in Ankara, Turkey, where it would finally be safe to inform her of the Pegasus infection on her cell phone. Claudio's confidence in the security lab's forensic findings kept growing, as did his desire to get this investigation over as soon as possible. Claudio and Danica were literally closing in on NSO. The earliest Pegasus project forensics had been on phones infected back in 2018 and 2019, in the early days of zero-click exploits. But at least one mobile phone they analyzed in May had been infected within the previous 4 weeks. Recently infected iPhones offered new and slightly puzzling findings. It took some deciphering comparing old backups to newer backups in the same iPhones, but Claudio and Danica became convinced that NSO was employing a new evasive maneuver. The company's coders and engineers, having realized their zero-click exploits were exposed to cyber researchers because the infections left discoverable traces of Pegasus in backup files, had added an extra layer of protection. Beginning in 2020, Pegasus exploits appeared to be much more assiduous in cleaning all evidence of attack and infection from a targeted phone and left behind fewer traces. What was more mysterious, though, and only becoming clear to Claudio and Danica in the last few weeks of May, was that NSO's Pegasus spyware was now trying to rewrite history. When a device was infected with the most recent version of Pegasus, The spyware was not only scrubbing forensic evidence of the new attack, but also attempting to erase the traces of Pegasus left behind by earlier attacks. This was a win-lose discovery for Claudio and Danica. On the upside, the security lab tool was still able to find old traces because the NSO cleaning agents were not all that meticulous. They scrubbed malicious process names from almost all of the columns in the data usage logs in the backup files, but not all of them. NSO operatives had been careless, Danica believed, because they had been arrogant. They seemed to think that they were too good to be caught. The downside to this discovery, though, was an unsettling confirmation of Claudio's and Danica's latest fear that NSO might be onto them. I don't know exactly what kind of visibility NSO might have into our forensics, Claudio told Sandrine and me. That it would be foolish of them not to have some kind of visibility over a phone they already owned. They could probably see if somebody's doing something. Paloma understood that speed mattered more than ever when she headed back to Mexico near the end of May. We had been working the story of Pegasus in Mexico longer than any other, going back to the cartel project at the end of 2020. Paloma and the rest of the team had developed a profusion of leads, which had so far turned out to be somewhere between tantalizing and maddeningly difficult to tie down. We were counting on Paloma and our increasingly close partnership with Carmen Aristegui, one of the most admired and popular journalists in Mexico. Carmen had contacted us with congratulations after the cartel project, and we took the opportunity to ask her if she would be willing to join our investigation into NSO. She seemed interested. Carmen had a long and tortured history with the company, its resellers in Mexico, and the government watchdogs who were supposed to protect privacy rights and freedom of the press. The media company she had founded, Aristegui Noticias, had been the first to reveal the spread of cyber surveillance in Mexico back in the summer of 2012. And she and her team published the operational and financial details of contracts between the Mexican army and NSO's reseller in the country at the time, Susumo Azano. 5 separate contracts worth between $350 and $400 million, Aristegui Noticias reported, were processed without bidding and approved by direct assignment to the company's security tracking devices, SA-CV. The story had little impact in the moment. The Mexican army ran a pair of cursory audits into the secret contracts and closed the case within months with no explanation beyond lack of elements. Carmen's initial report on cyber surveillance, along with her critical reporting on President Enrique Peña Nieto's questionable real estate deals, had drawn heightened scrutiny from Mexican authorities. Carmen herself was one of the first known victims of Pegasus, along with her 16-year-old son. Their targeting was confirmed by Citizen Lab in 2017. The criminal complaint she had filed against the Mexican government, however, was still being slow-walked by prosecutors. Carmen had been reporting on the subject of cyber surveillance in Mexico longer than any journalist in the world, and knew more about it than almost anyone. But she was intrigued by what little we could tell her over an unsecure phone line and clearly wanted to hear more. Paloma flew down to Mexico City the end of March 2021 to explain to Carmen what we had. We couldn't show Carmen or tell her about all the data we had access to back in March, but we decided the best thing to do was to run the match a name game from her contacts file to our leaked list of the 15,000 possible targets selected by NSO's Mexican clients. About 10 minutes into the exercise, Carmen was astounded. There turned out to be more than 60 matches among her contacts. Scores of journalists, parents of the students detained by local police and killed by the drug lords in Ayotzinapa, the government official who was supposed to be overseeing the dormant investigation into the deaths, more than a dozen powerful political figures, even a Catholic priest who had won human rights prizes for his work with immigrants. Politicians and journalists and a priest, Carmen joked. Who can be our salvation? At certain points in the discussion, Carmen would look at a name and exclaim, "Oh, geez. Oh, no. Not her." And brutal. One surprise was the nefarious and very energetic game of political espionage someone in the Peña Nieto administration seems to have been playing. The most intimate friends and advisors to opposition candidate Andrés Manuel López Obrador, known as AMLO, who had won the presidency in 2018, were in the data. He is one of the most trusted men of the current president, Carmen told Paloma, pointing at one match from our data. "We already have his driver, his cardiologist, the director of his baseball club," Paloma replied. "Let's see," Carmen said, looking at her own list of matches. "There's his driver and his cardiologist. Then his wife, his 3 kids. His kids? How many children on your list?" "He has 4 children," Paloma answered, "and there are 3 who are on the list. Not the little one. Only the older 3? Yes." Some of the matches ended up being inside Carmen's own circle of intimates. Most of the people selected at the very time she was first targeted. Her personal assistant, one of her longtime producers, even her sister. When Carmen checked in with her sister the next day, Teresa Aristegui pointed to an SMS message she received at the time, which looked to be from a friend. "My father has passed away. We are dismayed. I'm sending you the address to accompany us." Teresa Aristegui was supposed to click on a link. These tracked with the type of SMS messages and links Carmen was also getting back in 2016. "It's been 5 days since my daughter shows up. I will be grateful if you share this photo. We are desperate." And, "Dear Carmen, my brother died in an accident. I'm devastated. I'm sending info for the wake. I hope you will attend." And worse, when her 16-year-old son had received. "Beheaded journalist found in Veracruz after threatening narcos. Details and photos." This technology was in the hands of a bunch of operators who were behaving like thugs and who couldn't resist taunts even as they were trying to infect people, one horrified cyber researcher had noted. At one point in the name-matching session with Paloma, it was clear Carmen wanted in on this investigation. She mentioned something very enticing. A cache of more than 20,000 documents she had received from a source who worked for NSO's suspected sales agent in Mexico, Yuri Anspacher. But Carmen wanted to think about how to use this treasure. She was not yet ready to share all of it with the group. The biggest moment in the entire session turned out to be pretty early. Match number 12. "This phone belongs to Xavier Olea," Carmen pointed out, obviously intrigued. "He is a criminal lawyer who was the state attorney of Guerrero. He's also the prosecutor who was in charge of the investigation into the death of Cecilio Pineda." Cecilio was a journalist Paloma knew all about. His unexplained murder in one of the most dangerous areas of Mexico, a spot near enough to the mountains to provide good cover for drug manufacturing, and near enough to the Pacific Ocean to make for easy export to the hungry U.S. market, was a story Forbidden Stories had been tracking from its first days in operation. Prosecutor Olea, who insisted on around-the-clock protection for his wife and children and traveled in an armored car, would later tell us that he was informed of threats against Cecilio, and that it was pretty obvious he had been killed because of his reporting on the drug cartels, especially on their practice of kidnapping locals and ransoming them for cash. Olea called Cecilio bold, but the way he said it didn't sound like a compliment. "You know that Cecilio Pineda is also in the data," Paloma told Carmen. "He might have been spied on?" Carmen asked. "Well, it makes sense. This will be a very important line of research. Cecilio Pineda." Paloma didn't need to be told this. She had been trying to verify Cecilio's number from day one of the Pegasus project. She had succeeded only about 10 days before her meeting with Carmen at the end of March 2021, and then managed to get a secret phone call with Cecilio's nervous widow, Marisol. "Don't want problems," were the first words out of her mouth. Marisol said she had told her husband to stop his investigations of the drug cartels, but he was stubborn. So was Marisol. "I don't want to know who killed him," she had told Paloma in that first call. "He's dead, and won't come back." Marisol did provide a second source to verify that the mobile phone number we had for Cecilio was accurate, which proved he had been selected for targeting just a month before his murder in March 2017. But forensics weren't yet possible because Marisol didn't have the phone. The police had returned to the clothes and shoes Cecilio had been wearing the day of his murder. Nothing else. She told Paloma to check with Cecilio's friend Israel Flores, a fellow journalist who had rushed to the scene of the shooting. Paloma had reached Israel Flores in early May, and their conversation only deepened the mystery of the phone. Israel said he had seen the device lying on the ground next to his wounded friend when he arrived at the crime scene, but he hadn't thought to pick it up. He left the scene to go with Cecilio to the hospital and was with him when he died in the ambulance. The federal police called Israel in soon after to interview him about Cecilio's death. Israel told Paloma that they had one chief interest. They really wanted to know about that phone. The questions were all about who was nearest to the phone, Israel told Paloma. Where were the EMTs? Who had the phone? Paloma's final trip to Mexico near the end of May 2021 was sort of a roller coaster. Further efforts with Marisol, Israel, and the criminal investigators had been to no avail. The phone was still missing. But Paloma had a backup from the Guardian's Nina Lacani, who was back in Mexico after working on the cartel project there the previous year. Proceso and Aristegui Noticias had each put one of their best-informed and most capable investigative reporters on the project. Best of all, Carmen had decided to share her 20,000 leaked documents with all the reporters on the Pegasus project. This document dump was set to happen at the very same time we reeled in the final, crucial partner in our investigation, the Israel-based newspaper, Haaretz. Amitai Ziv, a telecom and tech reporter from Haaretz's financial supplement, had been a very capable contributor to the cartel project. Pegasus had been a tiny part of the cartel project, and only because of our last-minute confirmation of the targeting of Jorge Carrasco's mobile phone. Amitai had helped the investigation with key contacts at NSO and competitor companies, and around the Israeli tech industry in general. We knew Amitai could provide all those things and more on the Pegasus project. But Sandrine and I had been shy to invite him into the Pegasus project. Israel's national security policies are a big obstacle for journalists in the country. Military censors had wide latitude to kill off news items, and there was a legal requirement that they be permitted to read anything that touched on national security before publication. Claudio, meanwhile, had been even more adamant about keeping Haaretz at arm's length. He kept warning us that the risk of interception was just too great because Israel was just too small. Cyber surveillance, he explained, is much easier when a target is right around the corner. At the same time, almost all the partners recognized the need for reporters on the ground in Israel. Coming out of our second meeting in Paris, Sandrine and I were hearing that request more and more often. We pressed Claudio again, and he relented. We contacted Amitai about a week after the second meeting, and he flew to Paris a week later. Amitai appeared quite surprised by the scale of the data leak, the results of the forensics, and the reporting the partners had already done. But when we asked him about the impact the Pegasus project would have on NSO and the Israeli government, he looked at us with a bit of a side-eye. Well, nothing, he said matter-of-factly. NSO has the stories coming at them all the time. It doesn't make a difference. He did offer a more optimistic outlook on another front. Our worries about the military censors were overblown, he insisted, because NSO was a private company. He wouldn't have to share much with the MOD. Timing matters, and it really mattered in this case. Amitai and Haaretz officially came aboard the Pegasus project on May 26, 2021, which was also the day Carmen delivered a tranche of 20,000 documents that connected multiple Mexican government agencies, NSO, and NSO's go-to reseller in Mexico, the elusive Yuri Ansbacher. The original leak, Carmen explained, came in the form of 2 encrypted USB sticks delivered by a whistleblower inside Ansbacher's complicated web of companies. The Israeli businessman worked hard to keep his finances and his business activity veiled from public view. The leaker, who signed all his emails to Carmen, Hunter of Hunters, ripped off that veil. The 20,000 digital copies of documents he'd handed over to Carmen in 2019 included contracts, pages of bank statements, and proof of payments, including enormous payments to Shalev Holy. The whistleblower had also told Carmen that one of Ansbacher's lieutenants, who received training on Pegasus at NSO offices in Israel, had operated the system on select targets at the request of the sitting government. They knew absolutely everything about Amlo's life, the source explained. Carmen had seen this lieutenant's mobile phone number in the data back in March. Pegasus operators often ended up in the data because they used their own phones to provide demonstrations for potential customers. Carmen had not been ready to share much of the leaked data with us back in March, before she was officially part of the Pegasus project, or even in the first weeks after joining. But now, at the end of May, she was all in. Carmen understood that Mexico was part of a much bigger global story, but she also understood that her home country was Exhibit A, of what happens when spyware like Pegasus flies wild for years without necessary safeguards in place. Her whistleblower was crucial to showing that. We might just be able to prove that a private company in Mexico was using Pegasus to perform unwarranted surveillance on people who were neither criminal or criminal suspects. Here is where I felt the project getting a new kind of traction. I already knew from our previous work together that Amitai could add real texture to Karma's extraordinary paper trail. At the end of May 2021, our new partner in Israel told us he was confident he could get an interview with Yuri Anspacher. Chapter 17. It's not just me. The last 20 minutes in the airport were the hardest for Paul Radu. She's going to be surprised when she sees you, his colleague Miranda Petruchik suggested. After so long. So long, Paul said, almost wistfully. So long. Yes, she must be so relieved that she's here now. I can't even imagine what the feeling is, to travel after so much time and to be out. Paul and Miranda were still pacing the polished concourse floor 20 minutes later, not entirely certain their friend had made the flight from Baku to Ankara. The Azerbaijani security services could have detained her at the airport terminal in Baku, or even pulled her off the plane at the last minute. But the two were hopeful. "Do you think she will recognize us with these masks?" Miranda asked. "I was asking myself the same thing," Paul said, as he started to nudge forward toward the gates. People are coming. People are coming. Any moment now, any moment now." "It's like a delivery room," Miranda said, watching other travelers from Flight 2162 file out of the gates with their luggage in hand. Paul cast his mind back to when he last saw Khadija Ismailova, who had not been permitted to leave her hometown of Baku since 2014. She had spent those years in pretrial detention, then in prison, then living under a government-imposed travel ban. The authorities in Azerbaijan had shown little leniency in that time. When Khadija's mother traveled from Baku to Ankara for cancer treatments, Khadija's request to accompany her was denied. Neither was she allowed to leave the country to be at her mother's deathbed in Ankara some months later. "Do you know how much time it's been?" Paul said, watching as travelers continued to file out of the arrival gates and into the main concourse. "Almost 8 years. Paul and Miranda finally caught a glimpse of Khadija in a colorful pink shirt through the glass doors leading from the gates. She was one of the last passengers to make it into the main terminal, but she was out. Finally. Paul and Miranda ran to their surprised friend and wrapped her in hugs. The three were laughing and crying all at once. Khadija Ismailova was, temporarily and uncharacteristically, unable to speak. "Wow. Hey," was all Paul could say. "Wow. Wow." "Finally," Khadija was able to say. "It's been so many years." "We were counting 7+ years," Paul answered. No, it's been less than 7, answered Khadija, who had suddenly regained her composure. She was a journalist, first and foremost, by training and by instinct. Above all else, even at the most emotional of times, accuracy mattered to Khadija. It will be 7 in October. Khadija thought of Ankara as a temporary way station. Her plan was to get back to her work in Azerbaijan as soon as possible. So she arrived as any guest would, as her mother had taught her, with food in hand. She had spent the day before preparing grape leaves stuffed with beef, and her dolma was among salads and baked fish and wine at the table that night. When Paul and Miranda and Khadija and our fellow journalist, Drew Sullivan, and Khadija's sister and a few other friends had a celebratory dinner that lasted into the small hours of the night. It was like old times, Khadija pouring wine and dishing food and describing the method of cooking a proper pilaf. "The walls of the pan should be as hot as the bottom," she would say. If she was in the mood, and it didn't take much wine, Khadija would turn her beautiful singing voice to the March of Azerbaijan, the national anthem, restored in 1992 after the 70-year enforced hiatus during Soviet dominance in her home country. Paul had been anticipating the celebration for days, remembering various happy nights with Khadija when he had still been allowed to visit Baku. A founder of the Organized Crime and Corruption Reporting Project, Paul had been working with Khadija for 15 years, first as a mentor, then as a colleague. "We would go to this bar that was a bit outside," Paul told Miranda as they were driving back from the airport in Ankara. "We partied there, and then we would go to her home to party some more. There would be this huge table with everything on it, all sorts of foods, and it kept on coming. Drinks, food, everything. We had some good parties." "That's the part which, for me, is so great about Khadija," Miranda agreed. Miranda had been at OCCRP since 2006 and led its coverage of the Caucasus. She was one of the journalists who picked up Khadija's reporting and made sure her stories kept getting told even when Khadija was blocked by the Azeri government. "She's always partying. I mean, this is kind of in her blood. She has a very strong spirit of friendship. She's working hard, but she's also partying, Paul remembered. "And to be honest, I never saw her angry, Khadija. I saw her a little bit upset, discussing something serious, but never angry." Everybody agreed the next day, when the visit turned to business, that the grand arrival dinner had been a rousing success. Khadija, however, started the meeting by apologizing. "My sister told me last night that I didn't let anyone eat. I was speaking nonstop, and people were so polite." "We ate," Paul insisted, "and it was a lot of really good stories." "Well, someone should stop me when I talk so much." The small group did not spend much time joking around, because at long last, with Khadija safely out of Azerbaijan, Paul and Miranda and their fellow editor at OCCRP, Drew Sullivan, were able to fill in their longtime colleague about the Pegasus project. "So I can tell you and solve the mystery," Miranda said to Khadija. "You know NSO, the Israeli company that is selling surveillance software?" "Okay," Khadija answered, a bit puzzled. Miranda explained the leak and the list, and that more than 1,000 of the selections were in Azerbaijan. Khadija was among the selections, Miranda told her, and there was a good chance her phone had been compromised by Pegasus spyware. Her attorney was also in the data. "It all happens in the background, and you have no idea that you are infected," Miranda told her. "And when you're infected, it's transmitting your messages, your images, everything that's happened on your phone. So it's very, very dangerous because you don't know, and it allows the government or whoever is the client to basically get everything from the person's phone." "And it's legal to sell it?" Khadija asked. "Yes." Khadija agreed right away to let Miranda do the backup of her 2 iPhones and upload them for Claudio and Danica to analyze for evidence of infection. She was pleased to hear that they would have results the next day. Khadija professed shock at the number of Azeris who had been selected for possible Pegasus infection. "A waste of public money," she said. But her own presence on the list was no great surprise. She would have been more surprised if she were not on that list. The fundamental difficulty in Khadija Ismailova's life, and what landed her on that list, is that she and Azeri President Ilham Aliyev agree on very little, and least of all do they agree on the matter of Khadija Ismailova. In President Aliyev's view, Khadija has been, as he told the U.S. State Department as early as 2009, an enemy of the government and a threat to stability in Azerbaijan. Khadija sees things differently. Khadija Ismailova can tell you exactly when it first began to dawn on her that the official government view did not necessarily accord with the truth. and thus with her own view. She was 10 years old, at home in Baku, then the capital city of a Soviet Socialist Republic, observing her parents in a moment of heated passion. They were watching a live televised soccer match between the Soviet Union and Turkey. Khadija's parents were educated and successful professionals, both engineers. Her mother had left her job to stay home with the children, while her father had risen to a high-level post at the Ministry of Energy in Baku. If her father was taking a cut of the spoils available to any opportunistic official in the most vital and lucrative Soviet ministry in Azerbaijan, it was hard to see. The family did have a comfortable beach cottage, so she and her siblings spent the summers swimming in the Caspian Sea. But like almost every Azeri family in the mid-1980s, the Ismailovs depended on small government stipends to guarantee the household supply of butter, meat, milk, sugar, and other staples. Khadija, along with the available contingent of brothers and sisters, was often forcibly marched by her mother to assist with the grocery shopping. Her mom probably wanted the company because she might be facing a 4-hour wait in line. Khadija figures she spent about half her waking childhood in line at a market. Up to the age of 10, Khadija viewed such difficult outings as acts of thoroughgoing patriotism. This was sacrifice for a greater cause, the kind of sacrifice Westerners were too weak to make, the kind of sacrifice that would ensure the eventual Soviet triumph in the Cold War. Khadija enjoyed writing poems about the glory of her empire, the Soviet Union. She was a very dedicated young patriot. Then, there she was, watching this soccer match with her parents in the privacy of their own home, the USSR versus Turkey. And her mother and father were both cheering for Turkey. Young Khadija was taken aback. Azerbaijanis were supposed to be proud members of the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics. Why were her parents pulling for Turkey? She asked her mom, who stopped cheering long enough to explain. Turkey was actually their brother country, she said, and the Ismailovs, like most Azeri families, were of Turkish stock. But wait a minute, Khadija wondered. Isn't Russia our brother country? That's what they taught her in school. Khadija's mom kept talking. The Russians had first occupied Azerbaijan, she said, and now we are kind of occupied by the Soviet Union. Khadija's father jumped in with a note of caution, which turned out to be equally jolting. Don't tell her those things, he warned. She will go and say something in school, and then we will be harassed. That's going to be a problem. Khadija had very suddenly, and very unexpectedly, got hold of some serious unofficial truths. She still laughs whenever she describes the moment the scales fell from her 10-year-old eyes. I've learned that the Soviet Empire was actually a Russian empire, and that we were occupied, she would say. I've learned about our Turkic origin. I've learned about censorship and oppression in our country. All in 10 minutes. Before that time, I was writing poems about the Cold War and Lenin. Before that time, I've been very active in school events, very active in speaking about the Soviet Union, and what a good country we have. So that was the day when I stopped writing poems. I stopped going to communist events at school. I think that was the day I turned into a rebel. Khadija was a happy warrior in the Azeri National Liberation Movement in her teens. And by the time the country voted for independence from the Russians and their collapsing empire, she already knew all the words to the March of Azerbaijan. She started her career in journalism the year after Azeri independence and enjoyed the freedom to write just about anything she wanted. At least as long as she stuck to soft topics like pop culture and human interest stories, and steered clear of topics like politics and governance. The Republic of Azerbaijan had lurched pretty quickly from a hopeful democracy to a petrostate controlled by a handful of old Soviet apparatchiks, led by the former head of the KGB in Azerbaijan, Heydar Aliyev. Before he died in 2003, President Heydar Aliyev ensured transfer of power to his 41-year-old son, Ilham, who had been educated at university in Moscow and served as vice president of the state-owned oil entity, making deals with the major Western oil companies until his political coronation. The second-generation Aliyev regime quickly scared off any serious political opposition, bought up most of the media in the country, and sidelined pretty much any journalist who did things a journalist was supposed to do, like figure out how public funds were being spent. The only reporter still trying to do that sort of investigation in 2005, Elmar Huseynov, was assassinated that year, shot 6 times at point-blank range in the stairwell of his apartment building. The lesson Team Aliyev appeared to be offering anybody working in the field of journalism was quite clear. But then, it had been a long time since Khadija accepted official lessons at face value. This turned out to be the second crucial pivot point in her life. Huseynov was the only one speaking out about the first family corruption, Khadija remembers. He was the only one uncovering the first family's corrupt businesses. And he paid the ultimate price. He lost his life. The night we heard about the assassination, the first thing that came into my mind was, we, other Azeri journalists, are also guilty for that. We are part of the problem because he was the only one, and they thought it's easy to achieve silence by killing one. If there were more of us, they wouldn't count on complete silence by killing one journalist. So we were responsible for his death as well. Khadija determined to pick up where Elmar Huseynov had left off, though she didn't know the first thing about investigating fraud and corruption in government, or how to follow the money flowing through the state-owned oil company, or how to locate the offshore shell companies used to obscure that money trail. She turned for training and advice to the OCCRP, which was co-founded the same year by Paul Radu and Drew Sullivan. Paul put her onto an early data leak of financial documents out of Panama, identifying the owners of shell companies operating in known tax havens around the world. Some of the documents pointed to Aliyev and his family, and Khadija meticulously connected the dots and then bravely published her findings in Azerbaijan. This was a huge breakthrough, says Paul Radu. Up to this point, the Aliyev family was operating in the dark. Khadija was the one who pulled the curtain. She pulled it wide so the world could see the corruption of the regime. Khadija's reports on the apparently precocious and prodigious offspring of Ilham Aliyev were particularly revealing. Working as bureau chief of Radio Free Europe/Radio Liberty, RFE/RL, she unearthed a trail of documents that showed a remarkable portfolio of assets for the children of a man who earned a $230,000 a year government salary. Aliyev's 2 daughters managed to accrue between them, and before they hit age 25, major stakes in airlines, banks, a mobile phone company, and a gold and silver mining operation. They also owned another $30 million in real estate around the world. Their younger brother, at the age of 11, had acquired property in Dubai worth $44 million. President Aliyev's in-laws, meanwhile, controlled major operations in banking, insurance, travel, cosmetics, car dealerships, and construction, all under the umbrella of Pasha Holdings. The First Lady's family, the Pashayevs, had built a shopping center, a residential tower, the Four Seasons Hotel, the JW Marriott Hotel, and the Amburan Marriott Beach Resort, with speed and efficiency that defied long-standing local timelines. Smaller builders were always slowed by tax authorities, fire marshals, and building inspectors who expected to be paid off. Not surprisingly, noted one foreign diplomat in Baku, projects by Pasha Construction face few, if any, of these setbacks, and are generally among the fastest to be built in Azerbaijan. Khadija's initial reporting marked her as a figure who required close scrutiny by the people who protect presidential prerogatives in Azerbaijan. The Aliyevs want to be considered as if they are a respectable member of the family of European democracies, says Gerald Knaus, the founding director of the European Stability Initiative. So they care much more about their image than European dictatorships used to. Foreign officials in Azerbaijan and investigative reporters from outside the country began to follow Khadija and do their own digging into Aliyev family finances and its penchant for obscuring and offshoring their wealth. One U.S. State Department official filed a report comparing the Aliyevs to the fictional Corleone crime family from The Godfather. The president seemed to vacillate between the cool and rational Michael and the hot-headed and not particularly bright Sonny, according to the report. Aliyev's wife came in for some particularly catty and undiplomatic chatter about her personal vanity. First Lady Mehriban Aliyeva appears to have had substantial cosmetic surgery, presumably overseas, and wears dresses that would be considered provocative even in the Western world. Read one 2010 cable from a U.S. diplomat in Azerbaijan. On television, in photos, and in person, she appears unable to show a range of facial expressions. Khadija didn't much concern herself with how the Aliyevs spent their fortune, but in how they amassed it. Her work for RFE/RL focused on the intersection in Azerbaijan where politics, governance, and corruption converge. She wanted to know how President Aliyev rigged his re-election in 2008, how he convinced the Azeri parliament to do away with term limits. He could be president for life, and how he pushed through new laws to keep information about national finances from public view. Khadija managed to break the story that the $38.5 million construction contract to build National Flag Square, with the highest flagpole in the world, at a towering 162 meters, 6 feet taller than North Korea's, had been awarded to a company owned by the president's daughters. The flagpole thing didn't work out so well. Tajikistan built its own new flagpole, which ran to 165 meters high, just 2 months later. The RFE/RL report that Azerbaijan had lost its world record in such a short time was regarded inside the Azeri government as an attempt to humiliate the nation and thus its president. A confidential informant who advised both Ilham and Ilham's father Haydar noted the younger man's exceedingly thin skin and his rising ire at independent journalists in the country in the wake of the flagpole revelations. Haydar would never have allowed himself to be goaded into the ridiculous reactions, the informant said, according to one diplomatic cable. Ilham is not inclined to subtlety or deliberation in his response to these kinds of issues. I don't feel I have to wipe everybody out, Ilham had said. Just my enemies. Aliyev's obsession with honor means those who criticize and expose corruption will be seen as enemies of the state, Knaus says. The rulers know that in the end, their rule is more fragile than it might appear. If you are insecure, you cannot tolerate any dissent. You crush everything. The crackdown was swift and energetic. Critics of the Azeri government were harassed, arrested, and imprisoned. A blogger who impersonated Ilham Aliyev in a donkey costume on YouTube ended up in prison for 2.5 years. The sentence might appear harsh, Aliyev explained to one EU president, but it was needed to protect our statehood. The first big blow aimed at Khadija came in early 2012, while she was investigating the Aliyev family's most recent and towering bit of corruption, siphoning money from the $134 million contract to construct a 23,000-seat arena for that year's Eurovision Song Contest. Khadija still remembers the date the unmarked package arrived at her house, March 7, 2012. Inside the envelope were grainy screenshots taken from a videotape. They showed Khadija and her boyfriend engaged in sex. "Whore," read the accompanying note. "Behave, or you will be defamed." Khadija's friends warned her to tread carefully, but she didn't listen. She went on her radio show and explained that she was being blackmailed, but that her tormentors were not going to intimidate her. She was going to keep reporting. A week later, when the entire video surfaced on an Azeri Facebook page, Khadija was not so sure. She and her boyfriend noted the various angles in the videotape and used them to seek out all the hidden cameras in the apartment. The cameras had been removed, but the cables were still in the walls and led to the bedroom, the living room, and the toilet. Then you try to remember what you have been doing in front of the hidden cameras, and it paralyzes your life, Khadija told us. I mean, your body stops functioning. I went through this for 8 or 9 days. I couldn't use a toilet. I mean, not even in public places. My body was swelling. The surveillance had a real impact on my health for almost a year. I couldn't restart any relationship with anyone because I was afraid. I still don't know whether my boyfriend was involved in the scheme or not. You don't trust anyone. But Khadija decided she would not stand down. She published her investigation into corruption in the Crystal Hall Arena less than 2 months after the sex video was posted on Facebook. The first family is personally profiting from the massive construction project through its hidden ownership in the Azenco Construction Company, Khadija reported. Along with the fact that Azenco had been awarded contracts worth $79 million in a single year. The 2012 Eurovision event will have one other tie to the first family, besides the new showcase auditorium. The president's son-in-law, singer Ayman Ahaladov, was chosen to entertain the crowds between acts. Ayman did a pretty good job after that of keeping his name out of other political stories, until he made the mistake of calling Donald Trump Jr. in 2016, to offer him dirt on the Hillary Clinton campaign, courtesy of the Kremlin. The entire blackmail episode appeared to have backfired on the Aliyev family when Khadija was invited to New York to receive the International Women's Media Foundation's 2012 Courage in Journalism Award. She took the opportunity to call out the Aliyev government and others. Silence is what these regimes need, Khadija said. Silence helps them continue to deprive their people of opportunities. But the consolidation of power and money, crime and government, accompanied with disabled justice systems, independent journalists become the main targets, as they become the only means for resistance for society against corruption and organized crime. That appeared to be the final straw for those protecting the stability of Azerbaijan. Khadija was arrested in Baku a few months later and then suffered through a series of other arrests, convictions on bogus charges, nearly 2 years in prison, and a long travel ban. The trip to Ankara to meet with Paul and Miranda about the Pegasus project in the final days of May 2021 was the first time she had left the Azerbaijan since 2014. Claudio was not really looking forward to his call to Ankara to report his initial findings to Khadija. Sometimes, he would say, he felt like a medieval doctor, powerless to save anyone, just there to make an accurate body count. Claudio had been delivering so much bad news to so many victims lately that it was starting to weigh on him. The worst part, for Claudio, is that he really couldn't offer the instant protection these traumatized people so clearly craved. He could give them advice, but not a failsafe to dodge the spyware. I'm the one that has to tell them, you know, there's nothing I can do for you. He admitted to us, long after the Pegasus project was completed. I can't meaningfully provide you anything to prevent you from being in the same position and getting infected again in a month or even tomorrow. But Claudio picked up the phone and made the call to Ankara as scheduled on May 31st, 2021. And Khadija didn't waste any time. So, now tell me how bad it is, she told him. Claudio ran through the basics, while Khadija processed the information. The phone showed evidence of multiple cases of attempted or actual infection, starting back in 2018. The attacks continued well beyond the time frame where our leaked data ended. The most recent, just a few weeks earlier. Paul, Miranda, and Khadija all had questions about the mechanics of the infections, and Claudio patiently answered them all. Then Drew jumped in with what felt like an attempt to soften the blow. At least Khadija's messages on highly encrypted apps like Signal were still private, Drew suggested. Right? Sorry, Claudio said. Nothing on that phone was beyond the reach of Pegasus. When you have this sort of spyware running on the device, he explained, there's not really a whole lot of encryption that holds up. Claudio had promised to spend as much time as they needed on the phone, and he stayed on the line until everybody in Ankara ran out of questions. When he hung up, Khadija stood and walked away from the group. Well, that's not great news, Drew said to the rest of the group. Even back in Berlin, off the line, Claudio knew exactly what Khadija was experiencing. He had seen it so many times already. First, they are kind of in denial, and then they start to understand, and it becomes a miserable experience, because you see them going through a massive sense of guilt. You can see them start thinking not about themselves, but what I've cost others. Who else did they compromise? Who else might have been put at risk because of them? They always take it very personally, like, I did something wrong. Claudio was correct, of course. Also in the data, Khadija now knew, were her niece, her sister, even her favorite taxi driver. The thing Khadija could not shake was her communications regarding one particular friend, who had been fighting breast cancer. Khadija had been taking care of her after her surgery. Among the tasks was taking pictures of the surgical wound when she changed her dressings every day, and then sending the photographs to her doctor. Some government thug, Khadija feared, may have used Pegasus to intercept those very private photographs. She had been tossing and turning in bed all night thinking about that, even before Claudio had confirmed the presence of spyware on her iPhone for the past 3 years. I feel guilty, she confessed to her friends from OCCRP in the hours after the call with Claudio. I feel guilty for the messages I've sent. I feel guilty for the sources who send me messages thinking that some encrypted messaging ways are secure. And they didn't know that my phone is infected. My family members are also victimized. My sources are victimized. People I've been working with, people who told me their private secrets, are victimized. I put so many people in danger, and I'm angry with the government. I'm angry with the companies who produce all of these tools and sell it to the bad guys like the Aliyev regime. It's despicable. It's heinous. It's not just me. Like, when the video was exposed, it was just me. Now, I don't know who else has been exposed because of me, and who else is in danger because of me. Chapter 18. A choice between interests and values. Laurel. The attacks on Khadija's phone had been relentless, according to further forensic examination by the security lab. The first Pegasus infection on her mobile phone appeared to have been on March 28, 2019. The spyware operators were back in the phone just 5 days later, and again in May, June, July, and August. They attacked Khadija's iPhone on 4 separate occasions in the first few weeks of September alone. On September 10, 2019, 3 days after an attack on Khadija's iPhone, NSO Group trumpeted its new corporate governance regime. This updated policy was designed to bring the company into alignment with the UN Guiding Principles of Human Rights, read the press release. Cementing the company's existing industry-leading ethical business practices. NSO announced the formation of a Governance, Risk, and Compliance Committee, as well as a separate set of outside experts who could offer the company guidance on human rights issues. One former secretary, and one former assistant secretary of the U.S. Department of Homeland Security, as well as a French diplomat who had been first secretary at the embassy in Tel Aviv and an ambassador to the U.S. NSO also announced the hiring of a new general counsel, Shmuel Sunray. Sunray went in with eyes wide open, he would tell reporters. We understand the power of the tool, and we understand the impact of misuse of the tool, he said, not long after he started at NSO. We're trying to do the right thing, to find the right balance. The newly announced policy and personnel were merely a codification of protocols already in place, according to NSO. There would still be a rigid vetting of all potential end users of NSO's weapons-grade cyber surveillance system. Key to the process was a case-by-case risk analysis to determine the likelihood of misuse by any country seeking a license to deploy Pegasus. NSO's attorneys and its compliance committee always took into account the country's record on human rights, rule of law, freedom of the press and expression, and corruption. NSO said it was aware of the very strong relations between issues of corruption and the issues of human rights. The compliance team had a very good place to start their vetting procedure, which was the annual rankings assigned by at least 7 different international indexes, including the World Bank's Control of Corruption report and Freedom House's Freedom in the World report. Azerbaijan was an interesting case in point, index-wise. The Aliyev government scored somewhere around the bottom 15% of countries in the World Bank's Control of Corruption rankings in 2019, when Pegasus had first been loosed on Khadija. And that was its highest grade on that comprehensive report card. The country had slid precipitously in the Freedom in the World rankings by then, and consistently hovered at the edge of the 10 worst of the worst countries. Azerbaijan scored a bit better than North Korea, Syria, South Sudan, Eritrea, and Equatorial Guinea. It was on par with Libya, Somalia, China, and Saudi Arabia. Of the 179 countries in the Reporters Without Borders annual index, only a dozen scored below Azerbaijan in protecting freedom of the press. Those are just numbers. The evidence supporting these rankings was far more compelling and damning and relentless. The lead of the Human Rights Watch annual reports on Azerbaijan had been pretty consistent for nearly a decade. The government's unrelenting crackdown decimated independent, non-governmental organizations and media. Courts sentenced at least 25 journalists and political and youth activists to long prison terms in politically motivated unfair trials. Appalling human rights record did not improve in 2018. Authorities continued to maintain rigid control, severely curtailing freedoms of association, expression, and assembly. Continues to wage a vicious crackdown on critics and dissenting voices. The space for independent activism, critical journalism, and opposition political activity has been virtually extinguished. Human Rights Watch also reported specifics of their findings about Azerbaijan. Ilham Aliyev's strongest political opponents tended to get about 3% of the vote in both presidential and parliamentary elections, so that even the European monitors bribed by the Aliyev government couldn't bring themselves to call the voting free and fair. The election process itself was organized at a high level, was the best one German observer could offer. Yet somehow, that 3% still rankled, so Aliyev's security services remained vigilant in their effort to drive political opposition to the vanishing point. These people were in a bad psychological state, and have been for many years, the Azeri president said of his critics. People who have such a negative attitude of their own nation, their own people and state, can only be called traitors to the nation and anti-national forces. Opposition figures kept ending up in psychiatric hospitals, often for treatment of their paranoia. Other alleged traitors to the nation, or more specifically to President Aliyev and his family, were arrested and beaten. One said he had been whacked for an hour with a truncheon, so bad I could no longer feel pain. An attorney who called attention to this extra-legal torture had his law license revoked. Invented charges of hooliganism or drug possession landed many of Aliyev's political opponents in prison for extended stays. A conviction of insulting the honor and dignity of the president was good for up to 5 years, thanks to tough new laws enacted by the Aliyev-controlled parliament. 2 men who refused to admit to defacing a statue of the president's father were beaten by police, threatened with rape, and sentenced to a decade in prison. The 2020 Azeri military offensive in a long-running conflict with Armenia, according to reports from international observers, teemed with war crimes on both sides. The Azeris attacked residential areas with cluster munitions, which had been banned because of their widespread indiscriminate effect and long-lasting danger to civilians. Armenian POWs were deprived of food, water, sleep, and medical care. The prisoners reported being burned with cigarette lighters, subjected to electric shocks, and punctured with metal rods. Journalists didn't fare much better than POWs. The public reporting suggested a love-hate relationship between President Aliyev and the press in Azerbaijan. The president loved the Azeri media he controlled, but was almost all of it by 2019. He had once gifted 255 apartments to reporters, and then showed up to accept his third Friend of Journalists award from Baku's local press council. He hated the writers and editors who were critical of him and his family and their unexplained wealth. Those journalists did not get free apartments. They got harassed, threatened, and intimidated even after fleeing the country. The female reporter living in the United States got the Khadija blackmail treatment in 2019. Someone from Azerbaijan sent her intimate photographs of her and her boyfriend and told her to cease her broadcasts about the president's finances. "You have 7 days to show you have quit," read the message to her, "or we will expose you." Afgan Mukhtarli, the husband of Leyla Mustafayeva, Khadija's friend, who had helped me get my tapes out of Azerbaijan back in 2014, was kidnapped in the country of Georgia in May 2017. Their investigations into the Aliyev family corruption made it too dangerous to stay in Baku. The kidnappers blindfolded Afgan, broke his nose and his ribs, put 10,000 euros in his pockets, then handed him off to Azeri law enforcement, who threw him into a jail in Baku. He was convicted of smuggling contraband, the 10,000 euros, and served almost 3 years in prison. President Ilham Aliyev's extremely thin-skinned dictatorial comportment and his well-deserved low ratings on the scale of human rights, rule of law, freedom of the press and expression, and corruption was an awfully large and ungainly lump for NSO Group and others to sweep under the international carpets, and had been for years. President Aliyev, when U.S. diplomat admitted, complicates our approach to Baku and has the unfortunate effect of framing what should be a strategically valuable relationship as a choice between U.S. interests and U.S. values. By 2019, Ilham Aliyev had a pretty good idea of where the democracies of the world would land on this difficult and tortuous choice between their interest and their professed values. He'd been given plenty of glimpses behind the curtain over the previous 20-plus years, starting when he was invited to headline a Strengthening Democratic Institutions Project seminar at the Kennedy School of Government at Harvard University in 1997. Turned out the notions of democracy and human rights and freedom of expression didn't really come up much. Rule of law got some play, at least where financial instruments and business contracts were concerned. Ilham Aliyev was wearing 2 hats at that seminar. He was the only son of the sitting Azeri president, and he was first vice president of the state oil company of the Azerbaijan Republic, SOCAR. Both the MC of the event and the first speaker after Ilham were current Kennedy School professors and past and future officials in the U.S. Department of Defense. The other speakers were executives at 6 oil companies already doing business in newly independent Azerbaijan. The recent U.S. Assistant Secretary of Defense, Ash Carter, made a brief talk about the West's desire for strong military partnership with Aliyev's father and the geopolitical necessity of security and stability in Azerbaijan. "I want you all to do a thought experiment and imagine there were no oil in Azerbaijan," Carter said. "If there were no oil in Azerbaijan, it would still be an important place. It would be a geopolitically important place to the United States. He would still have an interest there, and we should still have a security strategy there." The next 6 speakers at the Kennedy School event put the lie to that proposition. Oil and natural gas were the entire point of the seminar because oil and gas were the crucial point of engagement between Azerbaijan and the West. Europe and the U.S. were a bit skittish about the shrinking supply of the commodities so crucial to their citizens' creature comforts and their country's industrial output. Expectations at the time
were that oil production in Europe was going to shrink by almost 2 million barrels per day over the next decade, while demand there would be increasing by that amount. The U.S. was also girding for a drop in its domestic oil production and a rise of prices at the pump. Meanwhile, 3 countries sitting on about 250 billion barrels of proven oil reserves, Iran, Iraq, and Libya, had proven unreliable trading partners. Azerbaijan was among the key untapped sources of oil and gas in the old Soviet republics, so major oil companies from Europe and the U.S. stood ready to do their part in the tapping and to reap the profits. SOCAR VP Ilham Aliyev had already overseen production sharing agreements between his company and many of the biggest oil-producing companies in the world. The contract of the century had flooded Azerbaijan with the cash and know-how needed to get that black gold out of the Caspian seabed and off to needy European markets and beyond. The plan was to build 3 separate pipelines to move Azerbaijan's valuable export. The first crude oil produced by the partnership had been sucked out of the Caspian and into a newly constructed shore terminal just 9 days before the Harvard seminar, and this promised to be but a drop in the new and growing bucket. The most optimistic estimates of the oil reserves under the Caspian Sea ran to more than 200 billion barrels, enough to fuel all of Europe for almost 40 years. Saudi Arabia type numbers, a development executive from Pennzoil noted. Even if most of those reserves properly belonged to Iran, Kazakhstan, Turkmenistan, and Russia, Azerbaijan's proven 7 billion was a still very alluring little honeypot all on its own. For Exxon and for the rest of the industry, we have 2 jobs to do in Azerbaijan, one of the seminar speakers explained. First is to find and size the resource, the remaining reserves, and then hopefully develop multiple routes to multiple marketplaces. A slogan that has become popular with the industry and with SOCAR now is, "Happiness is multiple pipelines." We support that concept. The 6 oil company executives at Harvard heaped copious praise on the progress Azerbaijan had made in just 6 years of independence from the Soviet Union. The Western oilmen in Baku could find restaurants serving excellent Chinese food and Mexican and Cajun. They could buy Italian suits, French wine, and other luxury goods. The Azeris were working hard to learn the language of international commerce, English. The speakers at the Kennedy School Forum, to a man, also heaped praise on Ilham's father for far-sighted policies that not only attracted foreign investment, but placed it under legal and judicial protection. Azerbaijan's prosperous secular government serves as a model for other governments in the new independent republics. Azerbaijan is a very reliable partner for industrial development, not only in our business, but I think in all business. The progress is unprecedented, certainly in my business experience, and probably in the history of our industry. Just over 20 years later, and 16 years into Ilham Aliyev's own oil industry-friendly presidency, the lessons he had first learned still applied. His very low rankings in human rights, rule of law, press freedom and expression, and his very high rankings in personal corruption were generally beside the point. As long as Azerbaijan helped feed the gaping maw of the European oil and gas market and spread the profits among a handful of powerful European and American corporations, nobody was going to deny him much of what he wanted, or call him out too loudly on his most heinous behavior. I had witnessed this firsthand back in early 2014 on my reporting trip to Baku with President Hollande and French energy company executives who arrived with their hands out. That politicians, human rights activists, and journalists in Azerbaijan were being surveilled, blackmailed, tortured, and imprisoned was not a subject of discussion on that trip. When I sought out the victims of Aliyev's vicious campaign against his detractors, I became a target for harassment and theft. The Azeri security services confiscated our computer drives, and was later dragged into a French court and unsuccessfully sued for libel. President Aliyev objected to us calling Azerbaijan a dictatorship. I tried to raise the question of human rights in Azerbaijan at a joint appearance of President Hollande and President Aliyev at the Elysee Palace later that same year. This was a breach of protocol at the palace, where reporters are not supposed to shout questions during photo ops. But sometimes, protocol be damned. There were more than 90 Azeri citizens being held in prison for criticizing or challenging Aliyev. Leyla Yunus, one of the most outspoken human rights activists, whom Haland and I had both met in Baku, had been jailed 6 months earlier on questionable fraud and tax evasion charges. She was also being denied much-needed medical care. "Mr. Haland," I yelled from behind a cordon about 30 feet away, as the two men walked toward Aleyev's waiting limousine. "Have you considered asking your counterpart to release political prisoners in his country?" "We have discussed it," Haland answered. "And what is his response?" President Aleyev barely even glanced at me. He kept his eyes on Haland. "But he was going to look into the matter in detail," Haland answered. "About the case of Layla Yunus, who you met in Baku?" I asked, which did draw Aleyev's attention for just a flash. He didn't speak much French, but he clearly recognized the name. "That's been done," Haland insisted, meaning my guess he had raised the issue. The two leaders smiled at one another, shook hands, and parted. Haland back inside his residence, and Aleyev across the graveled driveway toward the open door of his waiting limo. I kept trying now with Aleyev in English. "Are you planning to release political prisoners in your country?" He just kept walking toward the car, as if I wasn't even speaking. "What are you planning to do about Layla Yunus?" Ilham Aleyev clearly felt no need to answer such a question, and certainly no obligation. He drove off without acknowledging my presence. Haland refused my later request for a formal interview to discuss human rights violations in Azerbaijan. The status quo held. Ethics officials in the U.S. waved off the fact that SOCAR had spent $750,000 to wine and dine American congressmen at the recent U.S.-Azerbaijan Vision for the Future conference. Members of the congressional delegation had been gifted silk scarves, crystal tea sets, rugs, and free travel. Lobbyists in the U.S. and Europe happily accepted millions of dollars to quash a damning report on political prisoners in Azerbaijan. Aleyev's operatives reportedly spent €30 million to persuade members of the Council of Europe, whose sole mission was to bolster democracy on the continent, to ignore the long and continuing Azeri record of human rights violations. In October 2017, the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development approved a €450 million loan to help fund SOCAR's and partners' gas pipeline from Azerbaijan to Western Europe. The following March, the European Investment Bank signed off on a €930 million loan for the pipeline. The EIB did not condition the loan on the improvement of human rights, wrote Human Rights Watch, even though its obligations under the EU Charter of Fundamental Rights meant it should not finance projects that would encourage or support human rights violations. Exactly a year later, and not long after the new pipeline went into operation, the long-suffering Khadija Ismailova was subjected to an entirely new and systematic invasion of privacy, courtesy of Pegasus. And now, at the end of May 2021, more than a year and a half after NSO announced its industry-leading human rights policy, its all-star governance, risk, and compliance committee, and its robust vetting program, and as the company was preparing its first-ever Transparency and Responsibility report, Khadija Ismailova remained under constant cyber surveillance by the Azeri security services. When Claudio and Danica executed a jailbreak on Khadija's phones in the first week of June, they found evidence of more than 100 separate attacks over 18 months. All this thanks to the growing excellence of the relationship between President Ilham Aliyev and the leaders of the country that proudly declares itself the one and only bastion of democracy in the Middle East. The week before Khadija left Baku for her reunion with her OCCRP colleagues, President Ilham Aliyev appeared at a web conference sponsored by a foreign policy NGO in the Azeri capital. Aliyev was in fine fettle that day, still in the glow of the success of his military's lightning 44-day offensive against Armenia. He had already inaugurated a museum commemorating this victory, leading a state-run camera crew to the rows of captured Armenian military equipment and through an arch lined with helmets worn by killed and captured Armenian soldiers. Aliyev was happy to credit the key allies who helped the Azeri army retake land lost to Armenians 25 years earlier, in the earliest days of his father's presidency. He made a point to recognize the Israeli contribution during the Q&A portion of the web conference in Baku in late May 2021. Israel had provided billions of dollars of sophisticated military equipment over the previous 5 years, including the drones that had proved pivotal in Aliyev's recent triumph. Our relations are very diverse, Aliyev said of his country's relationship with Israel. We are active trading partners, and the volume of our trade is increasing. Azerbaijan has full access to Israeli defense industry products. It's not a secret. And now we are in the phase of new development in that area. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu had been nurturing this relationship with the Republic of Azerbaijan for years. He had made pilgrimage to Baku in 2016 to exercise his preferred brand of foreign relations. Commerce, in Netanyahu's view, was the necessary precursor to any international alliance. Israel was already a leading importer of Azeri goods by 2016, trailing only Italy and Turkey in raw volume. Israel was buying Azeri gold, tomatoes, and of course oil and gas, while promoting Caspian Sea vacation packages for tourists from Jerusalem, Tel Aviv, and Haifa. Azerbaijan was importing Israeli agricultural technology and military hardware by the billions of dollars. 5 years later, wrote one Middle East expert and diplomat who worked at the European Parliament, this advanced weaponry proved instrumental to Azerbaijan's victory over Armenia. Israel's energetic efforts at trade and diplomacy in Azerbaijan were no different from its efforts all across the Middle East. At the end of May 2021, judging by the evidence the security lab and the reporters in our consortium had turned up from the leaked data, military-grade spyware was nested in the package of goodies Israel had to offer its prospective allies. Azerbaijan, Morocco, the United Arab Emirates, and Saudi Arabia had all been operating NSO's Pegasus systems under licenses approved by the Israeli government. The former defense and intelligence officials we were talking to at the time were happy to explain the calculus. It all boiled down to the promotion of one thing, and that was Israeli security, which also boiled down to one thing: neutralizing the country that had been promising for generations to wipe Israel from the earth: Iran. All the trade with Azerbaijan, which included the licensing of Pegasus, was a security swap. Aliyev gets the tools he needs to maintain control of his near-total domestic power and fence off his neighbors. And Israel, according to that Middle East expert from the European Parliament, gains a foothold on Iran's northern borders for intelligence gathering or even a launching pad for a potential military attack on Iran. The same calculus applied to Israel's attempts at improving relations with Morocco, Saudi Arabia, and the United Arab Emirates. Netanyahu was working to create a united front against Iran in the Middle East, according to former Israeli government officials, and access to cutting-edge Israeli arms, including cyber weapons like Pegasus, was among the incentives the Prime Minister could offer. Of course it helps, says Israeli national security expert Yoel Guzhansky. Netanyahu's government lacked easy and open channels to spread those kinds of incentives in the capital cities of Rabat, Riyadh, and Abu Dhabi. No embassies, no consulates, no foreign service officers on the ground. Israel's chief point contact with these wary allies was its international intelligence service, the Mossad. Mossad is in charge of building diplomatic connections with the regimes where we don't have a diplomatic relationship, one former Israeli intelligence commander explained to us. When their intelligence counterparts in these countries started asking for Unit 8200 to level spyware technology to fight ISIS or homegrown terrorists, the Mossad had to demur. The Israeli military did not share its technology with anyone, not even close allies like the US and the UK. But Mossad could offer the next best thing, which was Pegasus. NSO's technology was top shelf, and NSO could be trusted to keep their collective mouths shut about who was buying and operating its spyware system. So tight-lipped were the officials at the top of NSO, in fact, that they even kept the identity of potential clients from the members of the company's new outside human rights advisors who were supposed to provide guidance in vetting potential clients and in investigating claims of misuse. The updated compliance regime, which seemed more like an updated set of talking points, had been pushed hard by the new majority owner of NSO Group, the recently hatched London-based hedge fund Noble Pina. More established firms had taken a hard look at buying NSO and bailed. The partners at Noble Pina thought of themselves as buccaneers, willing to take chances on high-risk businesses others were afraid to touch. They told me it was a new fund that was supposed to be specializing in problem companies because usually they are underlisted and they make big money, says one potential investor. The three principals in the fund were thrilled to be able to help Shalev Julio and Omri Lavi buy out Francisco Partners in early 2019, and then they embarked on a campaign to refurbish the company image, which was in pretty poor shape after the revelations in Mexico and the allegations surrounding the Khashoggi case. For membership on the new compliance committee, the Novopina Moneymen wooed a number of respected European and American diplomats and intelligence specialists, promising them that they would have real impact on company policy. One of the potential human rights consultants, former French diplomat Gérard Lano, was given a one-day tour of the NSO offices just before he signed on in September 2019. A modern tower in the northern suburbs of Tel Aviv, the chic district where they have a lot of embassies. RO remembers. They have the top 3 floors of a hyper-modern building. Everyone is in t-shirts and shorts. People are all between 28 and 35 years old. They arrive on scooters. The visit came with a brief rundown of Pegasus, but no demo of the system itself. I got some not very precise slides, he says. The presentation they gave me was for children, really. RO says he and his fellow human rights consultants had no real input in the company business. A group of investors had once let slip to him that more than 40 client countries had been licensed to Pegasus. But nobody at NSO ever divulged to him the names of these countries, or even the names of prospective licensees. The NSO vetting process was an in-house operation handled by the Governance, Compliance, and Risk Committee and run with the exigencies of the Israeli Ministry of Defense in mind. The government mostly looks at it in the spectrum of what's good for Israel, says one cybersecurity expert we talked to in Israel. It's not about the ethics of the sales. They just want to make sure it won't be used against Israel. There was an acute sensitivity among Israeli authorities to the moods and responses of the governments of the United States and Russia. No U.S. phone number could be attacked by Pegasus, the Ministry of Defense and NSO claimed, nor could any phone be attacked by Pegasus while it was on U.S. territory. Somebody at the Ministry of Defense or at Prime Minister Netanyahu's office scotched Pegasus licensing deals to Ukraine and Estonia, according to reporting in March 2022 by Ronan Bergman and Mark Mazzetti of the New York Times, for fear of Vladimir Putin's reaction if it were found to have been used against officials in his Kremlin. North Korea, China, and Iran were deemed beyond the pale, but not many others. Not even Saudi Arabia. Not even in the aftermath of the Khashoggi killing. The Saudi rulers might be anti-democratic and serial violators of human rights, and even outright murderers. But they were becoming more aggressive in their efforts to help with what Israel most desired. Checking Iranian power. You can't always choose your allies, was Netanyahu's take. Interests trump friendship in the existential matters of national security. Holder Starr from our partner D. Zeit arrived in Tel Aviv on the same day Khadija Ismailova touched down in Ankara, May 29, 2021. 3 days later, and the day after Claudio confirmed that Khadija's iPhone had been targeted by Pegasus, Holger was busy confirming basic facts. NSO had clients in more than 40 countries. The company had about 860 employees, and 550 of those, give or take, worked in research and development. More than half of NSO customers were government agencies in European countries. NSO officials estimated its value at about $1.5 billion, a bit less than what was being reported in the financial press. Novopina now owned 70% of NSO. Shalev and Omri maintained personal interest in the company worth about $10 million each. The Pegasus system represented about 65% of NSO's business, but the company hoped it would soon be less than half. Drone technology was the next big thing. Holger did find himself suddenly in the same room as Shalev Julio at one point in the trip. He used it as an opportunity to press the NSO CEO. Okay, to make sure, Holger asked. Pegasus was not used either before or after the Khashoggi murder to target the people around him? Shalev answered, No, not his wife, not family. Never, ever, 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 and never and again. I am willing to do a polygraph on that. None of our technology actually had been used in that case.
Chapter 19. This is going to be big. Sundreen. Danica O'Carroll was back home in Ireland, back inside the ring, in the middle of June 2021. He was there to visit his family and friends, but the trip could hardly be counted as vacation. Danica spent much of his time in Birr at his parents' kitchen table, his laptops and notebooks splayed out in front of him, bent to his work. The scene in their kitchen may have given Danica's parents reason for pause, given his complicated history in the cyber world. Danica could not confide in his parents exactly what kind of work he was doing. But they did know this much. When their son spent this much time on his computer, wrapped up in secret projects, it had not always resulted in happy outcomes. "Is this all legit?" his father asked him at one point in the visit. Danica had little choice but to stick to his private business, whatever his parents' concern. The Pegasus project was gaining momentum every day, as if the entire 80-person team was just starting to accelerate toward a long, final kick to the finish line. I felt it in Paris, and no doubt Danica felt it too. He represented an entire half of the project's crucial forensics team, and the journalists working on Pegasus were piling more on his shoulders every day. One of the imperatives we had set for ourselves involved a numbers game. We had already verified the identities of close to 1,000 of the 50,000 selections in the data. The verifications included about 150 journalists, and our goal was to get that number up to 200 before publication. The deadline we had set for that task was July 6th, just 3 weeks away. We were also working hard to confirm as many people as possible who had been victimized by Pegasus attacks or actual Pegasus infections, which meant a steady flow of backup files from mobile phones, or the physical phones themselves, was washing into the security lab. The daughter of the hero of Hotel Rwanda, Karine Kanimba, had provided backup files from her 2 iPhones a week earlier, for instance. Hannes Munzinger from Süddeutsche Zeitung had approached Karine after the German newspaper had found the mobile phone number of her father's attorney in the data. Because Karine was a vocal spokesperson defending her father, and a vocal critic of the Rwandan regime, Hannes believed she might also be a Pegasus target. There was no clear evidence of Pegasus infection on either iPhone, but enough suspicious activity that we asked her if she would send the phones to Berlin for a jailbreak analysis. Stephanie Kirchgassner from The Guardian had persuaded a second exiled human rights defender from Rwanda to allow Claudio and Danica to run forensics on his cell phone logs. Pegasus project reporters were approaching people in the data from all over the world. Siddharth and his team from The Wire had found 4 possible victims in India willing to submit their phones to forensics: a human rights lawyer, a human rights defender, a labor union official, and a journalist. Phineas found 2 more journalists from India who agreed to the forensics and to go public if the Pegasus targeting was confirmed. A third said, "No, thank you," telling Phineas that he was in the middle of very sensitive reporting and wasn't willing to risk compromising it. The wife of a Moroccan political dissident who was serving a 30-year prison sentence said yes to the forensics. Frederick Obermeyer, Bastian Obermeyer, and Szabolcs Panyi all had new candidates for analysis in Hungary. A reporter from Süddeutsche Zeitung thought she had a chance to get the iPhone of a young Azeri dissident who had drowned in Istanbul just a month earlier. His number was selected back in 2019. Not long after Khadija Ismailova was first targeted. The most urgent forensics at that moment in mid-June revolved around the Jamal Khashoggi case. Traces of evidence in the Android phone belonging to Khashoggi's wife, Hanan, suggested she had been targeted by Pegasus spyware before his murder, but did not prove a successful infection. So Dana Priest of the Washington Post was flying to Istanbul with Arthur Bouvart from Forbidden Stories on June 15th to meet with Khashoggi's closest contacts in Turkey, including his fiancée, Hatice Cengiz, who had been waiting outside the consulate in Istanbul at the time of his murder. Khadija was also in our data. If things went as planned, Claudio and Danica would be analyzing her mobile phone any day. On top of the ongoing requests for forensic analyses, the two cybersecurity researchers were just beginning to pull together a report detailing their findings to present to NSO before publication. We had an obligation as journalists to give the company a chance to comment on, dispute, or correct any of the facts we deemed solid enough to publish. Amnesty International and the Security Lab felt ethically bound to give NSO the opportunity to respond to specifics in the forensic findings as well. Claudio and Danica were also preparing the materials they would be releasing to the public at large when the Pegasus project went live on July 18th. The pair had decided to do something fairly unprecedented in the short annals of cyber surveillance research. They were going to be completely transparent. They weren't going to merely show their findings. They meant to show their work, in detail, to the world. There would be a comprehensive report on Security Lab methodology, including the design, development, and implementation of their forensic tool. Claudio and Danica were also preparing to report in detail the evidence they had found for each and every confirmed attack or infection, and to expose all the zero-click and zero-day exploits they had identified, as well as all the Pegasus-generated process names and fake accounts that NSO made available to its clients for delivery of the malicious spyware payload. The reports were still evolving, because Claudio and Danica were gathering new evidence almost every day. On June 14th, while Danica was in Ireland and Dana Priest and Arthur Bouvart were heading out for their trip to Istanbul, Claudio was in his office in Berlin, jailbreaking one of Khadija Ismailova's cell phones. Miranda Petruchek had carried the phones to Germany for further analysis after her reunion with Khadija in Ankara. Claudio had one of Khadija's iPhones wired into his laptop that sunny, late spring morning while Miranda peered over his shoulder, trying to make sense of the impenetrable lines of code filling the screen, highlighted in different colors. "This is what it looks like, really," Claudio explained. "I mean, this is just the output of our tool. So essentially, we see processes that we know are connected to Pegasus. We'll see some iMessage accounts that are connected to the attacks. Is it new ones, or the ones you've seen before in her backup files?" Miranda wanted to know. "I believe these are the ones we've seen before, but I'm going to have to basically later sit down and go through the ones I may not have seen," Claudio explained, pointing out different lines on the screen. It was all pretty standard fare. Lines of code he and Danica had observed dozens of times by now. "This might indicate what the entry point is," he said. And then suddenly, "What the fuck? That's weird. There are some new traces that we have not seen before. They might be indicative of some other exploits that we've not seen before." He told Miranda he needed a little extra time to do some more digging. Danica had a look as well, and the two partners agreed. This was something new, an exploit neither had ever seen before. NSO researchers had apparently found a vulnerability related to Apple Music sometime before the summer of 2020, because the Pegasus system used it as the entry point for delivery of malicious spyware payload to Khadija's iPhone as early as July 10th of that year. The evidence in Khadija's phone didn't allow Claudio and Danica to determine exactly where in the exploit chain Apple Music fit, whether it was the vehicle for the final delivery of the payload, or just an early stage in prying open a back door. But it pointed to an NSO-created domain Claudio and Danica had identified back in 2019. And the URL pattern used to download the payload showed another key link between the attacks on Mati Monjib's phone in 2019, Khadija's in 2020, and the Pegasus zero-click exploit chain being used in 2021. This late discovery meant a whole new section that Claudio and Danica would have to write into their forensic methodology report. Apple Music leveraged to deliver Pegasus in 2020. Dana Priest and Arthur Bouvart arrived in Istanbul the next day, June 15, 2021, and shuttled back and forth to Ankara over the next few days so they could meet with both Khashoggi's fiancée, Hatice Cengiz, and his good friend Yasin Aktay, a Turkish government official. Aktay was not only Khashoggi's emergency contact in Turkey, he was also a key aide and confidant to Turkish President Recep Tayyip Erdogan. When Dana explained to Aktay that he was in our data, he expressed no surprise. In the aftermath of Khashoggi's murder, he said, he had been told by agents from the Turkish Interior Ministry that his phone had been hacked. He didn't ask who had compromised his phone at the time, and he waved off Dana's request that he make that ask now. Aktay agreed to sit for an interview, but he refused to let us run forensics on his phone. His life and his professional dealings were an open book, he said, and he'd long ago changed to a new phone. Aktay did not appear to be a wary man by nature, but he was wary of the ruling families in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates, for whom he had little good to say. Nobody had ever tried to assassinate him, he told Dana, but he wasn't taking any chances. He had a personal bodyguard and a big Mercedes with darkly tinted windows, maybe bulletproof. When he took Dana to the airport, Aktay's driver pushed the limo up to 120 miles per hour. It is very hard to have an assassination plan when you go fast, he said. Hatice Cengiz had been forced into her own tight security bubble after Jamal Khashoggi's killing. She was protected at all times by a security detail provided by the Turkish Interior Ministry, but rarely went out in public, even with her armed guards. Hatice did consent to meet with Dana and Arthur, and she did agree, after a lot of gentle cajoling by the two reporters, to let the security lab run the forensics on her iPhone. She seemed skeptical that the forensics would turn up anything, because she had been told that the iPhone was a very secure device. Danica was sitting at the kitchen table at his boyhood home in Burr, right down the hall from the room where he learned his cyber skills, where he had pranked Rupert Murdoch 10 years earlier, and where the local police had first burst in to question him about his alleged cyber crimes. When the upload of Hatice's iPhone backup commenced in that third week of June. Claudio was outside on his balcony in Berlin, on the line with Dana, talking her through the process, and also on a separate line with Danica. When the files uploaded, the security lab forensic tool dug out the goods in no time. Claudio and Danica, separated by 2,000 kilometers, could both see it all at the same time. They knew exactly what they had found. There was the crash reporter file, and the BH process, and a data extraction, and another Pegasus-generated process name. Hatice's phone had no doubt been attacked and successfully compromised by Pegasus spyware. There was evidence of attack and/or infection on 3 separate days over a 6-day span in early October 2018. The first attack was 4 days after MBS's Saudi thugs murdered Jamal Khashoggi. This was like a turning point, Claudio remembered of that moment. We had already found a lot of cases by then, but for me, it just clicked. Fuck. This is going to be big. It's not just a bunch of journalists in some country nobody ever heard of or nobody cares about. This will have impact because of the gravity of the story in which Hatice was involved, and because of the fact it had been repeated by NSO and Shalev ad nauseum that it was all bullshit. Danica had the same reaction. This is not overhyped. The Khashoggi thing, he remembers thinking. It is actually really real. This disproves all the lies NSO has been saying for years, that they didn't have anything to do with the murder. I remember standing up from my table and almost being like, "Oh, wow, we found the evidence." Things were happening so fast now that it was real work to keep track. There were around 80 journalists on the project, and we had separate investigations going in Europe, Asia, Africa, the Americas, and the Middle East. Nina Lacani of The Guardian was just back from Mexico. She hadn't had any more luck than Paloma locating Cecilio Pineda's phone. But Nina had filled out the story about Cecilio's final bits of work and the threats against him in the weeks before his still unsolved murder. Siddharth had met with a political opponent of Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi, Rahul Gandhi, who confirmed the reports that someone, and Gandhi made it sound like it might have been someone inside NSO, had warned him that he had been targeted. Christophe Clerix of Canuck in Belgium was going back to talk to Karine Kanimba to get her phones for another round of forensics. I spent hours at my flat with a reporter from Radio France, who was headed to Rwanda, trying to game out how she might approach known Pegasus targets there. This was no easy task. Rwanda was a dangerous place for a foreign journalist to work. She knew she would likely be watched and followed by government security services. Even after decades developing sources in the region, she had no one there she could absolutely trust to maintain the necessary secrecy. The Washington Post's Craig Timberg was getting good background material from cybersecurity specialists, who at least had some limited vision into the vulnerabilities in Apple's iMessage app. Send unlimited texts, photos, videos, documents, and more, was how Apple marketed the app. This one service does it all program was a remarkable convenience for the user. But that convenience came with a cost few users understood. When iMessage was just an Apple version of SMS, it was pretty locked down, according to one cyber expert. But once the app allowed iPhones to download video and GIFs and games, it became significantly less secure. As Apple added more and more facets to iMessage, it created a larger attack surface. Martin Untersinger from Le Monde was able to add to Craig's reporting with a source who had spent some time on Apple's security team. In the beginning, the iOS had few vulnerabilities, but the past few years have gotten worse. Martin offered the team as general background. The iPhone was likely the most secure mobile phone on the market, and Apple still had a colossal team playing defense, he explained. But that team had a lot coming at them, both in terms of outside researchers hunting flaws and coders accidentally creating them. Developers introduce bugs when they code badly, when they start off with a complicated codebase, or because they're pressed to work fast. Apple releases have accelerated in the last few years. Holger Stark was just back from Tel Aviv, with sackfuls of very useful reporting, including confirmations of some key facts about NSO and its relations with the Israeli government and its intelligence services. National security reporter Shane Harris and another of his colleagues from the Washington Post had scheduled their own trip to Israel for early July. Amitai Ziv, meanwhile, was on his way to interview Udi Ansbacher about his questionable dealings in Mexico, which he knew a lot more about now, with access to the leaked documents Carmen Aristegui had shared with the group. Amitai had just gotten a call from Shalev Julio's founding partner in NSO, Omri Lavi, who wanted to sit down for a coffee the last week of June. Amitai had just published a story in Haaretz on NSO's recent financial woes, so it was likely Omri was trying to do damage control on that front. But the invite still made me wonder for a second whether or not NSO was onto us. My nerves were already a little twitchy when Laurent came in on June 17th and showed me a disquieting message from Fabrice Arfi, our friend and colleague from Mediapart, who had helped convince Edwy Plenel to let us do the forensics on his phone back in April. Fabrice had sent Laurent a text saying that he had heard some loose talk around Paris about Edoui's Pegasus infection. Neither Fabrice nor Edoui were happy about it. Mediapart was doing its own reporting on cyber surveillance separate from our consortium, but they had made the collegial offer to hold their stories until after republished. Fabrice was worried that a story about Pegasus infections inside Mediapart would leak, and it would embarrass the respected site. Edoui was nervous, Fabrice was nervous, I was a bit concerned myself. We were still a month away from publication, and it was my job to make sure this investigation remained a close-held secret until we were ready to hit the go button. Christophe Clarix was determined to nail down the Karine Kanimba story for Canuck when he went to see her in Belgium on June 24, 2021. Christophe had been an enthusiastic partner on the Pegasus project, and he knew Karine was living in Belgium at the time. Her father, Paul Rusesabagina, had been kidnapped by Rwandan authorities a year earlier, was currently being tried on very questionable charges, and it looked like he was going to be railroaded into a sentence that ensured he would die in prison. Karine had left Rwanda as a young girl, shortly after surviving the genocide there. She had gone to college in the United States and worked in New York for part of her career. But she had been living in Belgium since her father's kidnapping. Karine carried 2 phones, one with a Belgian number and one with a U.S. number. Neither phone proved particularly cooperative. Christophe had already gone to see Karine 3 times in Belgium in the previous 3 weeks to facilitate the forensics on her 2 phones. But the analysis was still not completed to anyone's satisfaction. On the first visit, when Christophe tried to make a backup of one phone, the file was just too big. On the second visit, a key file went missing in the upload to the security lab. The plan for Christophe's 4th visit was to get a more complete backup of the Belgian phone for Claudio to analyze. Further complications arose that day. When Christophe tried to collect the diagnostic logs from Karine's phone, the process froze. Something Claudio had never seen before. I was like, well, that's strange, Claudio remembers. He suggested that Karine shut down the phone and restart it, which she did. And this time, the log extraction worked without a hitch. It occurred to Claudio that day that maybe the phone was compromised with Pegasus at the very moment he had tried to extract the data, and the malware was blocking him. When he checked the diagnostic logs in the timeline, he found the Pegasus process executions he had seen over and over the previous few months. OTP GREFD, launch AFD, VRN_stats. There were records right up until the minute that I told her to shut the phone down. She was getting infected every few days, and we happened to be there. We thought we were on their tail when we had started finding cases a month old, Danica says. Then we started finding cases a week old. Then, with Karine, we found somebody whose phone was hacked at the very moment we were analyzing the phone. Okay, now we're really going head-to-head. They're targeting, and we're actively finding infections that are happening right now. We're really, really on their tail. By now, after almost 4 months of forensics, the increasing proximity to the attacks has paid off. As Claudio and Danica moved from looking at historical cases to active targeting and live infections, crimes in progress, you could call it, they had developed enough evidence on enough different mobile phones to be able to piece together the 0-day, 0-click iMessage exploit chain that Pegasus had been employing throughout 2021. Claudio and Danica called this sophisticated new attack Megalodon, a name in their Pegasus evidence file. Megalodon was also the name of the largest species of shark that ever lived, which was probably not lost on NSO exploit developers. The Security Lab forensic tool had first turned up evidence of Megalodon on the mobile phone of a French human rights lawyer back in March. And Claudio and Danica had seen it on other phones in April, May, and now at the end of June in Karine's iPhone. The problem, of course, was that if the security lab could see the best new version of Pegasus operating live inside the phone, it increased the odds that Pegasus could see the security lab operating live inside the phone as well. Claudio and Danica had been anxious to wrap up this investigation as quickly as possible for weeks. Now they were really anxious to get it done. I had a great and growing appreciation for those concerns, especially after Amitai Ziv contacted me a few days later to say one of his sources in Israel, connected to the cyber industry there, asked him if we had a list. There were apparently rumors floating around Israel about a list connected to NSO. I asked Amitai to set up a call for me with his source. I suggested Amitai tell him we wanted his technical insights into the cyber exploit industry, as it was practiced in Israel. The guy seemed to be a bit of a gadfly around the cyber circuit in Israel when I did a little research on him. A self-described security expert who was always in attendance at the big cyber conferences where Prime Minister Netanyahu did his cheerleading for the industry. But he talked as if he was interested in policing cyber surveillance tools like Pegasus. So who knew? Maybe I was being paranoid. Maybe he would have something worthwhile to add. When I got him on the line, he said he wanted to be helpful to us, but the conversation very quickly got weird. The first strange thing he did was offer up a ludicrous math formula, suggesting that the total number of people targeted by NSO clients added up to maybe 1.8 million over 10 years. A classic red herring. Then he started fishing for information. He never actually asked me about a list, but he did push for specifics about our investigation. Sundreen, you haven't told me what this story is about, he said. It's about cyber threats against journalists, I said, explaining as much as I could to somebody outside the consortium of reporters and editors. Like our Mexican story and our Moroccan story, basically. We're following what we started and really trying to find out what are the kinds of cyber threats that are possible against journalists, and who can be targeted, and basically, technically, how this works. This wasn't good enough for him, he said. He wanted something more concrete, like maybe new signs he could check for us against his own database. I told him I'd send him a list of questions, which he could answer by email. Then I got off the line. He was persistent and not very subtle. If you do have the database that was leaked, which is probably just a rumor, he wrote after we ended the call, can you please look for my name there? Now I found myself wondering if he was acting on behalf of NSO. A few days later, we heard from Shane Harris, one of a dozen or so reporters the Washington Post now had on the project. Shane had decided to scrub his planned trip to Israel. A new government had just taken charge a few weeks earlier. Netanyahu was out as prime minister, and Naftali Bennett was in. But it seemed very unlikely that the new administration would be any less protective of NSO Group. The Post thought that Israeli authorities knew something was heating up around the company and its technology, and Bennett's administration was worried about a big mess. The Post was starting to hear talk inside Israel of a Pegasus-related victim list. We were still 3 weeks away from publication, which seemed like a very long time to keep this investigation secret. And I wasn't entirely sure we would all get to safe harbor. Chapter 20. We're rolling. Sandrine. Anxiety about keeping the Pegasus project under wraps for a few more weeks and keeping our source out of harm's way before, during, and after publication was causing me some restless nights. The chief worry among the other partners in the last days of June was the question of the forensics. Claudio and Danica had been calm and steady hands throughout the investigation, and anybody in the consortium who had watched them work up close or sat in on their presentations walked away confident in their technical expertise. But every one of these journalists had editors back home to answer to. and each of their publications had attorneys who were paid to be skeptical and to demand as much proof as could be obtained and to keep their clients out of court. The editors and the lawyers all wanted some serious reinforcement of the security lab's findings. And we had all agreed at our conference back in May that the best possible reinforcement was a peer review of the forensics. There was a single best possible option for the technical review. The gold standard of independent cybersecurity research facilities was Citizen Lab. The institution and its personnel were known in the field and respected around the world. So everybody on the project was pleased when Citizen Lab and its lead computer scientist, Bill Marzak, signed on to conduct the peer review. The head of Amnesty Tech, Dana Ingleton, set up the mechanics with Ron Diebert, the director of Citizen Lab in Toronto. The first stage of the two-part review was forensic analyses on a few of the iPhones in which Claudio and Danica had found evidence of compromise by Pegasus. The review would be done blind, using Citizen Lab's own forensic tools, without any knowledge of the methodology the security lab had used in its analysis. The hope was that Citizen Lab would replicate the security lab's findings. The second part of the peer review would be a more general audit of the methodology Claudio and Danica had employed. Kind of like an outside coach watching game film after the fact and grading the plays. I didn't foresee any problems, but that didn't mean I was free of worry. Any unexpected issues in the peer review could be devastating to the investigation. If Citizen Lab was unable to replicate our findings, or found serious problems in our methodology, salvaging the Pegasus project would be an uphill battle. We send off 3 separate iPhone backup files to Toronto on June 24th, with the permission of the owners. Karija Ismailova, Sabolch Pani, and Edwy Plenel, and asked for a quick turnaround. The first results came back 4 days later, which felt like a very long 4 days. Bill Marzak and his colleague John Scott Railton called to let us know what they'd found and then send us their written report. When I opened the file, I skimmed through the short section containing the Pegasus-generated process names that Citizen Lab had recognized in each of the 3 new analyses, and went straight to the money paragraph. We conclude with high confidence, it read, that all 3 iPhones were successfully infected with NSO Group's Pegasus spyware during the dates mentioned. Our high confidence conclusion stems from the fact that we have never seen the above process names used in a benign context, and we have only ever seen the above process names used in high-confidence cases of infection with NSO Group's Pegasus spyware. I posted my synopsis of the first stage of the peer review on the secure site that each of the partners could access, along with a PDF of the report Citizen Lab had forwarded. And I anticipated the collective sigh of relief from Pegasus project collaborators all over the world. Craig Timberd posted a comment almost immediately. "This is tremendous news," he wrote. "Well done." Miranda Petruchik from OCCRP seconded him. "This is excellent." Neither Claudio nor Danica was going to crow about this validation of their work, in part because neither of them was angling for the spotlight. The two had remained low-key, nose-to-the-grindstone craftsmen throughout our partnership. That wasn't going to change. But when Claudio got on a secure call 2 days later to be interviewed by a small subgroup of the partners who wanted quotes from him for their opening day stories, now just 18 days away, he seemed almost buoyant. He may have even smiled a few times. Claudio was on the line for an hour and a half, patiently taking questions, prepared to explain anything from the first draft of the 80-page report he and Danica were planning to release on our publication date. Claudio had provided the draft to all the partners earlier that day. He was hearing the same questions he had fielded from some of these same reporters already, sometimes over and over. How do you know it is Pegasus and not some other spyware? but he seemed happy to answer. These process names are very unique, very peculiar. There are only a few dozen of these, and they are not legitimate iOS process names. And I can say it for a fact because I also did the exercise of downloading every single version of iOS, which was released since 2016. And I checked every single file that was released with it. And none of these actually appear on it. So we know that these processes that appear are not legitimate processes. They're malicious processes. We know that they are Pegasus processes because they are connected to the network infrastructure we've seen. He went back over the intrusive capabilities of NSO's spyware. When an iPhone is compromised, it's done in such a way that allows attackers to obtain so-called root privileges, or administration privileges on the device, that virtually allows anything to be done on the phone. That meant anything, adding a new thought to the discussion. If somebody wanted to know how fast you were moving while driving your car, Claudio explained, all the NSO engineers had to do was write the code and slip it into the infected phone. Claudio answered questions about the dynamics of the battle between NSO and mobile phone manufacturers like Apple, which was probably still the best at playing defense. Credit where credit is due, he said of Apple. But someone that is very talented out there, motivated by the very high remuneration they get from finding these issues, is working in all possible ways to bypass and find workarounds. He reminded the reporters about the goodie bag of workaround exploits NSO could offer their Pegasus licensees. I imagine there's a good chunk they discover and develop themselves, he explained. And there's probably a good chunk to be acquired from external researchers and brokers. By the end of the interview, I couldn't help reflecting on the value of this collaboration between journalists and technical experts. Whatever wariness Claudio, Danica, Laurent, and I had about one another in that first meeting in Berlin back in 2020 had evaporated. We had each made the others better at our jobs, and that was no small thing. Claudio and Danica's technical expertise not only provides the reporters on the project a much more nuanced understanding of the Pegasus system and NSO and the entire cyber surveillance industry, it had also opened an avenue to help them find the most emblematic and powerful personal stories. And by getting out in the field and scaring up more than 60 different phones for forensic analysis, the reporters on the Pegasus project had managed to deliver to the resident empiricists of the security lab the means to new discovery. The more attack records you see, the more you compare traces, the more clear the picture becomes, Claudio told the group that day. You start putting together all the pieces of the puzzle, and it starts becoming more obvious. So it all kind of adds up. Things started getting really real for me after that, in the first week of July, because it was my job to coordinate the massive 5-day worldwide multi-platform publication involving 17 independent newsrooms, each with its own prerogatives and its own editors and its own attorneys. We were still wrangling details of the order of the rollout of the stories 10 days before our publication date. For maximum impact and minimum blowback, the rollout had to be synchronized, and the content needed to be as uniform as possible. The general outlines of the schedule I mapped were acceptable to all. On day 1, the consortium would lay out the scope and scale of the use of NSO's Pegasus spyware system, but the focus would be on journalists and human rights defenders who had been victimized. Almost all the partners planned to make the targeting of Jamal Khashoggi's family members, wife, fiancé, and one son, friends and colleagues, the lead story that first day. But not all. Direct 36 preferred to lead with the story of its own reporters being spied on with Pegasus, courtesy of the Orban government. The Wire would headline stories about journalists being cyber-surveilled in India, including those compromised in their own newsroom. OCCRP planned to highlight the Khadija Ismailova story. The partners all agreed to hold the names of world leaders and government officials selected for targeting by NSO until day 3, to make sure the more serious issues about cyber surveillance of private citizens weren't overwhelmed by dog bites man headlines about geopolitical spy games. The odds of that happening had increased immensely just a few days earlier, when the team from Le Monde had finally been able to confirm that a mobile phone number in the data was, in fact, that of sitting French President Emmanuel Macron. Le Monde had confirmed the selection of more than a dozen other key members of the Macron administration. There were a handful of other presidents and prime ministers in the data that we had been able to confirm with multiple sources and could now identify in print. The final request for a change in schedule came from The Wire in India. The original plan was to save the story of Pegasus being used to spy on Rahul Gandhi, the most serious political rival of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, until day 5. Exposing the Modi government for what looked like the criminal act of surveilling a political opponent was a potentially explosive revelation in the world's largest democracy. We all wanted to give the story its own space, where it didn't have to compete for attention. But the editor at The Wire, Siddharth Varadarajan, didn't think his website could hold the story for 4 days. He was afraid Gandhi would talk to other news outlets in India as soon as the Pegasus project went live, and The Wire would lose the biggest scoop in its home territory. I sent a query to the partners about moving up the Gandhi report. We know it's an important story for The Wire, I explained, and that they have done important work investigating it. Everybody agreed to move Gandhi to day 2, making the headline story of day 5 the potential targeting of people close to the Dalai Lama. The other tricky bit of coordination was making sure the partners stuck to the same language in paragraphs describing the nature of the leak and the central conclusions of the investigation. In the first case, we needed to make sure we continued to protect the personal safety of our source. In the second, we needed to make sure none of the partners overstepped the boundary lines of what our forensic evidence and our reporting revealed about NSO and its clients. The editors and lawyers of each partner could determine for themselves just how far they wanted to go. But we needed them all to know there were lines that could not be crossed, both to ensure accuracy and to meet the professional standards we all shared. A person on the list we had confirmed, for instance, we could say was selected for a possible Pegasus attack by a client of NSO. You should never imply that someone was successfully targeted unless we can prove so through forensic analysis of the phone. I wrote in a fact sheet distributed to all the partners. We did, by then, feel confident in reporting the extraordinary fact that the data we had been given access to contained about 50,000 unique phone numbers. Our confidence came from the forensic work Claudio and Danica had done, in spite of limitations. It was impossible, for instance, given time constraints, the danger of exposing our investigation, or the very real possibility of putting the source in harm's way, to approach everybody we could confirm in the data and ask them to let us do the forensics on their mobile phone. But we had been able to safely run technical analyses on more than 60 phones belonging to journalists, lawyers, and human rights activists, none of whom were criminals, terrorists, or pedophiles. According to the forensic analysis by Claudio and Danica, 85% of the iPhones in our data being used at the time of selection showed evidence of infection. Nearly 9 out of 10. We know that we see records of phone numbers selected by NSO clients before Pegasus infections. I explain in our fact sheet. We know infection always occurs after a selection. In quite a few cases, there is approximately 30 seconds between selection and iMessage lookups on the device. The time varies between seeing the iMessage lookups and Pegasus process on the device, but it's in the range of 5 minutes to 1 hour. Conclusion we can make is phone numbers we see were entered in a system used by NSO clients before a Pegasus attack. Laurent and the lead editor of the Pegasus project at The Guardian, Paul Lewis, got Edward Snowden on the phone the first week in July. Paul had worked on the Snowden story back in 2013, when the former U.S. government contractor revealed that the NSA was monitoring communication traffic, if not actual conversations, en masse, and had the capability of building a pattern-of-life profile on anybody who used a cell phone or the internet. Those revelations had real consequences, both intended and unintended. Tech companies like Apple began to put a premium on encryption of communication to ensure privacy, and marketed their ability to provide a new layer of personal security. Law enforcement agencies around the world then made pleas for a backdoor into encrypted devices, like laptops and cell phones, so they wouldn't go dark and lose their ability to track terrorists and other criminals. The tech companies rightly refused, pointing out that if they created and distributed backdoors to self-proclaimed white hats like the FBI, the black hats were sure to get them too, and could then do damage to innocent people. NSO and other private companies stepped into that breach, learning how to exploit software vulnerabilities in mobile phones, and selling to law enforcement and intelligence agencies the tools to catch the bad guys. The centerpiece of this is a leak of data from NSO Group, Paul told Snowden in their Zoom call on July 5, 2021. We have 50,000 phone numbers. Edward Snowden is not easily shocked by stories about the spread of cyber surveillance, but he seemed taken aback. He was silent for a couple of seconds while the number sank in. 50,000, he said. Wow. Yeah, more than 50,000, Paul explained. It's a completely different scale, Snowden mused. You know the general argument that the NSA, and also these commercial companies that are trying to do the same thing, is that it's targeted, you know? It's only used against criminals. It's only used against bad people. To have 50,000 phone numbers that have been targeted just puts the lie to that kind of argument. NSO has always maintained the line. Our clients are contractually bound to only use this technology against terrorists and criminals, Paul said. What we found is that on a pretty sort of widespread basis across the world, these governments have been using a technology to spy on or target journalists, activists, lawyers, human rights defenders, academics, business people, senior religious figures, politicians up to and including some heads of state. Sort of everyone, really. Not a major surprise, Snowden responded. But then, 50,000 people. It's, I just kind of keep repeating that number to myself. A company like NSO really shouldn't exist. These are devices that exist in every context, on every desk, every home, all over the world, and we are dependent. We cannot work, we cannot communicate, we cannot trade, we cannot go about our lives in a normal, expected way today without using these. The only thing that the NSO Group does, their only product, is trying to discover weaknesses in these devices that we all rely on, and then sell them commercially. There's no limitation. There's only Israel pinky promising that they're going to have their Ministry of Defense, or whatever, review the export license. Just 10 minutes into the call, Snowden was on a roll. The fix, as he saw it, was some kind of global regulation to bring the cyber surveillance industry to heel. Maybe the EU would be moved finally to act. NSO is not trying to save the world, he continued. They're not trying to do anybody any good. They're trying to make money, despite their public claims to the contrary. When you create the means of infection, and you start passing them off to the highest bidder, as the NSO Group has done, and is doing and will do tomorrow, if nothing changes, you are guaranteeing that the world will be less safe tomorrow than it is today. Before he signed off, Snowden told Paul he would be happy to assist the Pegasus project any way he could. "If you guys want me to help, just announce it," Snowden said. "Because this is a story." Paul Lewis understood, as well as any of our partners, the potential impact of this story, as well as the potential for damage. Given the libel laws in the United Kingdom, The Guardian was likely to be among the most exposed of our media partners. Paul was mindful of one of the final key pieces of business for the Pegasus project: composing a letter to NSO, asking for response and comment on what we intended to report. The letter was a must, legally and ethically. It offered NSO the opportunity to speak to all the key facts that the consortium would be reporting. The most difficult balancing act in this effort was a matter of timing. A few of the partners had wanted to send our request for response to NSO weeks in advance. But there were partners still reporting, and we didn't want to give NSO or its clients the chance to scuttle that work before we were ready. Laurent and I were aiming to send the letter to NSO on July 10th, which would give them 4 days to respond to specifics in our upcoming publication, and still leave another 4 days for further discussion with NSO, and for any necessary refinements or emendations of our stories before the project went live. The partners were also working on separate drafts of requests for response to be sent to all the governments that had, by pretty clear evidence, licensed and used Pegasus. The team at The Guardian took the lead in writing the first draft of the request for response. The joke around the office in London was that they had the perfect man for the job. David Pegg's first big job at The Guardian was on an investigation in 2015 into allegations that the Swiss bank, HSBC, helped its wealthy banking customers conceal assets and dodge taxes. As the junior member of the team, David was assigned the thankless task of composing request for response letters for more than 150 people implicated in the Swiss leaks scandal. David signed the letter himself, and what followed was an avalanche of threats from rich and powerful folks sent to The Guardian's editors and lawyers. "Do you have any idea what this fellow David Pegg is doing?" David laughs about how he had been very truly and rightly intimidated at first, but pretty quickly became desensitized to it. "I still think of it as a happy memory, strangely," David told us at one point. "My friends all think I'm weird." Anyway, David took on the job of drafting the request for response to NSO with Paul's help. The two organized the letter in 4 separate categories: individuals targeted by Pegasus, NSO's dealings with the clients who appear to have misused its spyware, conclusions that could rationally be drawn from the reporting we had done, and a catch-all of other salient facts we had turned up about NSO's business deals and its relationship with the Israeli government. Claudio and Danica, meanwhile, were finishing up a 23-page report laying out their findings for NSO to see. Titled Technical Analysis of Forensic Traces and Network Measurements, the report included the NSO-generated domain names, process names, iCloud accounts, and specific exploits that the security lab had discovered and tied to the Pegasus system. This would also give NSO the opportunity to refute any of the specifics of the security lab's forensic analyses. Nobody on the Pegasus project believed that NSO would respond in any meaningful or professional way. Amnesty International, the security lab, and Citizen Lab had sent similar pre-publication letters to NSO for various investigations going back to 2016, and received little by way of serious answers to serious questions. We, on our side, publish very detailed, peer-reviewed, evidence-based reports. Ron Diebert, the founder of Citizen Lab, told us. Their responses have been mostly ad hominem attacks, slagging us for some imagined bias that we have that's never clearly articulated. Claudio had had similar experiences with NSO and other private cyber surveillance companies, so expected more of the same, but didn't sound intimidated. "We are right on the forensics," Claudio said. "If they start challenging us, they are challenging us with empty words. They can't deny evidence." Paul Lewis didn't think NSO would answer any of the specifics we had turned up in the forensics or in the reporting, but he was convinced the letter would change the dynamics of the investigation. The minute the letter landed in Herzliya, NSO would see the Pegasus project as an existential threat to the company. There was no upside for NSO to engage in a rational conversation about our questions, or findings, or our conclusions, journalistic or forensic. Paul expected them to attack. The letter to NSO was to go out under the signatures of Laurent and me, as agents of Forbidden Stories. But we invited back-and-forth discussions with the partners about the tone and the specific language in the letter. Paul thought it best to be aggressive, to make sure we didn't pull any punches, so nobody at NSO could say we misled them or soft-pedaled what we intended to publish. Our research suggests NSO's technology has been used by multiple governments to systematically abuse the human rights of individuals whom those governments have no justifiable basis to place under surveillance, was some of the language we agreed on. Our reporting suggests this abuse is systematic, widespread, and ongoing. We strongly believe it is in the public interest to reveal this information, which has serious implications for privacy rights of all people around the world, and the ability of people to communicate freely with one another without fear of surveillance or repression, particularly in societies where human rights abuses are likely. The letter named the specific countries our reporting had identified as licensed users and proven abusers of NSO's military-grade spyware, including Azerbaijan, Bahrain, Hungary, India, Kazakhstan, Mexico, Morocco, Rwanda, Saudi Arabia, Togo, and the United Arab Emirates. We also named individuals whose phones showed clear evidence of compromise by Pegasus. We ended up delayed by a day, but Laurent and I were ready to hit the send button on the letter to NSO when the sun came up in Paris on Sunday morning, July 11th, 2021. Amnesty International had decided to take some extra precautions in Berlin just before we sent the letter and alerted NSO of the investigation and the imminent publication date. The bosses at Amnesty were a little concerned about Claudio and Danica. The two cyber researchers, soon to be spotlighted as the team that caught NSO and its client states red-handed, were ambivalent about the stepped-up security regimen. Claudio, for one, didn't think there was much danger that they would be hacked by NSO spyware. He was careful to keep his work separate from his private life, didn't have a personal cell phone number, and rarely used social media other than Twitter, and then only under his nom de plume. "I don't have a very digitally rich life," he joked. On top of that, he told Laurent and me later, "I would hope it would be a dissuading factor for some, knowing that, we are the ones equipped to catch them in the first place." Danica was no more worried than Claudio about being hacked, but he did have his own safety concerns, which seemed understandable, for a man who had memories of being rousted from bed in the middle of the night by an angry posse of Irish lawmen. He wasn't as worried about the technical capabilities of NSO, as he was about the nasty proclivities of some of NSO's clients, who were to be informed any day of the Pegasus project and of the security lab's role in it. These were some brutal regimes who had proven willing to commit ugly acts of intimidation and violence without fear of consequence, on their own soil and off of it. The Kingdom of Morocco had been holding Omar Radi in prison, often in solitary confinement, for more than a year, and he was only now getting his day in court. The Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia had ordered the killing of Jamal Khashoggi, a man who had done nothing more than criticize him. Danica had also been reading news reports about the case of Mohammed Mirzali, a 27-year-old Azeri blogger who had fled Baku and settled in Nantes, France, 5,000 kilometers away. Mohammed thought he would be safe enough in France to continue to post messages critical of President Aliyev's financial corruption and the bloody war in Armenia on his YouTube channel, Made in Azerbaijan. But the distance had not put Mohammed or his family beyond the reach of Azerbaijan. His parents also fled to France after his father and brother-in-law were threatened and encouraged to stifle Mohammed. His sister had suffered the indignation of having an illegal recording of one of her intimate moments circulated online, a shrill echo of the blackmail attempt on Khadija Ismailova. Mohammed himself was shot at while sitting in a parked car in October 2020. And in March 2021, he was attacked in Nantes and stabbed 10 to 14 times. The medical reports released to the public were uncertain. Aliyev has publicly stated that there is not enough evidence for him to deign to respond to what he calls groundless and biased accusations that his government was responsible for the attacks on Mohammed. 3 of the 4 men charged with the crime a year later, however, were Azeri nationals. Mohammed Mirzali survived after a 6-hour surgery, only to receive a text a week later. "This is the last warning," it read. "We can kill you without any problem. You've seen that we're not afraid of anyone. We'll have you killed with a bullet to the head fired by a sniper." The threats had continued into June, according to the latest reporting, and Danica suspected they were probably ongoing. So when Amnesty International offered to relocate Claudio and Danica from their homes to undisclosed safe houses for the week leading up to publication, both of them accepted. The attacks on the Azeri dissident were in Danica's head. He's writing satire about the Aliyev government, and the government is going to try to kill him twice in France, Danica says. If the Azerbaijanis know that the Pegasus project is going to come out, are they going to do anything to try to stop us? And it's not just Azerbaijan. Laurent and I hit the send button on the letter to NSO a little after 8 o'clock on Sunday morning, July 11th, 2021. As fair and responsible journalists, we would like to invite you to comment on the above information, and let us know if you dispute any of it. Read the conclusion of the 10-page letter, which was accompanied by 23 pages of technical notes offered by Claudio and Danica. Please respond no later than Wednesday, July 14th, 2021 at 6 p.m. French time. Any substantive comment will be fairly reflected in any coverage. Please note that we do not accept generalized assertions of inaccuracy as substantive. The moment was actually a bit disorienting. It feels a bit like being at the top of a hill in a car and removing the handbrake. Paul Lewis texted us that morning. We're rolling. Claudio and Danica were in their office that Sunday night, after dark, when a security lab server suddenly went offline. The server had been running every day for 2 years, 24 hours a day, and it had never crashed. And now, the day the letter goes out to NSO, boom, an unexplained hardware failure. Claudio flashed back to some slides he had seen years earlier from a report the U.S. intelligence services had published. They described an attack on servers that could cause immediate failure on the network card. This felt like that kind of attack. Danica was thinking the same thing. Oh shit. Maybe somebody got into the offices and cut a cable. Maybe somebody actually stole the server. Danica raced over to see if the server was still there. That was a very tense evening at the security lab in Berlin, trying to figure out what the hell was going on. Neither Claudio nor Danica believed NSO or anybody else could breach their system or steal the Pegasus-related data they had accumulated. But it sure felt like someone was trying to sabotage the project. Danica found himself thinking a very unexpected thought while he checked the server and then the logs. Something happens to me, okay. But I want to make sure the Pegasus project succeeds.
Chapter 21. This is really happening. Laurel. Are you all stressed out or excited? Sandrine asked our small team at the Forbidden Stories office on the Monday morning after we had sent the letter to NSO. This was the group of young reporters who had been on the project with us from the beginning, sworn to absolute secrecy, working long hours on difficult tasks for 7 months without cease. I mean, how are you doing? In between, Audrey Cesaria answered. There will be my name on the article on NSO. I really want it to come out, and I really want everyone to discover this story and all these outrageous abuses. But at the same time, there's fear. There are 3 of us who are going to have our own names on articles dealing with NSO, Phineas added. Is there something we can do in preparation? For your safety? I asked. Yes, Phineas said. In terms of security, and also legally. Argentina, I offered. Tomorrow night, Terminal F in Wasi. We've got your plane tickets. We have collected your passports. We're all going to Argentina. It's just 6 months of our lives, right? We're going to leave for 6 months. The laughter was loud, almost fierce, which I was happy to hear. Because I knew it was going to take plenty of good cheer and camaraderie to get through the next few weeks. The publication date was less than a week away, and I could sense ill winds gaining force around us. Sandrine and I spent some of this short meeting at Forbidden Stories, reiterating the same admonitions we had been making since the first hours of the investigation. Talk to no one outside the project. Do not say anything even to one of our reporting partners that might suggest a path to the source of the leaked data. And make sure if your mobile phone is compromised, that there was nothing on the device pointing to the Pegasus project. Sandrine and I had started having Claudia and Danica do regular checks on our phones for signs of Pegasus infection, including 3 in the final week alone. The anxiety in our office was real, and it was not an entirely bad thing because we all needed to be on our toes, no matter how tired we got. Some of the most admired newsrooms in the world had been impressed with their work, and there would be time, Sandrine promised the crew that morning, to savor this moment. There aren't so many in a journalist's life, so take advantage of it. But not yet, I added. This is really the moment when we can expect a hard bit of, not a fight, but of intense confrontation. Sandrine and I didn't expect to have an answer to our letter to NSO for another couple of days, but we had a pretty good idea of what was heading our way. The night before we emailed our request for response to Herzliya, we had received a very odd call from an acquaintance who was in touch with Shalev Julio. The caller thought we should know that Shalev had said he was on to true stories, as he kept calling us, and knew all about the list. Shalev wanted to warn us that the list had nothing to do with Pegasus, and if we published, it would do great damage to our professional reputation. Shalev Julio is mad at what he calls the true stories, which he believes is preparing an imminent attack on NSO, I explained to the Forbidden Stories team at our Monday morning meeting. In the words of Shalev, according to the caller, they are totally wrong true stories. In fact, what they have is not what they think they have. He told us to be very careful, because there is a real gap between what you think you have and what you really have. Be very careful. There wasn't anything to do, however, until we got a real and official response from NSO. What we could do while we waited was go about our business. Some of the partners were beginning to upload early, unedited drafts of their stories into the Pegasus Project central database shared by all, which gave each of the partners the option of publishing stories authored by other reporters in the consortium. A few of the early drafts had unanticipated surprises. We knew Zybolchpony had done really good reporting in Hungary for Direct 36, but his main story for the Pegasus Project was much more than we expected, in part because of his own personal experience of having been a victim of cyber surveillance. He described being outraged, ashamed, and somewhat proud. While the Orban government simply ignores my official media requests most of the time, it turns out they do appreciate my reporting after all, although their way of showing interest is maybe a little bit creepy. He also touched on his feelings about being the victim of spyware created by an Israeli company and licensed with the approval of the Israeli Ministry of Defense. Like many Hungarians of Jewish origin, I never attached much meaning to the state of Israel, he wrote. It's just another foreign country I've never seen. My only real tie to Israel is a brother of my grandmother, who went there after surviving Auschwitz and became a soldier. I know it is silly and makes no difference at all, but I would probably feel slightly different if my surveillance had been assisted by any other state, like Russia or China. Direct 36's reporting out of Hungary was enormously bolstered by Bastian Obermeier and Frederick Obermeier, as well as other journalists from Germany, the UK, and France, all of whom had done serious work in and around Budapest. A reporter from Le Monde had elicited an interesting response just a few days earlier from the Hungarian Ministry of Justice when he asked her about the apparent authorization of surveillance on journalists or politicians critical of Orban. What a question, she shot back, in spirited non-denial. That in itself is a provocation. Statistics on the number of people in our data who had been selected for targeting, attacked with Pegasus, or actually infected, were still being updated in the final days. Of the 50,000 phone numbers in the data, we had been able to verify, with multiple sources for each, the identities of more than 1,000 people from 50 countries. The count included more than 600 politicians and government officials, including 3 presidents, 10 prime ministers, and 1 king. There were 65 businessmen, 85 human rights activists or attorneys, and 2 Emirati princesses. Craig Timberg's last-minute edition of an American reporter working in Saudi Arabia pushed our count of journalists to 192. As of Monday, July 12, Claudia and Danica had done forensics on 65 mobile phones that appeared in the leaked list. 35 showed evidence that they were attacked and or infected by Pegasus. Almost all the others were either Android phones or new iPhones that were not being used at the time of targeting, so cannot offer conclusive findings. The forensic success rate with iPhones being used at the time of selection was still above 80%. At that point, in the last week of the investigation, we had evidence of successful Pegasus infections on the phones of journalists, human rights activists, and human rights lawyers. We did not have evidence that proved an attack or infection on any politicians in the data, because we had deemed it too risky to alert these people early in the project by reaching out to request their phones for analysis. But we had not given up hope on that front, and we had a small window of time to make it happen. The team at Le Monde was trying to confirm traces of Pegasus on the mobile phone of the French politician François de Rugy. Siddharth Varadarajan, the editor of The Wire, was on a mission to add an Indian politician to the list of confirmed targets. Siddharth had tried with the chief political foe of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, Rahul Gandhi, but Gandhi no longer had the iPhone he was using near the time of his selection. Siddharth made one last try on July 12, this time with Prashant Kishore, who happened to be in Delhi that day to meet with Rahul Gandhi. This meeting between Kishore and Gandhi could not have been happy news to Kishore's former client, Narendra Modi. Kishore was among the most ambitious and media-savvy political operatives in India, and he first made a name for himself boosting Modi's rise to power. For the last 7 years, though, Kishore had used his considerable talents to put the brakes on Modi and his increasingly authoritarian brand of governance. Word in political circles in India was that Kishore would be working hard to unseat Modi and his adherents in the next big election cycle. Modi's team was paying attention. Siddharth had no trouble convincing Kishore to submit his phone to forensic analysis, which promised a poetic closing of a circle for our investigation. Sandrine and Sandhya Ravishankar had talked Siddharth into allowing the security lab to do the forensics on his own phone 4 months earlier, and his device had delivered to the project the first solid forensic evidence of Pegasus infection in the data. Now, here was Siddharth talking Prashant Kishore into a one last chance for our consortium to get crucial forensic evidence before publication. It worked. On July 14, the day after Danica confirmed traces of Pegasus on Rugi's phone, he found evidence of Pegasus infection on Kishore's phone. So, now we had two politicians confirmed, both from democracies. One from the world's largest democracy. The security lab was still capable of conducting business at their office in Berlin, even after the terrifying server crash. Turns out, after some intense worry and some deep diagnostics, the problem was simply a strangely timed hardware failure. The equivalent of a carburetor needing replacing, as opposed to somebody pouring sugar into your gas tank. Our two technical experts were working down to the wire just like the rest of us, still with big things to finish. They were, for one, preparing to release a version of the forensic tool they had used in the Pegasus project. This felt to me like harnessing the power of Luke Skywalker's Star Wars lightsaber and gifting it to the masses. A most democratic weapon to do battle with a most undemocratic foe. The Mobile Verification Toolkit, MVT, would allow anybody, anywhere, to do a quick diagnostic check on their mobile phone and identify traces of a Pegasus infection. The MVT was not foolproof, and it would have a limited shelf life, Claudio admitted, but it was the best thing available and downloadable for free. Claudio and Danica hoped it would level the playing field just a bit, and maybe afford a little peace of mind to a whole lot of people. The security lab crew was also making the final editorial changes to their forensic methodology report, which had a lot of moving parts. The list of countries hosting the most servers where Pegasus attack vectors originated had to be updated with raw numbers. The UK, Switzerland, France, and the US were high on that list, but Germany stood atop it. Some of the biggest hosting companies are in Germany, as well as some of the cheaper ones, Claudio says. Pretty common destination when you want to set up infrastructure on a large scale. Claudio and Danica were also able to report that NSO had recently, and ill-advisedly, started using Amazon Web Services as a host for at least 73 of their servers. A forensic find on Prashant Kishore's cell phone just 4 days before publication provided Claudio and Danica new and disturbing detail. Pegasus had exfiltrated nearly 100 megabytes of data from the iPhone in the previous week alone, right around the time Kishore was meeting with the Indian Prime Minister's chief political opponent. There was evidence of an infection on that very day, July 14, 2021, which meant NSO's software could still sneak past Apple's current system of safeguards on an iPhone with the most up-to-date protections. Most recently, Claudio and Danica added to the introduction of their report, a successful zero-click attack has been observed exploiting multiple 0 days to attack a fully patched iPhone 12 running iOS 14.6 in July 2021. I checked my email inbox again and again as the appointed hour neared. The results were always the same. Nothing there, or at least nothing I was looking for. Sandrine and I had asked NSO to respond to our letter by 6 p.m. French time on Wednesday, July 14. At 5 minutes past 6, I checked my inbox again and still no response. So I picked up the phone and called the company's press liaison. "How are you?" I said when she picked up her phone. "Very good," she responded, sounding surprisingly nonchalant. "Thank you for taking the time to take the call," I said. "I was just wondering if you are planning to answer." "Yes," she answered, still curt. "You can see it in your email now." I checked my inbox again. Still nothing new. "You just sent it?" I asked, continuing to refresh my email. "I don't see anything. Can you just check?" "You sent it like a few minutes ago?" And then suddenly there it was. "Okay, I see it." "Thank you, bye," was all she said, and she was off the phone. I read the response aloud to Sandrine, trying to make sense of it as I went. NSO Group firmly denies false claims made in your report, which many of them are uncorroborated theories that raise serious doubts about the reliability of your sources, as well as the basis of your story. Your sources have supplied you with information that has no factual basis, as evidenced by the lack of supporting documentation for many of the claims. The entire missive was barely more than a page, a typical NSO rejoinder, a standard answer to a very non-standard letter. Except not even really up to standard. There were a handful of typos and grammatical errors, as if Shalev had tossed it off in about 20 minutes while dealing with other business. The company had not denied, refuted, added context, or attempted to explain a single of the dozens of specifics in the letter. When making such incendiary claims, readers would naturally expect you to provide some modicum of proof. I continued reading to Sandrine. Instead, it appears you are simply furthering the salacious narrative about NSO Group that has been strategically concocted by several closely aligned special interest groups. The unsigned email from NSO.com simply repeated the Khashoggi denial, the assertions that Pegasus was only sold to vetted foreign governments, that no customer has ever been granted technology that would enable them to access phones with U.S. numbers, that NSO can and does terminate the system if the company discovers misuse. Simply put, the letter concluded, the NSO Group is on a life-saving mission, and the company will faithfully execute this mission undeterred, despite any and all continued attempts to discredit it on false grounds. Sandrine was as nonplussed as I was. They seemed to let stand almost every fact in our letter. "That's great for us," she said. "It's really good," I agreed, as Sandrine walked me through how to forward it to our partners. The long wait was over. "That's it," Sandrine mused. "They have no answers," I said. "In fact, they're just trying to catch points that are fragile, but they're not addressing the strengths or the gist of our questions. It's incredible. It's crazy." We went out for a drink to celebrate, and I wasn't sure how to feel except oddly weightless. I found myself thinking about the movies I wanted to see, the books I wanted to catch up on, the chance to get back to normal life and see my family. To actually talk to my family, let them in on the big secret I'd been keeping from them. I took the train home that night, 40 minutes removed from the tumult of the office, and got the first good night's sleep I'd had in a very long time. There was a slew of new messages on my phone when I woke up Thursday morning. The first email I opened was from Drew Sullivan, at OCCRP, who had attached a letter he wanted me to see. Our partners had gotten a very different message from NSO, or rather, from the company's hired lawyer in Washington, D.C. "Our firm is defamation counsel to NSO Group," was the opener. "It is evident that Forbidden Stories has already formulated, and intends to publish on its own platform, a false, preconceived, and highly damaging narrative regarding NSO Group, and that it intends to do so regardless of the actual facts. We are putting OCCRP on formal notice that Forbidden Stories will publish defamatory falsehoods about NSO Group in its series of articles, and that, should OCCRP elect to publish or republish any portion of those articles, OCCRP runs a substantial risk of publishing defamatory falsehoods." The NSO's hired attorney offered a brief primer on journalistic ethics and pointed out 7 questions from our letter he deemed false and defamatory accusations. But he did not explain exactly how they were inaccurate, let alone defamatory. The new letter did speak to a few specifics. The Defamation Council asserted that the numbers in our data were not a list of numbers targeted by governments using Pegasus, but instead may be part of a larger list of numbers that might have been used by NSO Group customers for other purposes. He did not explain what the other purposes might have been. He denied Saudi Arabia had targeted the lawyer of Jamal Khashoggi's fiancée. He denied that NSO had lost control of Pegasus in Mexico, or that any non-governmental users had the opportunity to abuse the spyware in that country, or that NSO Group is a tool of Israeli diplomacy, or a backdoor for Israeli intelligence. His letter was a little hard to decipher. The denials appeared to be dancing around or fuzzing the actual facts presented in our questions to NSO. But his strategy was clear. Divide and conquer. Each of our Pegasus project partners had received its own version of the threatening letter. I took the first train back to Paris that morning, carrying enough clothes to stay in the office for several nights on end. The next 4 days were going to be a big fight with NSO, and a series of smaller skirmishes with the lawyers working for our various partners. And among the idle threats from NSO were some useful hints about where we might have a weakness in our understanding of the Pegasus system, and where we might refine and sharpen our language. Crisis points reveal good journalism I've discovered over and over in my 25-year career, and they make it better. There are no mistakes until the story goes live. Until then, a writer or an editor always has the chance to improve the story. The best journalists are willing to admit where they've gone wrong and to fix it before publication. There is no honor in covering up mistakes. So, we had 4 days to make sure we got everything right to the satisfaction of the entire consortium. We each had to make sure that nothing we published overstepped the boundaries of evidence we had gathered, and that the language in every Pegasus project story was clear and precise. The Guardian's Paul Luce was one of the first calls we had that Thursday morning. "So obviously we've all read the letter," he said when we got on the phone. For Paul, as for the rest of us, the letter didn't answer many of our questions, but it did raise some. He wanted to know more about the mechanics of NSO's bar on infecting mobile phones with U.S. phone numbers, and he wanted more precise information about Khashoggi's fiancé's attorney. He really wanted to hear more from NSO about the other purposes a client might have for entering a phone number into the Pegasus system. More than anything, though, Paul wanted to move quickly to compose a new letter to send to NSO asking for clarifications. The deadline was approaching, and he wanted the clearest answers he could get. "I think it means to get there in their morning and give them a deadline of 6 p.m. that night," he told us. Danica ended up being the forensics point person in the final days and hours before publication, trying to reassure editors and lawyers at media companies across 4 continents and many more time zones. He was living in the alien hotel room where Amnesty International had stashed him for safekeeping, going on his 2nd week in a room that made him feel like he was living in 1985. It sported a plush carpet and pieces of furniture that seemed unrelated to their surroundings and to one another. Danica had to put each of his 3 iPhones on silent mode so he could get a little sleep every night. He'd conk out long after midnight, after a 16-hour workday, and wake up the next morning, somewhere around 8 o'clock, with 50 messages on each of his cell phones to answer. The stress was intense, Danica remembers, but he tried to talk to every reporter, every editor, and every media lawyer to reassure them of the strength of the forensics and how he and Claudio had connected the evidence in the mobile phones to NSO and Pegasus. For security reasons, Danica felt it best to do all these calls in the bathroom. Whenever the light was on in the bathroom, there was a loud fan buzzing, he says. So I had a choice of yelling over the noise or taking the calls in the dark. He endured those final days, Danica told us long after the project was over. "Claudio and I had put so much hard work in this for so many years," he said. "I can't let this blow up. We can't let NSO win by pushing back with the threat of lawsuits." Friday, July 16, just 2 days to get to the finish line, and there were newsrooms all over the world pushing toward the publication of the Pegasus project. The rollout of stories would stretch across 5 days, but the real grind was now. Editors and reporters were buttoning up all the stories for the week, and lawyers were over their shoulders doing the vetting. "It's a bit tense here, if I'm honest," an editor in one of those far-flung newsrooms admitted. The editor was already suffering from overwork and missing his family, but he did not have time to stop worrying over headlines, graphics, front-page layouts, video packages, digital promos, and the explainer capsules describing the project, the technology, the victims, and NSO and its clients. "We have to run the explainer capsules in every day's paper," he told the graphics editor. In the middle of it all, the editor summoned as many of his reporters as he could for an important call to give them a heads up on the schedule. "All going well. And if we're proceeding with this project," he explained. "Then on Sunday, you've got to be around for checks and tweaks and the like, and we'll have the final sign-off decision. But I think the crunch point really is going to be in the next 12 hours. There was one phrase that clearly caught the attention of everybody on the line. "If we're proceeding," somebody asked. "Yeah. Is that in doubt?" "Oh, it's never confirmed," the editor said, "until it's confirmed." NSO lawyers and spokespeople played a good cop, bad cop game right up to the hour of publication, the net result being a corporate filibuster. They refused to address all but a few specific questions we'd put to them in our letters, asking for comment and clarification, and they steered very wide of any discussion of the forensic evidence that the security lab had presented to them. They could not reveal the identities of their clients, they reminded the consortium. They reiterated their great umbrage at any misuse of Pegasus and insisted on their ability and their efforts to root out any such abuse if they received credible reports. Of the 28 specific victims we identified to them, they refuted only a few. A technological impossibility, they said of one. As for the rest, they claimed we had not given them sufficient time to check. They tried to throw a lot of sand in our eyes about the data we had access to, but they had a hard time keeping their explanations consistent. The partners, meanwhile, bent to the work of including NSO's responses in the bodies of their stories, as well as providing links where readers could see the NSO letters in full. There were more than 80 journalists on call to answer editors' questions or tweak language right up to the last minute before publication. But only a few trail bosses were actually herding their stories through the editorial chutes, each with dozens of features and sidebars and graphics packages to finalize, and most of them were flagging. But my brain's going slightly dead, one editor admitted. Another had to stop for a moment to answer a text from his parents, who seemed to have lost patience at having been put off for so long. Problem? His colleague asked. I'm just saying I'm not going to be able to call her tonight because I'm at work and I'm very busy, he said. Haven't told her everything because I was afraid she would worry. Are you talking about your mom?